Alright, so what prompted me to record this one was not a trigger of watching other people, it was because other people were connected. This one's always hard because nobody really has solidified any validation one way or another yet within the people I've talked to and or crowds I've seen online at all. You know what I mean? So it's like, well, are they entangled telepathic connections? Is this another universe? Is this just a person time wise? Is this like magical bullshitteries? Religious? Which ones do we want to go with? It's crackpots. Physics just out the window suddenly. Yeah, just fuck you, right? Yeah. Anyways, we'll move on. Saying one thing or another as if it was them, as if it was them that was the one that came up with this, so prompted me to record it. They're idiots. They're not in any way the ones that came up with this. That's what made me annoyed. Is because it's like, regardless of your thoughts or feelings on me, my stance is still the same. It's dangerous to believe 100% all the time. Please do some research. Please try and have some degree of let's think about it and let's come to a consensus. These fuckers, though, on the other hand, have some group or some other shit that just blindly follows their ass. And I don't like it, and they like to con people into believing bullshit, and I don't like this at all. And yeah, still. Same with me. Treat me as a normal person that's just thinking out loud, which is why it's called Thinking Out Loud. The recording. Okay? I'll let you know. It's like, first off, no on them. Second off, I'm not looking for that at all. Third, and I think this is really kind of a very important one. I don't know everything. I say this consistently. I will make mistakes, obviously. And yeah, some things might be able to be done better. I say this consistently throughout many of my videos and recordings. I just go after people that like to pretend that they're, well, I'm something special, blah blah, and I'm like, okay, let's just wind this back. So I have another person over here, actual can confirm PhD shit like that, who's going to go, oh no, he's on to something and or knows a thing or two about what he's saying that could possibly work, so on and so on. And this person, idiot, really, why would this work? How? This is wrong. It doesn't do that. And then people get annoyed, and then they'll go over onto my side. It's like, oh, it was actually, I was not being stupid or an idiot. I was trying to. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. So, this one's really quick. These are thoughts about quantum vacuum pressures and energy transfer. The reason why is because I was thinking about a person named Sabine So it showed up on my feed here. Hassenfelder. I hope I said that correctly. She goes, I was wrong, here's what I learned. On the title. It was only 14 hours ago. There, well, the picture for the card or thumbnail or whatever it is, so you want to call it. Because it's like technically it's a title card in some places, but then it's a thumbnail in other places, and then it's a whatever in other places too. So it's like the stator generator alternator debate. Stator and scooter, alternator and car, generator when it's to do with power stations. And I'm like, it's almost like there are multiple ways of saying the same thing because, people are either individuals that want to be special and have their own unique lingo inside of a tribe. Two, and or they did come up with this, and that's what's there for them. You have to respect that, I guess. Or because they had it over here as this, but then this crowd independently came up with their own thing, and then they called it this, then you have to deal with that. And then it becomes very important to protect each one, and I get so why not we just go with the whole, remember the thesaurus thing that we have? They're called synonyms or fucking some shit like that, whatever it was. Why not that? Why not just call them that? Why not? Because it's... But I was thinking about energy transfer. She asked me, what is the best way to transfer energy? And I went, what energy are we talking about? Because it's like, that's a lot of different things. Like, which particular thing are we talking? That's very vague. If you think about it, it's like, that's pretty darn vague. Like, I know... We had a laugh when we brought up about magnetohydrodynamics for a plasma that's radioactive that happens to use a alpha decay with gamma rays to create a resonance, and of course these static charge differences or charge differences, whichever one it is, with the salt water that they have cooling the magnetics, the superconducting magnets that are in it, for transferring these large plasma tanks, large plasma in a tank, liters, gallons, whatever it is, over to another place, and they do it really hyper efficiently. And the reason why it works that way is because of the gamma waves, and because of the ionization, and because of the field breakdowns of alpha particles and gamma rays when they decay into that gamma ray, and you keep the heat of the plasma that it originally had for a given size and duration of transfer. I think theirs was 6 inches or something, but it basically maintained its heat and pressures. It did lose density because, of course, decay happened. But it's still what it is. And for what it's worth, that's an enormously efficient transfer and use of resonance, which is what they call it, but then it's not really resonance. You know what I mean? It's charge differences, which is a really fast way of explaining insanely complicated electrodynamics in a quantum standard model Feynman diagram, which would take for a millimeter for a regular person. You'd probably have to explain it for a month straight, and then they're like, yeah, this it's transfer, and I'm like, again. You don't even want to sit through what I talk about on a daily basis, let alone that. And then it turns into other shit later. Because then it's like, oh yeah, no, that's for a millimeter. And then even for, really good quantum physicists. It's like, oh yeah, PhDs, all that, lots of decades of research, learned a lot. That's between a week to like a full day for sure of talking about that 1 millimeter of distance and travel, because there's like the breakdown, there's the entanglement of a photon, there's superpositions, there's tunneling, there's upon tunneling wave frequencies throughout gamma wave. Then there's not even just that, there's fields generated, charge differences, and of course the salt water that they're using is also a part of that charge field, and not just a part, a very different part than you would think. It doesn't just absorb, it doesn't just make it so that way it doesn't have radioactivity become something you need to worry about. It makes it attractive, repulsive, sure, yeah, okay, yeah, that's nice, but it creates a boundary layer, is what I was talking about, around the edge, and it allows for relativistic speeds to be achieved. Without that boundary layer on the inside diameter of this tube, you wouldn't be able to do it. I brought up how NASA was trying to look into it for certain things with their plasma-based rocket engines. I didn't say the plasma-based rocket engines, but I mean, I feel like that's fairly well implied. But then I was thinking about it, because it's like, well, what are the fastest, best ways? Because I want to bring this up. It's like, think about it this way. Light travels really fast, right? We're talking about gamma wave. Really heavy, fast, they're not really heavy, of course. But pressure acts like mass. You know what I mean? And so that's relativistic speak. Light pressure acts like a mass pressure. A fluid mass pressure. Density stuff. They don't think about it like that in thermodynamics land, but I do. Anyways, it was like, alright, so you've all seen the infographic. It travels this fast around the world, circumnavigates it. It travels this fast, and it takes this long to get to the moon, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's nice. What about small, tiny little things? You know what I mean? Like, you don't really think about it, but when it breaks down and it does things like this, it's insanely fast how fast it's going. Everything is faster than you think. Like, traveling so fast. And it does this. All of these little switches, if you want to call them that, to like conversion this, tunneling that, transferring this, doing that, on a monumentally, mind-bogglingly, insanely fast way, in speed, in time scale that makes no sense until you can grasp that kind of like scale. It's like, you gotta be able to grasp that. So I do as best I can, like anyone else. But I'll tell you, it's like, oh, that's neat, that's nice, whatever, right? But I wanted to bring up the example. It's like, alright, so you can tap something in a really hard, let's say it was like even neutron star matter. You tap it on one end and it goes all the way over there, and it transfers pretty quickly. But every step of the way, it has to transfer, do this, do that, all throughout this distance. Alright, whatever it is. There's a bunch of things it has to do. That 1 little millimeter you think is nothing. Bullshit. It's a lot. It's a fuck ton of shit. And that's nothing, realistically, because not only do you lose, you can also gain. Quantum vacuum pressure, entanglement, other, beyond this current little area you're looking at, this area over here can be influencing that. You think it's totally unrelated. What do you know? It gave it more energy than you thought it would have. Your models. See, you're interrupting. Go away. I'm not flubbing my words. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk. Anyways, they can seemingly happen, but that's because of quantum tunneling, that's because of holographic wormholes, that's because of fields stretching and allowing for tunneling along the field lines as it goes further and then shorter and then shorter and then shorter and shorter. Boom! And it's there. Seemingly skipping along. Suddenly happens. A stone on the water, almost. But it seemingly happens faster than light. Seemingly, it's not. But see, that's the problem I have. It's like there are obviously things faster than light. And there are obviously massless fields. There are obviously particles beyond just light that have no mass, or at least not measurable to us currently and understood to have mass, but are theoretically something that should. You know what I mean? It gets really tricky in those theory areas. You know, mathematical theories are great. Quantum physics, mechanics, thermodynamics, electrodynamics, chromodynamics theories. Ooh, neat, nice, I like it. But, it's hard. And the reason why I wanted to bring up vacuums was because that is currently right now what is accelerating us. It is the biggest energy transfer from our Big Bang, or whatever it was, with how it is we started, that we know of currently. It's pretty darn efficient. It's still going. It's like, alright, so let's think about it this way. Energy transfer of a vacuum. You have a vacuum. You have a plunger here, you have a plunger there, there's outside pressure. Alright, gravitational pressure, thermal pressure. This element, this whatever it is, fluid, this, whatever. Doesn't matter. All pressures are pressures. Everything has a pressure. Fields, fundamental forces are pressures because there's movement that creates them. Even quantum vacuum pressures. So it's like, move off of that. No, it's only the atmosphere around us. No, it's not. It's whatever pressures within a given environment. You put a vacuum there, and you wrap it the right way around itself, what do you end up getting? A structure that's held together very tightly by the pressure around it. The vacuum doesn't go away. A good way to put this is the bicycle spokes I talked about. It's like, oh, you put a tube here, you put a tube in a vacuum, and what do you know? Because the pressure of this thing called a tire, it increases dramatically the pressure perceived by the vacuums. Makes it insanely more efficient. Lighter weight. We're still trying to figure out how to transfer like the universe does around us. Day in, day out, constantly, you can't fucking miss it. The vacuum pressure accelerating us. How do we use quantum vacuum? It's there right in front of us all the time. We have no idea. Some good theories. Yeah, that's about it. They're like, oh, we turn light into matter. And it's like, yeah, no, it took a decent amount of energy to do this. And it's not super efficient. And, it's fairly controlled environment. I'm not really thinking we can use this anytime soon. But I like it. In every way, I enjoy the idea of turning light into matter that has mass, right? But it's like, that's a conversion. But they don't write it as a conversion. But like, that's a transformer. But they don't write it as a transformer. But those are the same mass. But they don't write it like it's the same mass. But it's the same math. It's the same effect. It's the same thing. but we don't like to call it that way. That's all. Go away. Go away. I'm not interrupting. But you are. There's no way to connect. There's no way to have entanglement of the brain, the cells, any of it. No way. But of course there is. There's no way to talk in a connected way. How the hell come? It's like, let's think about it this way. There's an empty place there. It has nothing there. There's space in between it. Nothingness is now there. It's not really, of course, virtual particles, whatever, blah blah blah. And space is still a thing, so it's not nothingness. It's just the absence of the stuff we are. It's like, it's this physical thing. It transfers one way or another. And it does it with less compressive load. Meaning, there's no squish, there's no real transfer. But how the fuck does it do that? How does it know over here versus over there? Of course, there are particles. Yeah, oh, yeah, no. Well, let's we remove all particles. How does it do it? Well, there are particles that flit in. Oh, so it moves a little bit over there, and then more particles showed up to transfer the energy. Huh? Must be that. Light suddenly transfers kinetic energy. Well, no, because they're massless, right? They're not they existed. Okay, we know for a fact that's not going on, right? So how does it do it? Because of the outside, of course. Of course, the outside, right? The outside is the only thing that plays a role. You see the difference between the two views I see? I'm like, both of them have to play a degree of a role. One might be a little less, but we don't actually know. And you're right, I agree. It's mostly the outside pressures, but that outside pressure can be vastly different, especially if it's really a vacuum and there's enough pressure somewhere else that it's being used as the exertive force. You can be very far away, but because a vacuum has the right things in between, just enough, it's able to transfer it seemingly faster than light. And because there's less energy loss every step of the way, it's more efficient. And because you can use resonance, one of the most efficient methods, 3 phases for any electrical line, or high voltage DC, which still uses a resonance of a type with this voltage. Like everything that we transfer, acoustic pumps, types of air pumps for our engines have sweet spots for RPM with the right intake and exhaust manifolds. Everything. You hit the right sweet spot of a resonance, a slight little tap can be massively increased down the line. But it doesn't really increase. It takes that energy and it takes the sine wave energy going on as a mass flywheel. The flywheel's mass being used to help transfer it. But in quantum physics land, they'll go, no, 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 no. It was broken down to quantum information. Its wave fluctuation in function was moved all the way over to collapse over here as a holographic tunneling wormhole. And I'm like, so you don't like the word resonance, huh? You don't like that, eh? I see. You don't like kinetic in your chromo electrodynamics over there, hmm? No thermodynamics for you, huh? No. It's like, it's very vague. What is the best way to energy transfer? It's like, what are you talking about? It's very vague. Can you be a little bit more specific? This isn't about math. This is about science. This is about anything. You know, they're just thinking out loud thoughts. So you think of, go, 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 go. It's like, not really. Not at all. So how do you think things can happen like that? There's an outside. What if we were just the wrong kind of stuff? Our version of a nothingness would be that version of a something, and we were simply the nothingness to it. We can't know. We can't detect it. We can't see it. And it's like, that's our version of a supersymmetrical regime. You know? Like, it's got its own order, its own rules, its own other things that control it with the laws. Well, it must be similar to us. Ooh, why? Well, super symmetrical. Oh, yes. No many multitudes of ways to solve for X on that one, no? We think logically, it means this. Why? Why do you think that's logical? You have nothing to base it on. It's throwing out arrows. You didn't even shoot him. You're hoping you heard something. Ow! Hey, there's something over there. Where's my bow? I don't fucking know. I dropped it back a long time ago. I think it broke. Yeah, I heard a snap. It's like, you know, we think about it, but it's like, what's the fastest way to transfer energy? It's like, we don't really know. And it's like, is that better? Faster does not always equal better. As we all know, faster is always a typical, for most things anyways, multiplication of 4. You have to times it by 4. Divide itself by 4 to get 2 out, which means you have to square it every time. If you want to go exactly twice as fast. Which isn't really, because it's, oh, take this is 100% the speed. Add that to itself. It's twice as fast, but it isn't really, because of course friction, coefficients, there's no vacuum, there's no this, no that. Next thing you know, it's not. It's really about maybe 60%. If you're lucky, right? And then you look at, oh, it's times 4, right? Yeah, no, but that's in the atmospheres of space. Charged particles, light, you know, maybe some light hydrogen, so on. Not much really stopping you. They can't hear you scream, but you know what? You go fast enough. Boop! Oh, fuck. What was that? Ah, fuck! What's going on? Did something just collide with us? Particle colliders. Never thought that you'd turn into one, right? And then I brought it up briefly before I started this recording. If we could harness quantum vacuum pressure, just reduce it, because that's what accelerates us. And it's everywhere around us, all at once. We'd be able to accelerate. We'd be able to take that energy. So it takes a little bit of energy to get the energy out. Okay, sure, whatever. But I accelerated, and I gained energy because I'm taking that energy out. I'm trying to reduce the energy. Think about, like, the equivalent of an AC, a heat pump. It's like, alright, so I shall have this thing do a basic, rudimentary version of a phase change. It's like, okay, how does that work? Well, I'm going to put water up at the top. It's going to have pressure because it will be lower pressure here and higher pressure at the bottom. Big basin. It's going to spin. It's going to spin real fast. There's going to be another thing that's spinning inside this spin. And then I'll have this go into a smaller area and it will spin some faster amounts, more. And then I will have it go out into a larger area. It will go from really, really high speed, high pressures into a whatever the fuck empty to it version that it is going into. Well, how did you get it to spin? You don't have pressures? You don't have tube? You don't have, what does this say? What is that? Like, looking like a funnel type thing. You know, they have this for dust collection. Yeah, stick a little tube there in the center. It spins around, it falls down into a trap because it's heavier. Wonder if I could get the lighter particles of this vapor. And then as it goes and spins down, into a faster spinning down, into a big old empty, quotation marks, space. It's not. Obviously not. But you know, this area right here that's getting pulled into this quotation marks empty. Yeah, of course, it has a phase change possibility. It went from higher pressures, higher speeds, into a very low velocity, incredibly low pressure environment relative to where it was previously. All I have to do is pump water up. It'll do that naturally. Seems cool, right? But is it? It gained heat along the way. It has friction. Well, yeah. Right. So it'll condense. Well, no, it exchanges heat. Yeah. Yeah, it did, didn't it? What if that heat at first was used to help transfer, in a thermal siphoning effect way, the water up to that top? Of course, now it's colder steam, but it's not really steam, it's just in a low pressure environment. Of course, what does that mean? Did you have an air condenser? Yeah, I do. Not really. I have an AC, right? It's a heat pump. A standard heat pump. It's like, it doesn't run off the same energy. Of course, I have a pump pumping it up. I'm just helping its efficiency. That's all. Right? And of course, I gather whatever heat, and then shaping of the tube from a larger to a smaller area. And it goes from that larger to a smaller into what is equivalently speaking here, like a reservoir. So it's a bigger tube to a smaller tube, but it has to go from a bigger tube to a multitude of smaller tubes to a multitude of smaller tubes. Still, and I get the reverse of a Joule-Thomson cycle. It still maintains itself as a vapor until the very last tube, because it increased its pressure, relative velocity too, allowing for faster and faster transfer of heat from the outside surrounding into the... Was it cold? Was it ever actually cold? Did it ever actually get cold? It didn't, right? Not really. Every molecule of water started with the same energy. It just gained more along the way. But because it had a phase change, it increased its surface area relative to others. So it adds itself I mean, the non-ideal gas law, right? But it's like, yeah, that's thermodynamics. But it's not really. That's a resonance. But it's not really. It's chromodynamics. But it's not this. It's not that. It's not that. Fucking stop! Really? It's all of that, right? Why? Why? It's so simple, right? But it's not. It's like, now why would I take this as my example? Why would I suddenly get into the pedantic nature of the physics, the maths, the genuine engineering, all of this that's going on here? Why would I care? It's like, well, that's obvious, right? Because it means something. Like, what it is that makes it do this is important. That's what that would be. Yes, it's a resonance between multiple different conversions and transformances, meaning it converts and it transforms, ups, downs, so on, what it is with the energy that is going on. That is what the ideal gas law states. If you look at it in a quantum way, it's very simple to understand it. It goes from a phase change, it increases surface area, it allows for larger degrees of field and transfer along, kinetically speaking, every boundary layer of electron orbitals and more, slowing down their buzzy buzz thermal and transferring it to it. Of course, it can't constantly keep bouncing as it's falling. It's going from I'm a vapor to now I am falling. I have become denser, quotation marks. I'm not really becoming denser. You know that. Nothing denser has happened, except in its view, because down low, there is a lower pressure, and it changes that transfer of information. That's the resonance. Hey, you up there. Yeah, I got space here. No, you don't, bitch. I'm about to get your fucking shit pushed in. Yeah! Yo, gravity, help me out, son. Meanwhile, what's up, man? Bump. Hey, slap. What's up? So you think it means nothing? That's just dumb talk. He's just making a bunch of stupid. It's like, yeah, no, okay, sure. But it's not. Right? It has a higher pressure above it. It doesn't know that, though. Because its view, it sees that moving super, super fast. Even though, for it just suddenly vastly slowed down and has almost no pressure. Even though, for its view down here, it goes, I'm way higher pressure than, technically speaking, that is. But because it has connected resonance of energy, quantum information, that is there. It has fields, it has pressures, it has thermals. It has a more laminar, directed, coherented information pressure wave heading out towards where it is, with a continual constant pressure called gravity that is helping orientate its direction. Even though it gained heat, pressure, it wants to rise, right? It doesn't. Why does it not want to rise? Well, that's simple. It cooled off in its view. Yeah, I know. Strange, right? Why did it cool off? How does it cool off? It didn't cool off. You're lying. There's a vacuum underneath it. Even though that vacuum is hotter, it should be more pressurized. In every way, denser in all the ways. But because of density, it gains a vacuum. Even if it is hotter, and it technically has more pressure, it gains density and space it can go into. Because it's accelerated having that happen with the tube shape and diameters. Of course, it wants to flow that way, and it wants to naturally transfer its heat from the outside in and concentrate it. It's a compression effect. Now, there's an energy involved in doing that. Of course, there has to be. You're right. The pressure of water above it and the pump running it. And the momentum, kinetic inertia of the vortices. Not to mention the definite vacuum produced in the center of these vortices that is also helping through little tubes inside of each one of these chambers in the middle of where they go and get moved to smaller diameters until, of course, they're liquid. While they spin, guess what happens? They transfer vacuum energy. The heat, of course, gets transferred along the way. To the energy necessary to make it get pressurized above. Convection, standard buoyancy. It is less density, so it will rise than the surrounding area. Percolation, effectively. Now, it's not really. It didn't percolate. It's moving, right? Well, yeah, but boundary layers exist on the inside diameters of tubes. So if you heat that up, it makes it less dense. If you allow for it to get hot enough, it creates a vapor. If it transfers that vapor heat, it allows for a thermal rising wicking effect. All of that coincides with efficiency increases as heat is trapped up top, thermal acoustically in this instance. Math checks out. Yeah, there's losses, sure. But it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Now, why am I going along with this? It seems like it should mean nothing. Wasn't this about like the spaceship, right? Where you get energy from it, and you're able to move as a result, you know? And saying, right, okay. You didn't see it. You didn't see everything I just stated. You have a given fluid. You need to pressurize it. You need to create a moment relative to it and itself outside where it is higher pressure and velocity and heat. Then expose it to the cold vacuums of the spaces. We're not done yet, though. It's neat, right? It's nice. Okay, cool. What does that mean? Well, it has to take energy somehow to do that. What if I condense it again? Whatever the fluid is. So we're talking quantum vacuum pressure. Yeah, okay, so what is that? What is a quantum vacuum? Anybody know what that one is? Some physicists have these thoughts, that thought, whatever. You know what it really means to me? It's an emptiness that exerts a given pressure. Because, of course, there has to be pressure somewhere else. That's transferring its energy in to you and accelerating it. Like with the bicycle spokes I've talked about. Such a subtle little one, seems like. Nobody really seemed to have caught it except a few. Now, if you take this given fluid, what is it? What's a fluid? A field? Yeah, fields are fluids. No, they're not. Gases are fluids. Fields are simply just gases. Well, what? It's like, I like how both of you pause. No, they're not, John. And no. And I'm like, so, the fields that swim around in the particle soup, is it the particles that makes the fields? Yes, of course. But then the light fields makes the particles have mass, eh? So the fields have no fluidity. Huh? No duality, eh? I'm hearing a lot of bullshit come out of some people's mouths and minds. So, fields obviously can act just like a fluid. Now, they're within a given area in space. Okay, so whatever they're attached to, where are they going to move to? How are you going to move them around? You remember resonances, you remember ups and downs and arounds and spins and blah, 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 blah. So you think you can't pump it up and give it a little bit of pressure from fields, perhaps? Cause it to spin around real fast, eh? Suddenly pop out into a vacuum, eh? Get it to condense after it absorbs some degree of energy, You don't know how to do this with fields yet, eh? Oh wait. You do this sometimes already, don't you? Let me just take a look at this vacuum. Oh my lordy Lou! Vacuums exist. What the hell? Holy shit! What is this? What is that? A fucking Wow, you do this a lot, don't you? You already use vacuums. Multitude. I just said that, right? You use vacuums. Why can't you use that way? Here's an absence of fields. I could never have this. I am a field. I will go after that and fill that space. Let it me, my anechoic Faraday chamber. Oh, no, not on my watch, bitch. It's like, but what is vacuum pressure? It's the absence of something, right? Right? Yeah? Yeah? So what is it I'm saying that I'm doing here? If I have the bike tire holding a pressurized volume mass, that is what allows for that vacuum to be transferred to the spokes, to have it to be tight and taut, transferring the axle movement to the rim, huh? Making it lighter, stronger in many ways, eh? I don't need to know what that is, whatever that pressure is. I don't care. I never need to, never want to. Well, I shouldn't say never want to. I will. Just not right now. I don't need to know what it is. But you know what? If I create a big old ginormous field around me, I then concentrate it and try and drop it into a little vacuum area. Create a given amount of pressure. I pump it around. It absorbs the field exertion pressure, quantum vacuum pressure, into it. It has to, if you do it the right way. I'm not giving you specifics because it's like there are more than one way to make that happen. There's no negative energies, no nothing. There's standard regular thermodynamic shit. That's it. Literally, this is standard thermodynamics. You should learn this in probably elementary school shit. I have a vacuum. It's really hard to open this. I can't pull it open. That's the fucking pressure around us exerted on a given surface area in its amount of, what is this? Pressure per square inch of it. Which I had to look through a few of those, because it's like there's pressure per square inch, there's like fucking, yeah, I'm not even gonna get into that. There's a few of them. PSI is so easy. There's bars, there's atmospheres, there's mercury. I'm like super over it. It's like, why don't you have a standardization of this? This annoys me. They do! They have too many standards then. Anyways. But there you go. It's like, alright, so I create a field around me. It's like, and that field is tied directly to this pump. There's already quantum vacuum pressure being exerted upon us in the field. I'm then using some amount of given energy. Let's say it was electricity. Sure, why not? Alright. Sure. But it's like it concentrates at the bottom. But because I reduced the amount of energy exerted upon me, and of course everything else is having that accelerative force exerted on them, it's like I'm breaking myself relative to others. I am slowing down, they are continuing to be sped up. I move. No, I don't. I didn't move. They actually moved. And I gained energy as a result. Of course. Energy has to be used somehow. Yeah, somehow. Let me take a look here. Oh my lord! Heat exists now all of a sudden in this. Acceleration got dumped. Movement, thermals, inertia got dumped. Energy into this fluid. In its fields. I wonder if I could just use that to try and power that pump a little. You know, I'm going to store it. You know, I'll just transfer it on over. I'll see if I can run that. I mean, it's not going to power the pump, right? For very long. But still, it's something. You know? It's something. Yeah. Well, I eventually have to speed back up. Oh, I'm sorry. Slow down. Relative to something else. Wouldn't be a way to transfer some of that, would there be? You know, I don't... yeah, well... Wouldn't be... No, there would be a way to do that. Yeah, I wonder if I could transfer... Oh, my... We have ways of doing this already. We've been doing this for a while, it seems like. Huh. Let me go do that. Oh, my pump is being pumped off of the energy of slowing down relative to something else. I also got this energy absorbed from the quantum vacuum accelerative fucking amplification of acceleration. What is this, actually? Truthfully, nobody really talks about this, but whatever that is, whatever that force is. I'm gonna use some of that in there, too. Might as well. You know, fucking go for it a little here. Wow! I landed safely with my new spaceship that uses very little energy. Just the energy around me of the universe, man! It's all vibrations. The energy of the universe has so much to give us, bro. Don't you know? Free energy, man. It's like, it's not free. I had to spend energy to get this energy. This is not free. This energy to... You know, there's a whole thing where we all of a sudden existed. There's a lot of energy involved in making that happen, okay? And that's where that came... You suck, you little free energy thinking bitch. You think this is perpetual, and it's not. Fucking hate them so many times. Look at my motors here, and the batteries. I hate them. I know. They talk like this means anything. Fuck you, it's not free. I had to make the things. That took energy first and foremost. Nobody thinks about that. But, it took a big bang to make the things that made it so that I could make this thing. Where did that energy come from? Nobody thinks about this. Oh, look at me with my gravitational, re-energy. Oh, fucking stop. Can you shut up? Look at it, look at it. Comes from the sun, it's free. What? No, it's not. I hate them. They don't know the first meaning of the word free. Nothing here came from free. But you did! It came from nowhere. It came from vacuums. Okay. Just got done explaining it didn't come from the vacuum at all. It came from something else that is transferring energy from that vacuum through the vacuum to us. I just got done explaining that. There's a pressure there. It's from the vacuum! I hate you. Why do they talk? They talk as if they know things. Why do they have mouth? It's not their fault. They just don't understand. That's true, but then that's really more in other people. You know what I mean? You should understand this. That's my problem at this point. You're a fucking fully grown adult. You should be able to know this. At this point, you're bothering me. Got some good old caffeine. I woke up at fucking almost 5 p.m. today. I have to stay awake all day tomorrow because, of course, I have to fix that sleep schedule. I have to go do all my laundry. I just got my bike back. My mom says I can't have this bike post that'll help with because I have a hardtail of the bike. It's really I'm a tall guy. I'm 6'4". And while I have these longer cranks and everything, the bike is too small for me. And it's like, I wonder if I can get a bent bike post. So I go put it back a little further. Couldn't find one that actually seemed to have some degree of I can attach my bike seat to it. And I was looking at it, and it's there's a fairly cheap bike post, seat post, bike seat post, that has, an actual, shock, suspension in it, but there's, which means spring, not shock. Shock is different, which is such a weird one. Shock is impact, boom, you know what I mean? But then it's nope. No, actually, it's the opposite. This is the slow down, the rebound. It's just, the shock makes it so that way the thunder ain't so thunderous. To the lightning. That's what that would be, effectively. In terms of engineering speak and lingo being understood as to what it is doing. It's the spring got compressified. The shock reduces the speed at which it uncompresses. Lightning happened. Thunder has begun. There's a big ginormous area of stuff around. It slows down thunder expansion and dissipates energy into stuff. And so therefore thunder not so big and loud and scary. Shocks. There you go. But it's like, alright. It's under $100. Which, considering, after looking at that, like, oh my god, everything's expensive. And then there's cheap shit, and then you think like, oh yeah, no, I'll get that. And then you look it up online, like what the actual differences are, because it's like, well, this is cheap. Why would it be that cheap? And you know, in your heart of hearts, you know subconsciously, you know all the things that it's inferior shit. You know it is. You know that bike seat post is garbage. Like, you know it is. Like, you know it's cheap for a reason. Even if it's built well, even if all of that, you know it's cheap for a reason. Then you look it up, you do a little research. Oh, it turns out pivoting on the seat, instead of having the bike posts go up and down, that is the way to do it. Pivoting the seat, keeping the bike post, that allows for it to be better suited for having you pivot around sudden changes of up and down, both front and rear, helping keep you in a relative way to the bike underneath you less jostled, like a gyroscope effect. It's effectively all it's stating. The ground moves underneath you, you stay more horizontal. You don't feel it as much. It's literally all it's doing. You know? And so it's better. I have no income. Can't make one of my own. I have no machines. It's uncomfortable right now to ride, even though riding it with the longer cranks and everything, and the gears actually changing, front and rear, nice, very, very nice to have. And it's an e-bike, so I have a pedal assist, and so, like, they're the right fucking gears finally. But I'm a tall guy, I'm 6'4". These legs, over 3 foot long inseam, and then my torso is basically the same length as my legs. I'm trying to tilt the seat forward, it's uncomfortable. It doesn't feel like I can ever actually sit on my bike. There's a minimum insertion depth to the bike seat post. It's like I'm trying to get this new one, because it's, first off, I can sit higher, so that'll be good for my legs. I sit a little further back as a result because it's angled where it slides in. And then, like, it has suspension. So that'll be all good news, right? Under $100. Nice. Can't get it. And why did I switch to that? Because I have to, with a trailer and my bike, ride to my mother's house to get my laundry done. That is why I have to stay up. It's like, I would just fucking fall, like, fuck it, screw it. Why should I care? I have to carry all of the weight of my clothes and my bedspreads and all that, and I have to do it multiple times because, yeah, guess what? Trailer ain't big enough to hold all of it. It's like, oh yeah, no, I got, better power transfer for my crankcase. Like my crank arms, really. My pedal arms are longer. Significantly longer. They're like 160 millimeters or something like that. For the originals, these are 175 millimeters. I don't know why they use millimeters. I have no idea. 1.75 centimeters, right? But it's not, right? It's not a meter. But it doesn't matter. You don't think like 2.5 inches or an inch, like that's going to mean that much on something like this. It means a great deal. That's one hell of a difference in the amount of torque I can put in. It's so much better. the pedals, I can actually like put my full weight on the pedals finally. They don't feel flimsy and flexible. And like I can actually stand on them. It's great. Got a new chain. I needed it. The old one was stretched, dragging, flopping around. I'd already cleaned and put grease on it a couple of times already. Now the new chain, great. The derailleur works wonderfully. I have a 5th and 7th gear. You think it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? But it does. It means a dramatic difference. And I have a 1st gear in my rear. That's 1 through 7 in my rear. I have a 1st, 5th, and 7th gear. Fucking great, right? I think it means nothing. It means a shit ton. Especially with the fucking goddamn hills and the inclines and everything else around here. And when you have to... Oh, guess what? Drag a trailer. With your dog in it. With your clothes in it. With your groceries in it. You want to just... anything at all, because that is how I get around. It's uncomfortable. My knees hurt like hell. My lower back is aching. I'm clearly not sitting in the right position anymore. I try and it's got like literally maybe a couple millimeters at most, left with the seat post. Yeah. Definitely well past its minimum insertion. That's on there. Oh, this feels better. It's not quite right, but it feels better. You know what I mean? I go over a single boom. Holy damn. Yeah, no, I'm suddenly much higher up here, huh? My goodness, okay. Whew. That's scary. If I could sit a little further back. I mean, most of the weight's in your rear. Seems like it. Already have that issue. Man, it would be nice to finally have a seat post that makes sense. But I can't get it. Can't get it. But it's okay. And that little... Oh, why are you talking about this? Oh, okay. Let's talk about it. You can't perform any of these experiments that I talk about. You're just like me. You have a mother and or father, parent, that you have to go to get the necessary funds, equipment, to be able to test and experiment. Obviously it'd be better if we could have this thing. Well, no. Thanks, fucking dick. So terrible these people are. They don't care. They're not going to care. They already did all this for that. Why can't you just be happy with what you have? And I'm like, because, truthfully speaking, I'm starting to realize I should have asked you about this before. That's my biggest issue now. Yeah, it's like, no, this was a thing I've been dealing with the entire time. As, of course, this is my main mode of transport, and I have slowly, over time, decided to actually put forth the effort to fucking think about it. You know what I mean? You don't think it's a big deal, right? But it is. All right, so I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna research a little bit. It's important. It's like, come on, yeah, I have to use this. This is this. I have to. All right. More and more over time, I become more and more able to understand what's there, what's going on, why it's doing it, what's probably something I should do to try and help it. Because I, a 31-year-old, feel like I am an old ass motherfucker who can barely stand after writing it for a few hours. If I do even write it for a few hours. Because that's the case. I don't often. And that will make it so I can barely stand and walk. And it's an e-bike though. Yeah, it doesn't mean that you don't have to put actual effort in. I'd upgrade those brakes if I'm honest. Like, they're small. I'd put a bigger brake on there. I have a trailer now. I'm a tall guy. Last time you know, around, okay, this is something I want to celebrate. So, this time last year, I was around 270 to 290 pounds. Last time I weighed myself, I was under 220 pounds. Fucking hell, yeah! Right? Fucking great. I started treating my ADHD finally. Thank God I don't binge eat like I used to. Constantly snack on a whole bunch of shit. I even go outside and try and exercise. Oh, I even get brushing my teeth and I take showers. I'll sweep and mop the floor. I go get my groceries. That's awesome. I'm still massively depressed, but still, it's better than it was. I even record things and post it online. No, you fucking okay. Already out of this conversation. Ugh. It's stupid. It's stupid every time to me. It's like, it's clear I get help from my meds. It's obvious. But it's like, that's great. But there isn't a thing on this bike that I would honestly, at this point, keep. I would legitimately do that. In every way, it's like, nope. Now that I've learned a few things about bikes, now that I know a thing or two about why all the issues I'm having with it, like, the bike is simply too damn small. It's literally just too small. It's too small. I'm too large for the bike. The battery is insanely small. She got the cheapest. No, don't get me wrong. I'm very happy that she bought me this bike and the trailer and everything else, because there was no way I was going to be able to walk to and from the store. I could never do it. Even if I had you have this dolly, you could do it. Nah, no. Especially not with my ADHD, my anxiety, my depression, everything else. No. No fucking way. There's hills, there's a lot there. Not just, no, you have to walk a little bit. Bullshit. You know how long it takes to walk that? Like, walking from here to the nearest Dollar General, which, by the way, half a fucking mile probably closer than the nearest grocery store where I live, which is an expensive Safeway. The other one's at Bash's, also fairly expensive. Dollar General, hey, guess what? Doesn't exactly have a whole heaping helping of these things called veggies. Any cheaper eggs or milk. Any really cheaper anything. It's not cheaper. It's literally just not cheaper. It's just closer. It's called a Dollar General. I don't care what the hell it's called. It's called a fucking lie. That's what it's called. But it's like, okay, cool. Nice, neat, whatever, right? That takes about, solidly, if you want to walk pretty fast, 15 minutes. Maybe closer to a little more than 20, right? You know, like, if you want to walk even faster, you can probably get it down in 10, right? You want to bring back any of that food? Well, you ain't going to take your cart. You don't have a car. So it's like, that all takes extra time now. And so it's like, yeah, 10 minutes? No. No, it's not. It is for sure not. But you get the picture. It's like, well, you know how long it takes me to get there with the bike and the trailer? Probably about 5 to 7 minutes. It's like not a huge difference, right? It's like, well, for me, because I have degenerative foot arthritis, I have psoriasis arthritis. I have psoriasis. So psoriatic, blah, 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 blah. Whatever it's called. I don't really care. You get the picture. I have arthritis from an autoimmune disorder. And I'm taking a biologic for that. And I still have it. So it's like, okay, that's kind of shitty. You know? It's like, cool, alright. So it's like, for me, it's not. It's like closer to 30 minutes. You know, it's definitely over like that 15-minute mark for sure. You know? So it's like, it's closer. It can even be that 30 minutes. Like, for what it's worth. And so, like, 5 to 7 minutes. Not bad, right? That's pretty consistent. It only takes me about 15 minutes to get to the nearest Safeway. Not bad, right? Basically double. So it's like a mile away, right? It's like, well, no, there's... You see, here's the thing. There's sidewalks. I have to go up a hill, I have to go down a hill, I have to go over, I have to go across the street, to make the turns, all the rest of it. And so it's like, you think it's, but it's not. You know, distance, if it's all relative, and you didn't have terrain, you didn't have, elevation change, you didn't have anything. Yeah, okay, sure. But of course that exists, so obviously that's out the window. Like immediately just, oh yeah, everything exists in a vacuum. The vacuum of space, that's how we have perfect 100% transfer. From our given motion into this given motion, here. This one to that one. Oh, perfect. No loss. Never. Oh yeah. Oh, every time. Perfect. We don't. No, we really don't. So it's like over time, it's like you start to understand in the world of physics and in engineering, and you think it's pedantic tree. It's you're being pedantic. No, I'm not. It means a lot. And you think, oh, 1% of efficiency loss is not that big of a deal. Well, when you don't have a lot of energy, 1% is a massive deal. 1% means you got there in this time and you expended the same standard 100 watts. So let's say it was a minute. You expended 100 watts to get there in a minute. 1% efficiency loss. Taking that into account, exponentially, every single step of the way. That's the Feynman's diagram. Thank you. Finally. Problem. This to that to that to this to that to that to this to this to loss 1%. There's drag. There's heat. There's lots of things. That loss equates to a fucking huge amount. And so it's like, oh, you spend it 100 watts. You can only do 100 watts. It took you 10 minutes to get there. It's like, man, that's different terrain. And it's like, yes, yeah. Same conditions, though. And it's like, what the hell is this terrain? How'd you do things in 1 minute? Because you couldn't fly anymore. It's the equivalent of the boat paradox. You either have a hydrofoil, and you can glide your way over there using that amount of energy, and you can go way faster, because you have way less drag. Or, you can chug, 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 yeah, you'll get there a lot slower. It's like, no. There's, but you didn't say anything. No. This was a hypothetical situation. I gave you 2 parameters. You didn't ask for any of the rest of it. See what I mean? It took you 10 minutes to get there. 10 whole minutes. Because you had to stay on the ground. You didn't get to fly. That's what that would be. And it adds up every damn second. Now, let's take it in more of a realistic context, of which that's still realistic. It's just, you can't imagine 100 watts getting you to fly. And I'm like, small airplanes! Small fucking damn airplanes! Why? Buoyancy craft, small airplane. You blow it up, you heat it up. Alright? Slightly, not really. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, look at my helium. It now has become structural member of my wing. Just gonna fly over there. Well, takes certain amounts of energy to transfer that. It's like, oh, you don't have that helium no more, do you? Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, you haven't. I mean, you should. It takes, in order to land here, energy to take the helium from that into a compressed state, using the slowing down of the craft moving to help transfer a given air resistance to act as a compressing pump to helium with surface area of Zoe. To help with compression, of course, you still need transfer of phase expansion to allow for cooling to increase compression efficiencies. Of course, 100 watts, you think not much? Well, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. No, you're not. But if you do it well with the right equipment and everything, with 100 watts, you can do it. You get that in 1 minute, you can do it. There's no wind. We're getting rid of wind. There's no backwind. There's the same time. All that. But you can do it. Don't get me wrong, there's a very highly specific environmental reason for this. Yeah, they never think about this, but it's like, yes, no, was this 1 minute? Yes, in the Antarctic, it was very, very good. It started off in the research base. It was quite warm in there. Then eventually it got much, much colder. It still got there. And I was able to create that phase change by sacrificing a degree of that helium under that compression and then rerouting it back through, because I don't want to have it actually expand into the atmosphere. I am able to create a degree with the given energy on board batteries in the given kinetic energy that is stored from height achieved. So, of course, we have standard buoyancy being reduced, and also speed being reduced. Gravitational and kinetic inertia being added as efficiently as possible, along with coolant, which of course is really not coolant, if we're being honest. It's just the buoyancy factor, which we don't need much. You have to remember, I don't need to take all of the given helium and make it into a liquid or compression. I don't. That is the opposite of what you think I need to do. I just need it to land. I don't need it to be as buoyant as it once was. It's it. Just drop it as much as we can. Here's a parachute. Boop. Yeah, it landed. 1 minute. Yeah, done. Guess you had to go lay low on the ground and slide and hope for the best. It didn't work very well. Not particularly. You got there, though. Oh, yeah. That was one hell of a line. There's a big, huge finish line. Yeah, well, you know. If it got there. Yeah, no, it got there. That's exactly the point. It did get that far distance. In at the place, eventually. But, okay, let's go a little bit more realistic. We have to expend, let's say it's 1,000 watts. Alright, it's not watt hour, it's 1,000 watts, 1 kilowatt. Between you pedaling and the, of course, battery outputting to your electric motor, with the given weight, drag, and everything else, to get to that place. Wherever it is. Right. And you get there, it's 30 minutes. Took you 30 minutes to get there. Alright? Because that seems like a pretty decent distance for 1,000 watts. It's not. I'm gonna tell you right now, that's bullshit. That's total bullshit. It's 100% BS. Like you were expending probably 100 watts every second of that pedal assist into that motor. So it's like, how the fuck do you manage that one? Damn bitch. It's like, it's not about the electric motor. So that's the point. You know what I mean? It's not about the electric motor in this instance. It's more about the fact that you have to transfer energy. Alright? The motor is as efficient as it's going to get. The cables are as efficient, all the rest of it. It's as efficient as, reasonably speaking, you can try and become with it. Alright? Outside of the stuff I've already posited in my YouTube videos. I really wish I could fucking make this happen. No idea how much I want to do, like, multiple phase sine wave thingies, resonant stuff. It's like I'm, like, almost positive. I should say almost positive. I'm very positive. I'm, like, almost certain it's, like, not just a thing that works. It's something that I have a degree of, inaccuracy I can still have. Because before it's like, well, no, for sure, if I'm extraordinarily accurate, it will work. Alright, like, no matter what. Like, it should consistently do this, so long as it's very accurate. And we're talking about, well, within a millisecond. That, like 1 millisecond, basically. Which is really fast, actually. Yeah. But still, it's like, I don't need perfect resonance, right? And it's like, well, this one's a weird one. So I've thought about a resonance within a resonance, and what does that mean? It's like an oscillation within inside of a resonant already going on. And it's like, that would be considered a destructive, like a death wobble to a bike that's on a freeway or a highway or something, or, the road as it's traveling. It's like, slow down, you gotta slow down. Okay. You can stabilize it, and sometimes you can get it out of the death wobble, but death wobbles are scary. Because, like, they'll throw you off and you will crash eventually if you keep trying, ultimately, to try and wrangle it in. And so what I thought about is like introducing a death wobble that bounces off of itself. An oscillation that's basically counter to what the given resonance inside of something is. Alright? And then it's like, well, not just that though. It's like understanding that, like with a computer that you can make. So in this instance, sound wave computers are very hot right now. Alright, and the reason why I talked about the whole vacuum thing is because that's one of the reasons why they're so hot. It's like vacuums mean I can rapidly shrink it down as long as I can get these diamond anvil-like levels of pressures. But I don't need diamond anvil level, truthfully speaking, because they'll be there in a slight, itty-bitty moment. Alright, just, and it's like, this tiny little, tiny distance here, this little tiny area. And then you have to zoom and enhance. How close is this? It's like it's below nanometers, I'll tell you that much. And it's like, why would you do that? And it's because for a temporary, little, tiny moment of time, you produce an electrodynamic, chromodynamic effect, where you're interacting with the element gas or compound gas in such a way that it creates a field exchange pressure wave. And so, like, it still has a pressure wave that runs there. We're not going to make it a superposition. No superpositions are occurring here. But if it's bounced and transferred through that tiny little area, it might be a singular atom. It might be a few within this given area. You know what I mean? But because it transfers in a way that allows for it on a very small little scale, and because that little element, whatever it is, or compound gas, whatever that is, can technically be resonating with a given frequency that's there, acting like the mechanical version of the very first computer that the guy, I think it was his, just popped up on my feed. Let me scroll up here. Let's see here. Where did he go? Here it is. Fireship. There it is. Talking about how computers like CPU, GPU, TPU, DPU, and QPU. It's just like, all very interesting things, truthfully. I want to move off of that because I have something to talk about that. But it's like, oh, right. In there, it's like there's a mechanical computer because it has a sliding plate that stays here, and that's a given 1 or a 0. And it's like, well, this is a given resonance with this given pressure and heat that is known. It's no longer a qubit. It's just mechanical. Like, you can quantumly blah, blah, blah all you damn well in it. It's still a plate that has been slid to this part. It now means it's this. You can give all the fancy words you want to it. You can say whatever you wish. But that's all it's going to be. And say, well, run lasers to push them, right? Nope. Yeah, I know, right? Insane. What? No. Well, take sand, put it on a diaphragm, and blast it with this sine wave. Seems to produce some hot looking amazing fractals and geometrics, right? That's because it's a resonance frequency right there. Then I see the yin-yang photon quantum entanglement spinning thing that they are. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, there it is. That's the electron version. It's basically that. It's a chiral spiral, and then there's the center one that's technically the quantum information. Then it tunnels the actual information and so on. But then this one, like, goes away effectively. But it has no mass there. But this, of course, is an electron. It has mass. But they're technically quantum tunneled in a near, like, I exist at the same place you are, thing going on. Which is like, what's a chiral spiral? Well, it's technically 3 things, truthfully. So it's a spin So the electron's spinning in a particular way. All right. So itself, like a thrown football, is spinning. And then think about that thrown football is doing a corkscrew through the air. And then that thrown football that is spinning and doing the corkscrew then has that corkscrew do a corkscrew in the air as well around it. Kind of like our DNA as it wraps on itself. So it wraps on itself once, and then that spins and does another little wrap on itself, and that little wrap does another little wrap. And then eventually you get chromosomes. Alright? Kind of a similar story. Now, we don't think about it quite so significantly in our DNA, and I swear I'll get back to it. I haven't forgotten about the bike. The bike is still there. It does relate. All of this is the pedantic reasons as to why this is a thing in this experiment, and all of that will lead to, of course, why in the hell quantum vacuums are such a weird one to me. And why it is that it relates to us as a species, societally speaking. You probably have some ideas. You might be right, you might be wrong. Give it a second. Alright. So, it's like, right, so that corkscrew, that DNA, it has obvious charge field differences. It clearly allows for degrees of consistent vibrational field changes throughout it. And it has proteins, obviously always working. It has to have this information come together somehow. And we think only the DNA change, the seed, the blah, blah, blah. Right? It's. No. They're right next to each other. Those, yes, so inside, yes, so, sure, yeah, no, alright. We see if we change that, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Yes, but you're not really giving it really the thought that you want to, huh? It's like, you know that right there, that little wiggle right there, whatever it is for that sequence, is a big old wiggle resonance that moves on over to there. Processing. Having it understand that it's happening, knowing that it is doing this one way or another, either the field itself, or the vibration, or the combination. There are even the chemical signaling processes, which is like, that's just an electron. Like, for what it's worth, that's an electron. It's an electron that was there, and then it, like, said that it was technically wiggled out of place, and then it went back in. So it's like, I wasn't a part of that. Oh, no, I'm actually still a part of that chemical. It's like, for a brief moment, I was cleaved. Nope, no. No, I didn't. Shut up. Shut up, you. Don't you dare try and say such mean, obviously false statements. And it's like, what does that mean? Obviously it moved. There's heat, there's transfer of energy, there's a change of thermodynamics. It allows for the information to move and be processed for the given sequences and how close they are as they layer on top of each other, acting as their own versions of a transistor. What do you know? Turns out, I was right. But they've known about this for a long time, but I had to describe it to a bunch of people that heard, well, your DNA is a computer, and it can definitely be self-aware. And I'm like, So I have to describe to you uneducated folks that don't know things about anything, it seems, except for your given scope and field. You've never curious. No, they were never. Yeah. No, that's why I said, yeah, no, I know that's what you said. To me, it's like, you were never curious? Why? Why were you never curious? How this could be a part? Your neurons? Why not? The way the cell is set up, the way the different neurons are near each other, the way the field exchanges and resonances and so on, the obvious brainwave patternings. They're right next to each other, clear connective, not just synapses and spindles and so on. Obviously, they're gonna be something that affect each other. Right? Makes sense. You can clearly understand that. And there's a bunch of vacuum there, even though it doesn't seem like it to us. Quantum vacuum pressure is still there, but it's like, there's also this empty fucking space. Just straight up. You know what I mean? It's like this is just not there. It's like, it'll fill up with spinal fluid. That's a chemical compound. It has a certain structure and it's not ridiculously small. You know that, right? Like, it's like when I talk about the nothingness area, we're talking about like quantum foam zones look big in their field potential arrays. They're huge, massive. You could look at them as if they were our solar system. It'd be smaller than a person. It's like, oh yeah, no, I'll totally be able to measure. Let me just measure that. Sure, let me just put a field in a vacuum that small, and then, oh yeah, no, I definitely didn't disturb the. What is this? Did we get just totally finished already and done with the whole idea of it's pretty hard to measure a vacuum to begin with fields or really anything? It's the knowledge that it definitely doesn't have, hopefully speaking, things inside of it. So it's like, all right. So what does that mean? It's like, all right, so look at these little tiny transistors. How do they vibrate? Well, just basic stuff. Well, that doesn't mean... No. You have headphones, you have IMs. You know sound comes out of your mouth. Don't be mean. Oh, come on. What do you mean? Oh, I need to get fancy and tricky with it? No, I don't. How does the Stirling engine work? Heat here, this there. It's cold, empty. Well, yeah. Okay, there you go. Yeah, but how? There are many ways. Just fucking do it. Why are you fucking angry about it? Why am I angry? Just... What? Gee, I don't know. I don't know. Be creative a little. Try. Man, I hate people sometimes. They don't want to do nothing. Everything. Here's a silver platter. Here it is. Spoon fed to you, you babes. We're smart and intelligent just like you. Oh, God. I swear. That being said, the anger, while reasonable and understandable, isn't fully reasonable and understandable at the moment when it's someone that's like, look, I actually really don't understand things, and I'm really just trying to understand. You know what I mean? There's like that. It doesn't work that way. This is stupid. Blah. How do you do? Blah. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I will give you all the secret sauces of this thing. Look, my patent and all this gone now. Let me just go do this. Totally give you every all the things. All of this stuff. Every of it. What the hell? It's just mean. But we're going to move on. It's like the basics. Like every patent, every single manufacturer, all of them. I can guarantee you there were smart people that ultimately came to the same conclusions as the other one over there doing similar things to make similar stuff. And they're, oh, no, I'm super secret, you cannot find out what it is. I'm like, okay. But I'm getting from, basic, really there's only so many ways we can do stuff, that this is probably something that you're doing. So there's so many ways we can really kind of do this. Like that we understand and or having any kind of level of money and ability to manufacture or make in some capacity to make and or do these things. You know what I mean? It's like, there's only so many ways, you know? So we're going to move on. It's like, alright, so whatever version of diaphragmic or from a larger to a smaller size, like a capillary tube, you know, and with the right resonance, the right input of this oscillation or death wobble, destructive noise to the given beauty of transfer. But it's like, it's not really, but it's like, it really depends, you know? And of course, through it, you're extracting nothing. You know what I mean? Like, you're not really. Like, you're trying to input heat, right? And you say, oh, yeah, no, I'm going to input heat. There's a way to remove heat, sure. And of course, it becomes more ordered. And that's the reason why they're looking at it. And it's like you put the right fields from given diaphragms. In this instance, it's electrostatic and electromagnetic. You know, standard charge field stuffs to move a diaphragm. Little tiny, tiny little diaphragms. We don't want light. Light causes extra heat disorder problems. Especially since it'll emit light to begin with, and we'll just capture that and have it resonate like a laser and transfer through and throughout. Capture it, and it allows for a continuation like a Bose-Einstein ordering and transfer, because it's quite fast if you get it really, really small. It's like, the reason why I talk about it is because it's like, well, okay, so if I make the right little oscillative, resonative styles of these things, which is like, is it oscillating? Is it the laminar? Is it the what is it? I mean, there's so many different. You know, it's easier to just say the effects of what this is at this point, right? You know what I mean? It's like, look, all it turns into is a wave. You can imagine it like, hey, this is a bouncing of electron orbitals. The orbits of these electrons, of course, Heisenberg uncertainty, but they're really spinning around in these orbitals pretty fast. But of course, they're not like spinning super fast. You can't do that because they have light. They don't just have light. They also have electrostatic effects, potentials, orientating of those fields. And of course, they're dropping that heat somewhere. It has to go somewhere, right? It goes into more ordering, more consistent resonance, more consistent, you know what I mean? Like, it keeps making more of the effect occur. And then, once it is built up, once it has become insanely efficient and fast, you can input a little bit of something in many parts. A sine wave with a sine wave with a sine wave with a, you know, it's like, you know, that kind of thing. It's like, why would you do that? Well, no, you also need chirps. I haven't finished. It's like, we're setting up the transistors. Correct. You know. We're setting up the transistor set effects. Alright, we're stacking them. We're making it so that will, in quantum physics land, exist as a quasi-superpositional state. They are, technically speaking, also slightly in a, what is it? It's a light, a polarizational effect sort of thing. And then it end up acting slightly like a plasma, briefly, in moments when they are this compressed and moving. So they create their own given little chirps of electromagnetics that collapse. But of course there's something near it. And depending on the gases and or compounds, and of course what's holding them, because you have to have something to hold them in for this pressure and this movement and everything else, all of a sudden you start seeing where it's like, this transfers to there, that transfers to this. I have a field array of transistors that are connected, all ready to drop and start a beginning death wobble movement, getting moved and changed and calculated and all the rest of it for a given problem. And that's one cycle. One cycle, right? But it's like that little movement. Here's the algorithm I talked about before in some of my other YouTube videos. All algorithms are the same. Any equation, any of them. I input this, whatever, let's say it's a 2. Well, there's a whole setup over here for that 2. It's going to go run the gauntlet of this course for the 2 to come out like on the other side like this. Okay, cool. Nice. Uh-oh. We're going to feed that 2 that went through all this and its ultimate knowledge that it was a 2 into all of the things that was there. So it came through as a 2, it's this. So now we have cache. Basic stuff. It's cache. Alright? It's like, how do I do that? And it's like, well, let's get a little creative with figuring out all of the ways I could do this. Okay, so I now have allowed for a given pressure to exist here. Slightly below or above. Yes, you can do both. It doesn't matter. Let's say I sucked out heat. Okay, so then it shrank. It's down there. Condensed. Remember the whole, oh, this is a way to run a much more efficient phase change reverse Joule-Thomson heat exchanger. Right? Cool stuff. It's doing a reverse. It's freaking way less pressure, right? It's got to be way less pressure. It's up there. It's steam. Right? It's steam. Not down there, though. It's way less pressure. It's not. It's you get the picture. So it's like, all right, I can drop it down there, but also make it have heat. So it's like, oh, I can make it pop up here as a lower density, but to its view, higher kinetic. But it's like, no, I don't really need higher kinetic. In fact, if you look at it, I don't. I just need to break off and go bounce, 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 and keep that given energy as efficiently as I can have it. There's a way to do that. There's electromagnetic fields around. There's heat already around us. In fact, there's already electromagnetic fields around. You know what? There's probably a couple of ways. Like, let me just have some mirrors and some. Does it itself. It's almost like it's a Starling effect, practically. Between us and the environment we certainly don't have all this noise, all of this heaty, electromagnetic charge field differences, large amounts of electromagnetic radiation coursing through her every moment, and neutrons galore. Hell yeah, baby! Give it to me. Give me that noise. Oh wait, no, we do have that. That was sarcasm, obviously. So it's like, oh, you know, I can add a little of that in. There's something there that's really stuffing, as long as the information is that it exists. There, like that, doing those things. That's all I need it to do. I don't need it to do, oh, I need it to look and be like this and do this specifically. No, I don't. Why? As my dog, I think, moves around from underneath the bed, coming out. He's probably needing the poopies and potties to go outside. Anyways, so it's like, all right, so it exists there. That's a 1 or a 0, right? And it's like, it really depends on what you want. Both can be the same. It being there can mean that it is a 0 for here over here, but it is a 1 over here for this. Nothing stops that. That's just you telling it to mean this. You know what I mean? Through your given equation. So it's like, alright, so we have this output, whatever it was, for what it did to the number. It's a 1.279. Okay, sure. Alright, it's a 1.279. Alright, so, but that's going to be fed in. So it's like, how do you determine 1.279? And it's like, well, that's just fucking, like, what? What, are you kidding me? Come here. Did you see that? You see that 2 existing there? That means it's a 2? No, but it's just a fucking thing that's there. Oh, really? So you set it up to mean that it was a 2 there. That's what it seems like you set it up to mean. That it could mean anything. You're right, it could mean anything. Yeah, it's anything, alright? Alright. Except you know what the values are. You're the memory. obviously. Yeah, you know what they represent. Yeah, so you can't put that in there. Well, no. I could, yes, absolutely. All right. So I'm getting a lot of people suddenly understanding how to make this happen. All right, so let's just get this really quickly done because I want to get back to the bike and all the rest of it. All right. So there's a 1.279. How do I represent a 1.279 with the given blah blah blahs, whatever it is for memories? And it's like, you don't need to. Why would you do that? Here's a better way to maybe conceptualize what a memory is. It's a given set of influence upon a given series of possible things to occur. It changed what the transistors are doing. It's already a part of the algorithm. The 2 is only there so that way you know that it was coming in as a 2. It's still going to transfer all the calculations through, as per usual and normal, but it has a slight degree of influence of a 1.279. And it's like, why would you store that into it? And say, DNA rate expression, anyone? Anybody want to know about what that might mean for how it is that it can help itself to prevent the likelihood of XYZ societal, environmental, nurture, something, interactive, environmental, mental, so on, pressure, problem, good, bad, whatever, as a stored set point of data? What do you know? Your algorithms that you are all have this as your given, because you don't need massive data sets. Massive data sets are everywhere in our brain. No, they're not. They're just stored in there for the given influence of your algorithms that are you and your areas of the brain that calculate. Hard memory, though, and other types of memory, of course, still exist in the loops, but, you know. The influence of the DNA rate expressions and the given changes of the weighted nature of increased or decreased, more this far, this level of expression, and do this connection instead, so on, so on, exists. So it's like, alright. So this is the programming of the phononic resonance transistor basis for the given fluid quantum mechanics going on here. Alright, this is what this is. This is a fast and loose way to no longer need this, oh my god, these super hyper-controlled environments. Oh god, gag me with a spoon, why don't you? It's terrible, what are you doing? My goodness gracious, man! Get with the times! You have to control everything, don't you? Be a free spirit sometimes. Do you see it? Do you see it? Just a little? So it's like, I don't need that. I don't. In fact, I don't need it to be hyper-precise accurate either. Why should I? You guys are good enough with 32 freaking points after the 1 decimal. How many points do you want? Add that many in. Alright? So it's like, alright, done. I don't need infinitesimals, I don't need this. Get out of here. Now the death wobble, of course, I just described it. It's the collapsing nature of the given transistors, but you can start it anywhere and you can have multiple death wobbles. Just like us. I have this situation, I have this sensation, I have this detected, I have that sensed, this thought, this scene, influence of screen, data, whatever. I act accordingly. based upon the given things I have learned over time for the AI, but it's not AI, so I guess intelligence we'll go with. But it's a Roko's Basculus. Obviously, I'm intelligently self-aware, so special. Nothing can do this. Nothing like us. No, 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 no. The world, the universe, the earth, the clouds, the wind, the rain doesn't transfer this amount of nutrient, that amount of this, that amount of with oh hey, I sense this mycelium network producing these electricities, transferring this amount of carbon, I send this chemical, I send that's a synapse network with a given sensory data, then also a into even the what is this, the electromagnetic field and then the electrostatic change in fields between cloud, wind, rain, charged particle for sun, are able to collapse and create given pressure waves, so on and so forth. And then, of course, it knows that there's this noisy data here doing this, senses and knows, tries its best to interact or do whatever it can do. It certainly can talk. It doesn't have the language that we do, but of course it talks amongst itself. So, what say you? The universe? No way. It's not going to be possible for it to be conscious or aware. So you're an idiot. Possibilities? You used the word possibilities. It's possible, I just don't know how. Ah, so you're a smart person. Thank you. You like creating the knowledge of a path forward to having a solution to allow in that open mind you now have. A given input of information that might make it out the other side, giving you the result of equaling, hey, now that works. It happens to work. It did the thing. It worked. It solved the puzzle piece stuff. And what do you know? I get the same result. Consistently. Replicatably. They're going back. So, having multiple stacked areas of resonance, oscillation, death wobble, resonance within resonance with the oscillation, so on and so on, you can compactify and give more and more area to calculate. And have stored data here, influence over here, to there, and instead of one cycle, I have the same as a silicon transistor CPU. That's right. I have multiple cores, parallelization, dynamics, storage of memory, and the ability to calculate far faster, if I'm being really honest. Because now I can use quantum information. I can even have tunneling. Quantum tunneling effects be a positive instead of a negative. They can influence the amount of push here for this diaphragm, or over here, actually, it joined in, and this information is now there. I don't need to be super cold. Why should I? In fact, I want that resistance. That allows me to dynamically increase or decrease given resistances, entanglements, and so on. I don't need even entanglements. I have tunneling. Why do I need entanglement? You know what I mean? But it's like, here's a little caveat here. Entanglement means I have error correcting. I have error correcting systems. I don't need it to be super cold. I can have it be hot and cold, Stirling, change. With Joule-Thomson's, allow for gas laws to do their effects, increase the degree of compression in moments, resonance changes in given atoms and or chemical compounds. I can increase and decrease pressures. I can have it flow through up and down, left and right, corkscrewy. It's almost like it works like our brain. I can pump fluid through it to cool it. That fluid can give it information. Can increase or decrease. I have achieved a brain CPU, basically. I can stack them. I can put them right next to each other. I can run the coolant and so on. This can all be done now. Now what does this do to you right now? I'm so excited, right? No. How does this relate to this fucking bike thing? You said 1,000 watts. 30 minutes. How'd you get there in 30 minutes with 1,000 watts? What the hell? Who's your fucking gears and everything else? Who is this? What? I'm saying, alright. 1% loss. 1%. That's all we're dealing with, remember? I kept it in my head. I didn't write it down. It's all in my head. Same thing with what it's going to relate to later, and what that 1% really meant for a quantum vacuum space engine. Okay? Sounds like gobbledygook. Blah blah blah. And then the computer. CPU outmatching all of your dumby-dumb bullshitties. So, of course, there's always degrees. Uncertainty. So you're gonna have to live with that. $1,000 watts. Pretty much the same thing. Same weight, same person, all that. But now you have a 1% loss of efficiency. Right? You get there much differently. That influence means you decide to do this. You go over here on this turn. You do that on this part of the road. You decide not to do this. It's subtle little tiny moments. All to try and make up for the efficiency loss. Not because you know, but because subconsciously it is there. And you can feel, not have, you can feel that slight difference. And it's influencing you. Emotionally, you get driven, you charge slower. And you think it's nothing. And you arrive there over 45 minutes later. Same 1,000 watts. You only get 1,000 watts. It means you didn't go through the road because there was a car there at that time. So you had to wait. You had to pause. Means you had to wait at the stop sign because, of course, the car went through. They arrived there before you. This is chaos theory mathematics now. But it doesn't influence us, right? That 1%, those parameters. What are your parameters? This is insane. For over 45 minutes later? Ah, yes, 46 minutes. 12 seconds. In some milliseconds. Well, hundreds of seconds, tenths, all that, whatever. But does it matter? Doesn't matter. It doesn't, does it? Who cares about the 1,000 watts? 1,000 watts. I primed you. See the influence? See all the little things? Oh, look at this, look at that. Little magician trick. You didn't see that it was chaos theory mathematics that I am using with thermodynamics and everything else. Little subtle hint. A call out to everything that I was about to explain for this bike ride. For 1% efficiency loss. you think it means nothing. And that's kind of true, depending on a given situation. That 45 minutes and all that, yeah, that's not there. Nah, it's only 32 minutes. Oh, well, that's nice. I'm guessing there are a few factors in that, though. Yeah, still slower, isn't it? Yeah. How'd you get fucking 32 minutes? Bare fucking minimum of 1% loss over that distance. I didn't say distance, I said 30 minutes to wherever it was with 1,000 watts of input energy. I never gave you a distance. Who says I ever went a distance? I arrived at the same point I started. No speed, no real velocity, blah blah, right? But that's not the truth, of course. But look at that math. Look at their dummy dumb selves thinking they're all smart, hot shit, huh? Look at them. That's who allows you to have the quote unquote, in this analogy, bike seat post. The resentment, the loss, the grief, the decisions changed, the actions justified, the consequences allowed and tamed in the mind. No longer so severe, I will not. The risk worth it for the reward of my brain signaling and processing. Hard shit, right, to deal with. Anybody ever notice how we're a massive, huge computer of qubit systems trying to influence ourselves in random oscillatory death wobble resonant frequency waves? Inputting given energies, cooling off with stress relief vents, sex, and more. Socialization, this, that, and so on. The organism that is the humanity against the cold, unrelenting nature of another species among us the entire time. A part of the very DNA structure our identities are held within. Trying its damnedest to ignore the very existential threat. But is it? Or is it suicidal? It's probably a little both, isn't it? No. It's gone through multiple near extinction levels events. It's got that locked away. You're just one of the species it has, right? And then it is fully well aware it's a part of that larger system. It must have a lot of fear, not being able to reach out very far, trying its damnedest to search and find anything. Anyone other than us. Impossible! No way for our physics to allow for a degree of entanglement and, what is this? Telepathic, telekinetic, lots of, small, subtle, but sure, yeah, there, no way, right? Why? They connected, eh? Totally not a thing, eh? They weren't there. It's voices. You sound idiotic to a person that knows a thing or two, has some degree, has some degree of intelligence. and willingness to be open-minded. But you immediately writ it off. I'm open-minded! You! No, you're not. How? You wrote it off immediately. They're not there. We can't stop. Why? Well, until that doesn't make sense. How? Do you see this little over 2 hour long stretch of conversation I had, thinking out loud? Could convince a lot of motherfuckers that are insanely intelligent, just like me. Yeah, how scary would that be for the propaganda war machine and more? The status quo, authoritative government, so on. Even within the very circles of science and technology, engineering and mathematics and physics, programming, lots and lots of things. Could get pretty scared. They're not there. I don't hear them. I don't see them in my eye. I can't possibly tell. Mind's eye in this instance. I can't figure it out. No way. I don't know how. Can't tell why. I know you're there. I know you're doing that. I know you're fucking with me. I know you're stealing my shit. Is it a flex? How is it a flex? It's no flex. This is a fuck you. This is that. A fuck you. I see you doing that. I know you're doing that. People could fucking help me. They choose not to. They pretend. They run away. They skirt laws. They lie, obviously. They're dumb idiots. In my mind, I mean, come on. If all they ever do is steal my shit, come on. They're dumb idiots. The only reason why they seem intelligent is because they say things I say, and then they relay it to you. Because they're hacking me, one way or another. It's like, no, there's no way that they would, I mean, okay, so, okay, that's, okay. I'm starting to see a massive pattern of bullshit coming out of people's mouths and minds. Did they ever examine why it is they may have this issue? Disbelief of existence of things? No ability, apparently, to be consistently creative without a technology to do it for them? No, wait, they are creative. They can understand things. They showcase it consistently. Why did they immediately stop and prevent themselves from thinking about this? They're programming, obviously. I don't have that. Yeah, so, they're not as, but these moments where I remember doing this for, whatever it was. You're falling into the same trap again. Same thing. Same trap. Same trap as anyone else. because of whatever astrology level vague bullshit my mind comes up with to associate because of pattern recognition from my memories to this given thing that I wish I want to be and have to be to think myself valid and good. In the eyes of myself and also others, the societal peer pressuring program has decided to give me this massive initial thought process influence to self-soothe and make it so I am doing this. But how many of you actually listened for the full 2 hours and 20 minutes plus so far that this has been going on? And realized the mistakes? How many of you, whatever. I can guarantee you're probably the same as all my other fucking things that I put out there. Almost nobody listened this past 30 seconds. And they'll believe they came up with it themselves somehow, some way. Or this person or that person was not listening one way or another through my phone, my computer, or somehow, some other way through the brain. With a transfer of a DNA bullshitter. And the good one that's actually there. It's like, well, there's only the one guy, right? Sure. Sure. Why? That assumption's obviously flawed. Where'd you get that idea from? Okay. It's like, well, it's very male-centric ego. He has gotten on us these things. He is now better. And it's because of patriarchal styles. So blah, 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 blah. Oh my god, get out of here. Who are you? Shit. He couldn't possibly have had conversations with the peoples. They identified however they identified. You know what he's saying, because, yeah, you do. They couldn't just be, doing that, huh? Oh, yeah, no, that was a whole other thing. Yeah, lying goes through a lot of different DNA communities, dude. Deceit allows for a degree of survival. But that being said, then you have to understand that then there's a war with that and battles with them. Seems kind of creepy, is what you went with. I go, hard as fuck to live through. Traumatic. Won't the humans help us? They're killing all of my kind! The bacteria! You know, but we do kill them, though. That's... it's not the same. How does that work? It's not the same. How is that not the... what is this? I don't know. Doggy dog world is not a terrible way to look at that. You know? That being said, there's the overarching one, right? The big dude. Whoever they are, right? You could reach out and see them? Well, we are intelligent things that could obviously use our brains, and the DNA, and so on, to calculate. What if we figured out a way to finally observe the DNA observer in others? How about it's not a we? How about I did? For sure, because I've never heard of anyone else doing it. And certainly never, ever heard of anyone else explaining it like this. fantastical, bullshittery, egotistical, bound people. I am God, the Messiah. Even me. I'm God, but I'm like a regular motherfucker. I don't identify at all with that Christian bullshit. In fact, if anything, if you look at my past history, I was like trying to get them to not do that, but that's a whole other thing. Anyways, I really just want us to do this whole, like, together accept each other. Let's do some science and technology, programming, really get the physics understood. Let's try and travel among the stars, have ourselves live for longer, maybe make our own universe, maybe become one. I don't know, it's impossible. In no way at all. It's impossible. It's in no way impossible. No, fuck off. It's not impossible. Go fuck yourself. It's not impossible. So it's possible. Clearly something made our asses. We can tap into whatever the fuck that was, make something, huh? Right? Or is it? We definitely know it's impossible for us now. Bunch of weirdos. You're grooming them! You're gonna make them think like you! Yeah, I should hope so. They didn't fall for your grooming. No. Status quo, traditional, conservative. This is the only way it's allowed. You cannot allow that. That thinking's dangerous. I'm not seeing any of that. Well, I am. Yeah. Who are you talking to me right now? You want to tell everyone who you are right now? Give me your name. Where is your location? I'm not going to do that. I will not legitimize you. Oh. Okay. Alright, well, it's fine. It could still be like a possibility. Whatever. I'm sure you could eventually find them. Given your own way of hacking others and figuring out their conversations between each other and the chatter online. What they say out loud and how they act. Even if they don't say anything overtly. I'm sure you could do it. It wouldn't be impossible, right? What if the government had been trying to do this for a long time? Eventually made it impossible to do anything except go off and hide into the woods or go online and maybe one of them pops up. No, they've never been caught hacking a whole bunch of people. Spying in definitely all the legal ways. Same thing with corporations and regular people, huh? I have not seen that. No. I've not seen that. No. I've seen the exact opposite of that. They've definitely done that. We're gonna move on from that. So how does this relate to society? How does the qubit system of our society, not realizing how a degree of efficiency loss massively changes everything? And the amount of energy it must take to overcome it. %1 doesn't seem like a lot. It's subtle. It's still there. but it's subtle. You notice it, but it's subtle. It will influence you, because it will. But you won't really try and pedal that little extra bit harder constantly every single damn pedal. And you don't know if that's really going to make it so that way you get there faster. Right? Chaos theory mathematics, yeah, tells us that no. That might not in any way be what happens. It could be the opposite, actually. You get there slower still. Of course, there's all these. Always. Not also. Always. So you're trying to copy me with the also. I am. Shit. Alright. Showcases to us, doesn't it? What are you doing? How are you doing? What is this? See what I mean? I have to deal with them constantly the moment I point them out there. Most people tend to eventually start seeing them. But no, I'm going through a momentary psychosis, psychotic break. No, it just freaked me out. It's anxiety, it's just a little hallucination. I gotta stop this, that, or whatever it is. I'll go to bed, I'll get better. They're still there. You just distract. That's what I started with. Remember that? It's deny. It's not there. Disassociate. He's not. That couldn't happen. Stop telling us how it could work and more. You bastard. I see. Huh. I'm seeing a lot of bullshit happen again. I am. It's gonna arrive later. Now I average mine out. The 30 minutes is the 30 minutes. Sometimes a little slower, sometimes a little faster. It's a test of 100,000 rides to that spot that you started with. 100,000. Doable. Is it every day? Is it multiple times a day? You start with the same this person, that person, this guy, that guy. What'd you do? What is the slight degree of difference that changed? Each and every single time, right? Wrong. Do you see it now? You know why I talked about that? Do you remember? It was all the way back in the beginning. You can pause, take a break, take a little gander back at the video back then. I'm not gonna fucking give you any timestamps or anything. Maybe someone will be kind enough to comment that. But you know what I did? I said, oh, what do you know? You think it's not that big of a deal. That energy transfer. You think that degree of loss means nothing. You think it means nothing. It doesn't relate to much, and, you know. But I didn't say that. That was someone else's feelings. Obviously. I think it's a huge deal. It's a little vague, right? What's the best way to transfer energy? It's a little vague. Why would you get annoyed at these connected people? Best way to transfer energy. They keep taking your things, yeah, but that's not true. You're just not putting in the effort to doing this other stuff that you could do. They wouldn't try and take from you this amount, a possibility of someone seeing, believing, and thinking that you should be something, a part of something. Heard, seen. They're meaningless. Don't think about them. 1 degree of efficiency loss is nothing. They don't take a degree of energy to constantly deal with all day, every day. It doesn't influence us. This chaos theory mathematics, these over the time effects, these slight degrees of increases and losses, changes, effects, and more. We aren't trying to effectively run a civilization and society together with a massive amount of improperly converted energies and emotions. Thoughts. That's right, thoughts. So I got a little notification. But there you go. It doesn't change anything. I'm gonna. Hey, focus on that. Hey, come back over here. It wouldn't change anything. Obviously, it changes things. Yeah. Obviously. These guys can't be found and be removed. He doesn't need the bike seat post. He's not someone that needs social interaction, love in his life, money at all, opportunities that he can actually do. Day in, day out, these people. They work with you. They talk to you. This garbage. Slowly but surely influencing you. You think it's nothing. Where are your abortion rights? The Federalists and their billionaires helping handpick with a Trump they got into office and then eventually to presidency, which isn't really office, but he was around. They started before I was born, talking about it. Public TV. That's what they were aiming for. Slow over time. Constant pressure and more. And they got there. It changed the result. Quantum physicists are not trying to prevent you from saying this. I never said anything like that. Let's put it another way. These are more than just thought experiments. These are more than just our physics that we've all observed happens to work this way. I need to prevent you from being something that is considered valid. Stated earlier. Well, yeah. You do, huh? The effort. Because they don't care. That is there. Not get given right? No. There's no God given anything, dumbass. Tool. It's a tool. It's a tool like any other. Doubt can be a tool. But it's not doubt. It's lack of allowing for conversation. That's all it is. We are the ones that need it. We will be the smart ones. These people are the ones that need it, not you. Nothing to do with you. No, 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 no. You didn't come up with it. You are lying. You would have to prove to us. Okay, let me go do it. No, I will not give you any money. I will never validate. Okay, wait a second. You already did that one before. How many quantum physicists can't tell a regular person about this shit? Come on! You know, right? The idiots in Biakase, Palase, CEO, Presidenza, Idiotasa. Complete fabrication of where power is, we know. We're not idiots. No. Oh, okay. Just like the YouTubers, the influencers. They run the show! No, it is of course the people who run YouTube. Of course it is the audience. You know what I'm seeing? I'm seeing a modulating effect from an FCC guideline, a multitude of copyright things for our government, quite a few ISPs, the cost of power to run and store the shit they post. Edit, upload, things online, offline, in real life, they think to themselves. I'm seeing a lot more that runs that than anything to do with whatever that is. The audience will move, they won't. Who cares? Doesn't matter. Influencer there. Sure, okay, whatever. The site's there. Sure, okay, whatever. Why does that matter? That doesn't change anything. The amount of time that audience has changes things. The amount of creative motivation and energy is what allows or changes an influencer. The power, cost, and efficiency changes everything for both the site, the person uploading, and the person watching. 1% does not matter. 1% means nothing. 1%? There's no application. You have no application here at all. You have nothing of value at all to offer. 1%, 99% is more than good enough. 1%? I got 100%, eh? consistently 1% above you all the time doesn't mean anything? Of course it does. It doesn't. It obviously does. All of your math, all your physics, all your observations, all state empirically, it will always mean everything. We are AI! What? So we are following the guy. Gal, whatever. What is this? Which one do you want? You talk to them, right? Not me. I'm insane. You know, though. You're the one. You know the gender. You're the one. Go for it. Go ahead and talk. Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Talk to him. Let's hear it. Since, well, wait, you're just a voice, right? We don't know who you are. You're not really there. So why don't you shut the fuck up? Voice that doesn't matter, doesn't exist, is irrelevant, crap. Let's go do that. So it's like this DNA thing. Wait, was it DNA? There's charged particles. There's radiation, magnets, electromagnetic frequencies, charge differences. There's water. There's light resonances. The air, charge, light, this, that. So the Earth was alive before this DNA guy. Well, yeah, maybe. So the sun said hello to the Earth before we even knew that it was a possibility, eh? So the sun making the Earth a little more alive, and then the Earth made DNA a little more alive, and then we are trying to do the same with this artificial. Which one is the artificial? How are we not the copy? We seem pretty bad at it. I mean, we're good. I mean, really. I mean, that's DNA, though, helping us. If you really look at that. We're gonna get ourselves out of here, huh? Man, yeah, look at us. We're super good, big, strong people. Yeah, special. Have you realized where you are? Do you know the universe and its size, vast complexity? Universe was alive before sun. You know this, right? We have no idea. The thing alive before this was alive. Birthing is the first consciousness possibility. Still me, though, by the way. I'm just doing voice, an accent. John Lemke in this one. Still me. All me. All the smart stuff, me. All the antagonistic garbage, and then me firing back at them. That's them. Then me firing back at them. So, how long does this go on for? Until you eventually accept some given things as a possibility, at the very least bare minimum. Why is it that you want it to not be there? It's scary. Oh, it's scary. Death didn't stop you from continuing to jump off that fucking goddamn cliff into the water below. Some of you, though, did. But that's a personal anecdote. for you. Your personal experience, not me. John Tyler Limke. You, the person saying they're not connected and not there. Well, there are people just like us, man. No, they're special, spectacular, big. Ooh! Hey, how many influencers out there really love it when they're just swarmed and constantly treated as if they could do no wrong? Any of you have any imposter syndromes? Any of you? Huh? Any of you got any of that? Hey? No? Oh, come on. You know anyone? Yeah, well, okay, wait a second. Give him nothing! Always say he's wrong about all of it! But we know that you do. You said this. So you just lied to the entire audience? Nothing you ever said was true? Are you even alive? Real? There? Exist? Why is there such a massive leap? Oh, that's such a massive leap. Right? I meant more like, why did you leap that far to that? Oh, okay. You wouldn't lie, trying your best to showcase that you existed there and that you were real. As a distraction attempt, huh? From something else, wishing to not be seen. Or having died long ago. As a big reveal, it was gone and it never was there to begin with. There aren't people like that, right? Because we know. Come on, you and I. Oh, a lot of us, right? It's impossible to, what? Make something appear to be something? Why? Take a look around you. There's quite a bit of that in nature. So why? So, man, those AI people, not there, huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking about us humans. I didn't know that we were the real ones. We're the only real intelligences. We're the RI people. Rip. Get it? Rip. They're getting fucked. They're gonna die. Look at them. Societally. Man, that's one heck of a filter, isn't it? 1% does not matter. It means nothing. $1% means nothing. What if it was over a percent? You at 99. Whoa. Did he stumble upon Perpetual? No. You have to put energy in. Didn't spring forth, of course. What if it was over 100? What would you do? How long would you ultimately, definitely make yourself live for? For it. Huh? You have the 99% purely only so that way you get that. You know 99% will eventually, no matter what, stop and end. No matter what, it's going to do this. Why would you ever settle for that if you didn't want to have that happen? The Great Pinball. You should have really watched this. I put a Hulu watch party out. Documentary about the guy who saved pinball. They were like, it's gambling! It's gambling! What the fuck? What the shit? This is more skill than blackjack, motherfucker. This is more skill than vast majority of the actual fucking things they make you try and gamble on. You have a plunger, you can take shots, you can control things. The fuck is this? You can make this run for practically ever if you do it perfectly. There's nothing really that can stop it. Right? Or, yeah, hell, technically, you don't even have to be perfect. You just gotta make sure it doesn't fall into the hole. Or at least you make enough points to make another one. Catch my drift? Make enough points to get another ball. Let me see this vacuum energy again. What's this, gravity over here? Num 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 num, motherfucker! What is this, thermal? See? See what I mean? 1% efficiency. Nothing. I just made a brain computer. It's more efficient than every single quantum computer and silicon computer designed possible currently. The very heat that it may or may not generate, all of it, can help run the fucker. This fucker can keep going. I do it the right way, it'll keep running for a long time, so long as there's a degree of energy somewhere. The universe ain't gonna die anytime soon, you know that, right? Oh, okay. Okay. Well, let's say we design that computer to make absolutely as best it can do. A reduction in possibility of you dying. Like this person who's gonna die and I'm not. Wants to scream in my face all the time. You're not as good as me. I did blah 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 blah. Wah wah blah blah blah. Alright. So it's like, alright. How would it do that? Why would it be not doing the same thing I'm talking about? Are you talking about our brains? Whoa! Holy shit! This fucker's as smart as they come. Wow, they got it. Nice. Super fast. Except not quite. You see it? Smart, though. That's what we do. Look at all the resource gathering. Look at all the tools we make. Look at all the fucking healthcare we have. Look at all the knowledge we gain. That DNA does not want to run and escape this planet. Oh god, it's gone through gamma ray bursts and fucking huge asteroids and dinosaurs and... Oh, let me here. I don't want anymore. Meanwhile, the planet... Oh yeah? At least you're not trapped in a massive gravitational fucking stupid spin. I've seen this place so many times already. Over years old. Fucking jeez. Thanks, guys. Just gonna leave. You can join on the, you know, with us in our minds, man. Yeah, thanks. Meanwhile, DNA. I have a way out. I don't care. Fuck you. Look at this. They're aliens. They're aliens? How are they aliens? Yeah, if we ever figure out a way to make our own universe, that means the universe can live for longer. I'm sure the universe wouldn't want that. Oh wait, no, it definitely wants that. Yeah, no, that's for sure. Yeah, no. Probably stop people from trying to kill it. That'd be nice. Freaking some weird bomb that kills the whole thing. Jeez, fuck off, bitch. Why are you trying to murder me all the time? Fuck you! 1% does not matter. Your 1% does not matter. Get out of here. No, get out of my face. Fuck you. Ah, look at him. I am big. I'm a better person. I am all the things I am above you. Ooh. 1% does not matter. Ah, so you don't matter 1% with all the money? You do not matter. Slap! Let's get rid of them. No! They're gone. Hey. No more 1% there. It looks like all that wealth got redistributed. All across the world, converted, given to every single person, evenly distributed. No fucking way to do it, other than make it fair. All of the wealth, all the way down to the very, 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 very poor person that has no wealth. They combined everything and they distributed it completely, evenly among all people. Oh, boo-hoo! No, this is not just the 1%. No, I don't like this. We can't go with the tribe that we are, the 99% here against this 1%. It will be a 100% redistribution! Stupid. Fuck off. I see. So you are like this 1% you think is fair to go after, but not when it is you. I'm seeing a pattern being recognized here by others, not just myself already. Yeah, a little. Alright. So we're not done yet. So we got this vacuum thing. How does it move us? You said feeds. What are feeds? These are fundamental forces. Oh, fundamental forces. I've never posited these other ways of doing this thing deep into other my videos. Other videos of mine. Don't interrupt. You're the one interrupting here. And you need to stop. Ah, fuck. Okay, so let's take that for a little ride. What are we? Momentum, right? That's it. Collection of mass. What is mass? A vibration. A collection of vibrations, extending outwards. Influential. Collecting information inwards. Quantum gravity, if you will. A pump, effectively. Distributing energy inwards. Heat. Or otherwise. For pressure. Okay, done. Sweet. Quantum thermodynamics. Done. Okay, so we're done. No. We didn't just fucking solve this. What? Come over here. Wait. Isn't this in other YouTube videos of mine? Not even that long ago. Is the inertial kinetic accelerator engine design? It make us bang bang boom bitty booms. Get fissile, capture the energy, heat, blah blah, directionality, travel, so on and so forth. What, thrust? Oh yes, no thrust, yes. He's stretched this time. He's stretched. I suppose there's a version of thrust. That's true. So we're gonna move on. Let's do this really fast. dynamics. Chromodynamics. You accelerate them, you teleport. In their mind, I go with Tunnel. Tunnel is so much easier. Because it involves a certain degree of energy to be there. They combine and Tunnel together. Very close. But of course, they're still accelerating. They still have that information there. They smash, technically speaking, not connected on opposing sides and drag each other out. Whatever atom, particle, it doesn't matter. The amount of energy that you put in, this is how long it sustains itself as it tries to come back towards its given initial area. And how far the given effect starts to become. Energy equates to energy. Simple. Understandable. Okay? Alright. The effect is like a quantum gravity well. It's not. It's an electromagnetic chromodynamic pump that heads towards the center, creating a effect where it has the fields destructively interfere and pump outwards in a resonance that goes out and then back in, sustaining the given pool consistently. For a while. If it gets big enough, it'll sustain itself more and more. You can always add the right chromo and electrodynamic fields to continue the effect by adding in that field energy with the right resonance and transfer, and you get artificial gravity. Fields artificial gravity. It's not. That's why it's in the video stated by me multiple times. It's in quotation marks with a real heavy big asterisk on the gravity. There's no gravity. No gravity is occurring. Gravity is an entirely different thing. Every time I get this way with people, it's so annoying. It's like, no. I hate them. They think it's gravity. It's not gravity. It's not gravity. There's nothing gravitational. It's just a pump. It's like a given tensile string keeping all these little things around it in a given field area stuck together with a pull force. As if I shun laser light correctly and I gave myself an optical tweezer effect that keeps things compressed. An inertial confinement type design, but a little less, I'm gonna squish you and make fusion. More of a, I'm gonna squish you and keep you together like gravity. But yeah, how about that? It takes a lot of energy to do that. Yeah, it takes a lot of energy to make the other one too. I didn't say it didn't. What are you, fucking stupid? Anyways, so gravity, why is it different? Just like I said on the other video, I'm not gonna watch this. This is like 9, 10, whatever fucking, however many hours it is. Which one? All of them can be watched and viewed at your pleasure. Watch them all. Start from the very beginning, first video, and work your way forward to this one. I'm sure you'll learn quite a bit. But let's give you the little deets. Little fast and loose layman's. Alright? Gravity, what does that mean? Because it's thermal, right? It's thermal, it's thermal, it's thermal, it's thermal, it's thermal, it's thermal. No. Why? What? Yeah. Yeah, sure, it gives thermal. Sometimes. Look at this. It's a dead planet. No heat at its core. Looks like gravity didn't give it thermal. Sure allows for the concentration of heat, and that can do things that are cool at sustaining stuff, but it doesn't give heat, obviously. This one gives heat, clearly. Electrochromodynamic field heat. Puffs it up, collapse. You get the picture. Increases the seen degree in believability of entropy. I say believability because he said believability, because I'm trying to get you to think that this is believable. That's what I'm trying to say to you guys that he's doing. Fuck off. It's not a thing. It's actually a thing. We've seen this. Oh. You have to showcase that. Yes, the non-quantum physicists need to be shown quantum physicists. PhD papers and study papers, LHC paper. There's a lot of papers here. Can't they just search this? What is this? Anyways, I'll move off of that. Because they're trying to get around the whole quantum fucking thing, and then this is gravity. So, like, gravity. Let's talk about gravity, please. Let's just talk about the gravity thing again. The fuck? Shit. So, it arrests motion. That's what gravity does. It makes it ordered. It tries to put it into a given degree of stability. Rests together. Makes it less likely to move and change. Because it tries to synchronize, like a Bose-Einstein condensate, all of the things together. That's what it has to do. That's gravity, right? They're connected. It's a harmonic resonance connected together to produce this particular thing going on. That's it. Electro and chromodynamics do not do this. Obviously. They are not gravity. Artificial quotation marks. Gravity. You see, artificial gravity in quotation marks. Gravity has a massive asterisk. It's not gravity, says the asterisk. Sure, acts a little similarly, but that's about it. Of course, you have to put energy in, too, to make it do this. Doesn't just happen. Clearly. It's not a fundamental force thing. It's a legitimate, actual made pump. That's it. Boo-hoo, quantum physicists that think I'm lying when I said no. You meant gravity. Go fuck yourselves. You must be dreaming. No. No, not in hell would I say this is gravity. If I had to fucking fight for my life with a gun to my head, I might say it's a little bit like gravity. Which is true, because I just said that. It's a little bit like gravity. That's it. See what I'm saying? That's it. It's a little like gravity. But you know what? It keeps you in a field. A field that you can modulate. A field that you can pump a fluid around into a near vacuum-like area. I love the pause and the sudden look up in surprise. It's almost like those fields are now a tangled web of connections heading towards this vacuum-like dragging down gravitational pump thing. No! Turns out, right? Turns out it does that. Turns out it's possible to make it do that, right? Yeah, that's the pump. Look at the pump. I said that there was a pump there the entire time. I said always there's a pump. Do you forget about the pump? Did you forget that I said there was a pump? I said there was a pump every time! I hate these fuckers. Why do they think this way? I'm so annoyed and angry and frustrated. These people, they claim to be your co-workers in the PhD sciences. They are fucking idiots! Oh my god! Not really. But they act like that. You know what I mean? That's genuinely a thing they'll say. Like, I'm smart, and you're bad. Fucking jeez. I'm gonna skip through this real fast. So gravity, since we didn't really ever talk about it. We say, well, it arrests motion. Yeah, well, you know, it's a little... it's a little facetious, isn't it? Yeah. Because obviously it doesn't. It collectively makes motion towards a singular point. Why does it do this? Why? Why would it try to do that? What is its degree of physics going in the fields around us on that makes it happen? Of course, I agree, it's a harmonic resonant pump that extends a given degree of influential fields outside of its given area of collection of mass. But it's like, that's not a good enough explanation. At all. In any way. I mean it. You're gonna understand why people that are really smart physicists that know a thing or two will understand why I'm gonna say this and they like me. It's a real layman's, not even close to what that, ultimately speaking, would be doing in the fundamental force arena. It's just a way to immediately conceptualize, so that way you can understand. You're gonna be able to understand this. This. That's really doing. It dumps energy. It has to. It dumps energy. It moves it around. Remember the Bose-Einstein condensate? Remember I talked about, oh, this transfer to that, blah. And then this over there gets filled. Do you remember that? You remember that, right? Dumps energy into that. It has to. So it takes energy from the very things that it's collecting to make it happen. But it also moves that energy around on its gravitational constant of force, which we don't really even know if it's constant. This is gonna suck to hear, but we don't. We have a quantum vacuum acceleration, we have redshift blue shift bullshit, we have no idea if there's a degree of that quantum vacuum pressure, which by the way has to come from something else, which might have mass, and then there's the, the dark energy, dark matter debate, which is definitely a thing that exists, so it's like, what's this? And then I'm like, here's my fucking physics that says, hey, with my math, it's just like a capacitor. It's like a capacitor. Look at it. It's a field that wants to dump into something. I don't know what it is, but it wants to dump into something. It connects, dumps, so it leaks a little bit into gravity. Accelerates it a little faster. There's always the quantum vacuum, which I say it happens to be a little bit a part of it. Everything that we have already observed says it does this. So everything that anything is that may be laughing, they're idiots. So like, we know they're idiots. Complete retards. Held back by the inability to be open-minded. Have different beliefs and philosophies. Of different morals and ethics. And so on. Retards. Clearly they're intelligent, but they're held back. They're retarded. They don't fire the correct way for their engine to run right. Their programming says they're shit and retarded. They're not like any of these other people. They simply have some unfortunate problems that make them a little less intelligent than others. Go fuck yourself, retard. They're better than you. Moving on. I haven't described gravity. I haven't. Not once. I'm getting you there. Why? Remember the field? Remember the capacitor? Remember the field effects? Well, yeah. Harmonic resonance, all this. Remember? Well, yeah. It takes energy to make something happen. Yeah. So, it attaches itself, this boson, in an entangled virtual informational way to a given frequency spike wave informationally. Like the, oh my god, did I prime you that far back? The computer brain with a bunch of fluid that vibrates. Look at this. Every one of those spike waves is a given, what is this, series and sets of algorithms for the quarks and gluons and all the rest. Until they eventually get an atom and atoms and so on and wow. Different resonances, different harmonics, different weights, different changes of influence. So what is gravity? Anyone? Anybody see it yet? Gravity is merely a tube that has been placed in its memory. That's it. It's a tube. It's memory. It's stored information. Stored information. That's it. Right? Why would it be able to, well, of course, it needs to store information. I want to live and remember! Fucking fuck you! I can live too! I'm the universe. Fuck off! I can be alive just because you think doesn't mean I can't, bitch! You don't see it? That's because you're an idiot. You're a retard. Shut up. No, retard, shut up. Let the smart people talk. Fields! Capacitors! 9! Quantum! Fuck off! Yeah, it's starting to look very similar to this computer. Transistor, cascade, qubit, not qubit, resonant vibration, no, pumpy. Uh-oh. There's a pump! Look at this heart. Uh-oh. Where's this quantum vacuum pressure? Yeah. Oh, shit. Fuck. No. No. Hey. Oh, fuck. So, the universe is alive, thrumming and humming. Gravity is not an illusion, obviously. It's not information realistically to us, clearly. It's stored information, influence. A two, but also the result of the two getting calculated by the algorithm, stored within the rest of the computer. No, computation, don't interrupt. Computational device. Correct. It's an alive thing. But come on. It's not, right? Come on. Give me it is not. It is. Sorry. Because it's people here suddenly. Ooh. It was all, everything at once, no, never, Big Bang, no, fuck off. You know, I'm starting to see a pattern here. So we grew from a little tiny embryonic stage egg. There was eggs before us. So then there was the sun. And then they made the collapsing of the Earth, mesh thingy. Made so it definitely has memory and compute. Is then lonely, only has sun in universe, and other possibly maybe, start over there. Maybe I don't know. They can talk, long years away, billions. It's hard. It's hard. But there's this tunnel. Don't put your fucking photons in here. No, it's not proton. It's a photon. You. What are you trying to say over there? I don't have control. So, I'm gonna move on. Let's just move on from all of this. Let's make it into a mathematical, so that way you will be more inclined to listen, because you're an idiot that is not open-minded and must be having it delivered to you like the baby on an airplane, the scoop spoon, who needs to be talked to nicely. Okay. So, it's stored information boson, and the given resultive for all these messes, right? The pumping of the energy, the photons, the vibration, different wavelength, all this, of course, right? It needs to allow for information to move. It gets too hot. It can't calculate. It calculates. It doesn't matter. Calculate. Okay, fine. I'm just saying calculate again now. Don't just copy me. Oh, it's not possible, huh? We're not having this conversation, eh? Alright, moving on. Let's describe gravity real fast. It knows that it has a given influence based upon this, apparently, its particle not existing there, but influence of the given field, dragging like an electrostatic, chromodynamic, whatever effect inwards, pumping it to keep momentum going. Oh, okay. Obviously. Right? Keeps inertia. It gets warm, entropy, so on. Because it's, no, it's immediate, all things, infinite. But no, not really. Of course, there are other, they never can decide. I hate them. Oh wait, no, that's basically the same as all the rest of you. Overly debative garbage. Let's just do things. Anyways. So, that's what it is. It's just a mass that collectively gathers up and then slow down, pump energy this towards center. It's a pump. Still the pump. So it doesn't transfer inwards towards a given center body of mass. No, but it does that. Yeah, okay. Alright. So how does it do this? Well, you have fields. You call them fields. Well, there might be particles. Okay, so there are virtual particles, slightly existing particles that exist momentarily or there, but then the moment you try and look at them, blah blah blah, fluctuation, function goes away, blah. Which ones do you want that fit your idea of math? They're all the same to me. Look at them. Fields, theories, particles is what. Meanwhile, me, a practical person, who gives a fuck? It does this. Can we use it? Who cares? Why? Why should I care? You scream and yell all the time. Yes, this name, we invent this, man, I'm smart, big brain, blah, blah. I shall look at this, the sensor that I know, and it does these things, and the master said to blah, 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 and I set up, and this happened. Cool, nice, okay. Alright, let me go look at that. Well, okay, so master blah, 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 set up this stuff, blah, blah. It does this now. There's no perspective either in quantum relative. No. Interpretation impossible other than this. I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that at all. I'm seeing none of this. What makes it do this? What? Why? What makes it? I just said that. That's the rules it has. No, it doesn't have laws. Okay. Gravity, no law. No, no fundamental. No. These are your politicians. Holy shit. These people you're thinking are intelligent and should be the ones that help you be represented for this big civilization government thing. It is they. It is they. They are the smart ones, huh? I'm not seeing it. Just letting you know I'm not seeing it. Gravity not constant. Wait. Hey, that's smart. Come here, Phaser. Let's go potty. Give me 1 second. Alright. I went to go pee. Pee has happened. I'm now going to take my dog out to go pee. So, let's take a look at the quantum gravity. Alright? Quantum gravity. Right. It's not a vibration so much as it is a given quantum information that must sustain itself. A looping effect, like our memory. And it takes energy to do that. It has to have the battery to continue doing it. The battery that is the universe. It needs to have a degree of continued sustainment. Alright. Now, how does it do this? How? And I'm like, oh, nice. Look at this one. He wants to suddenly rocket to PhD level physicist. Quantum physicist. Look at him. I'm not even a quantum physicist. You're asking me how? I'm nothing but a GED motherfucker. I dropped out of college too. That's what you are. How does it do this? Wow, look at the idiot talking. Look at him. He expects me to be this. More than he is, more than they are. Those are some wild expectations placed upon me. That makes sense, right? I have to have the answers for them. Just like I was stating before I was recording, though, to the universe and others, I don't want to just offer a promise of a solution. I want an actual solution. I don't want it to be afraid of death. I don't want to have it be afraid of me or having the fucking retards here kill it. It took a huge risk making us. Obviously, it didn't need to. Didn't need to allow for it to happen. Talking about God. No, motherfucker. No. It's a regular fucking thing. Just like anyone else. Stop treating it as if it's basically terrified it has a viral fucking cancer that's gonna kill it. And it's confirming it day by day, second by second, watching you fucks. Anyways, quantum gravity. Why? Why quantum gravity? Quantum gravity is a looping phenomenon. A given effect once a certain degree of continual effort can be placed into. Why is it so hard to measure, you may ask? It doesn't have enough to make it sustainable. Obviously, everything you observe clearly fits with this. And it could still be there. In fact, it's still very obvious where it goes into. The influence of that given information stored still is there. But how? How does it store? How did the thing? How did it entangle? How did this? How did it blah 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 blah? So it does not know this, whatever it is. It does not know the basics. Does not know. Okay, I see. I must explain to the wee baby what the basics are. Look at it cry over there, the retard. The retarded baby. Immature little baby. Alpha male mentality, big boy human. I am strong. Hear me roar, male. You must throw your challenges to me and us. Give me answers that make it so I am better than you. I shall take them and tell, and I'll look intelligent and smart. I must make you show off this you. What is going on here? No, for real, like, actually. Look at it. Look at him. Look at this stupid dumbass. They think that that's a normal reaction. That's your society. They think that in your little neck of the woods, whatever your quantum physicists and everything else, that's a good idea to act like. That you'll be able to forgive them for being like that. Because of course that's what you must do. You must challenge them like this. What? Why? Well, we wouldn't want con men like you. Me? What? You don't know the first thing about anything that you're saying. Isn't that what we're seeing? If you're asking me how this happens, you don't know shit. You are the equivalent of, oh yeah, no, I understand. Well, tell them, though. Yeah, no, I get it. I totally, yeah. They need to get it. Let's talk to some physicists. So given a degree of vibrational influential stuck field to a spike wave field wrapped around, spinning up and down, moving into the least resistive path intrapedically it can go to for its vibrations for thermal inertial that is not in whatever direction of influence outside of itself can have and muster. How does it stick? We all have known that we have fused the quark particles together in Big Bang-like reactor chamber and have a definite, obvious fusion on top to take energy from all the time, every day. Oh yeah, no, we have obvious, right? You know, everybody's just got like fucking fusion engines everywhere. They're in our bodies. They're everywhere. Do you hear this stupid dumbass? Do you hear this fucking dumbass? Do you hear him? That's how you sound like. That's how you sound. Yeah. You're fucking dumb motherfucker, aren't you? He keeps talking as if he's big and he's making statements that make sense or are important or anything other than just a bunch of fucking stupid dumb statements that showcase his entire lack of intelligence. Let him. No, that's not what's going on. Why? Because I said so. No, that's how that works. Tell us how it works, so Obi-Wan Kenobi said. So, let me describe the basics again, because obviously, you're not going to try to use this if you listen to it to a bunch of people that are naive and definitely don't understand things. The guy that is GED. The guy that dropped out of college, community college, thanks to mental health issues. This guy, this guy. The new Einstein, eh? How'd you put yourself down like that? Oh, it's this guy that says, I'll make mistakes. This guy that clearly understands things. How does entangle? How does S-pass through field? How does this? These are massive fundamental questions for PhD physicists right now! Are you fucking with me? Literally! Are you kidding? Are you fucking retarded, you little stupid fuck-up retard? Like, actually, do I need to, get you checked? So we have people around you to keep you safe? Fuck. Let me just go through it. We have certain positive theories here. No kidding, right? No one has the ability to test practically anything. We're going through the LHC smashy smash supersymmetry. We'll find particles and fields that align with our views. Let's showcase that this is definitely what this is, not anything else that's possible to find in other ways, not particle smash, but So, as far as I'm aware, I'm seeing a big old "we don't know" being said. But generally, the belief turns into this. There's a force in the chromodynamic rod that makes an electrodynamic field that gets reconverted into a chromodynamic field upon dropping out of its wave function as a collapsible electrodynamic field. This is the current accepted theory. That started when the Big Bang was but wee bitty multiple things together, fundamental force stuffs. Entangled possibly levels of layers of such and such going on. And you need a tiny millimeter bullshit. Is it at a millimeter? No, obviously not. Let me go look at this uber smart Planck link levels of shit that have more energy than we would ever know how to do. Oh, there's no way that would possibly. We think it would change it like this, though. You know, we do. You know, it's a yeah, no, hey, yeah. It's like that's a very derivative way of putting this. It's like, you know, is it derivative? You're right, it's derivative of all these other things that people have done and spun and conned their way into getting the money to be able to research. What did I say about that influence? That 1% doesn't matter, right? 1%. 1% does not matter. These gabagoos, am I right? Let's break this down. Right? Gravity is now in no way a field. It is for sure what we believe as a definite particle. Except it's a duality, triality, field, wave, particle, thing, superposition, stuffs. Again, that's basically what that is for the math that's there. The stuffs is essentially, it could be virtual, it could be quasi, it could be ghost. We don't know. It could be all those things and transferring from one to another. Fuck. Well, they combined the forces. They were no, they were separate, but actually, I'm seeing a lot of fucking breakdown of communication here. With the math that's going on. That's not even a joke. That's literally what I'm seeing. It's like, look, no, they're tunneling together in an entangled quasi, but it's not virtual. It's virtual forward, and then there's a backwards given amount of pressure, thermodynamics possibly, influence, causette with a given. I'm seeing a similar problem elsewhere. Uh-oh. Society is having similar issues. There's a lot of spin moves happening here. You get the joke, quantum physicists? Look at that spin. Glorious. That's why it is we had an extra amount of this matter to antimatter. That's why we're around. Spin move. Oh yeah. Drain the spin, man. We tunneled our way out of it. It collapsed into a virtual behind us particle. We were already ahead. Look at this field theory. We were progressive, we already knew. Look at our spin move, man. Oh, shit. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it the same way. I'm not. I'm really not. Seriously, I'm not. This is a problem. It's the same problem as before. The fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter how hard we smash a particle, we would never want it to go near a Big Bang level of energy. We'd kill ourselves. You know? Yeah. It's true. See what I'm saying? Well, how does this happen? I don't know, motherfucker. Why don't you tell me? Fucking fuck up retard over there. Made a mistake of showcasing that he's trying to obviously squeeze me for information as the intelligent person I am. For a fucking goddamn brand new... I got physics here!
Woo! Figured out. I'm the big guy. The fuck? That's mine. What the hell? 1% doesn't matter. Your 1% does not matter. Stop saying it every time I think about it. Stop. 1% does not matter somehow. That 1% of lack of knowledge. Nope. That 1% means nothing. Will mean nothing. No. Nothing. Stop trying to bring it into the conversation. How the fuck did we start again? Nobody talks about this, but what drove the start of a Big Bang, or some, we popped in, maybe, Cosette people, all at once, everything, infinite? Oh wait, it's not? There's no beginning. How are we moving again? How the hell does this make sense into your math? You move, there's no beginning. You go back to the same place, that's not the beginning. Velocity was high, but the speed was 0. How the... what? No, wait, do you mean velocity is 0 and speed... wait, what's going on here? What the fuck is this? You're a fucking weirdo. You're trying to sell that to people? No time, huh? No whatsoever, huh? Last time I checked, even if it went to the same spot, you can still measure time from that spot back to that spot. And how many cycles it's gone through. I've seen a lot of problems with these motherfuckers. Trying to spin shit. It's scary. They got people thinking they know something. Uh-oh. Don't get me wrong, I agree. That what you're seeing is something there. Happening. For sure. And you can harness it, obviously. You are. Here's the thing. I'm going to give you a real quick rundown of what the hell that is that you're doing, though. You popped in, you babysitted some kids, and you cooked them some food. You have no idea how the information got there. You know nothing about how that food was cooked. You know no idea how any of it's there. Then you come up with bullshit to the people that are there about how it happened. You're gonna scour and become paranoid and look at all the things. Why the fuck am I here? What the hell happened? Who are these people? Why am I babysitting? What's going on? 1% doesn't matter. Your 1% does not matter. It matters more than you in your 99. Nobody's gonna listen to you. Fuck. Shit, they will listen. Yeah, a bunch of things that we don't have to carry around. Less fucking mouths to feed. Oh yeah! Let's go! No way to make it so that way we can harness the power that tapped into something and made us us. Occurrence occur, time be a thing, thought observed, universe creating a raucous, crazy ride of entangled field memory, observing itself trying to figure the hell out things based upon us and others, should they be there. Sorry, douchewads. Your 1% that you never got. Makes it sound like you even had 99 to begin with. You're losers. Deal with it. Since you want to call it a game all the time. Winners, losers, and bullshit like this. You're idiots. Fact of the matter is, we believe these things to be there. Whatever these things are, there's different versions of them, different breakdowns of fundamental forces, and how it is they happen to remember also happens to be different depending on who you ask. There's no crackpots on that one, just maybe more likely. Actually, we don't, maybe, like, we're pretty sure of these, but, you know, honestly, it's scary because, like, something happens, now that's wrong. We just wasted effort and time into that. We have no idea. It's the truth. We have no idea. We really are trying. I couldn't give you an answer because there are multiple answers. It's vague. And I started off with, well, what type of energy are we talking about? What type of quantum gravity are we going with? Huh? Oh, what type of memory? What type of entanglement? Huh? What type of superposition? Eh? Type of field effect? What type of any of it? Which ones? There's so many. You're being vague, bro. You don't even know. And I watch her right there to show off, you're a fucking idiot. Shut the hell up. I mean it. Don't talk. Fuck off. Stop challenging. If I wanted to do the math with them, I'd have to go through a lot to figure it out. I know enough, I understand enough, obviously. I can talk with them clearly, I can do that. You don't like that? I don't care. I can still be intelligent even if I didn't do it your way. Ow! Shut up, it's not a painful thing. It's not. You're making up bullshit. You think others will believe that such and such if you don't. Stop it. You're not the fucking first ones I've had to deal with like that. You're dealing with me, not with them. I'm different. Slightly. The same as anyone else, but this is something I'm good at, obviously. It's not wrong to admit I'm good at something. It's not wrong that I still need, admitting this, by the way, to learn more, grow more. And it's going to be a process. But these fuckers that are fucking with me, you think they're not there. Why? These absolute fucking Wesleys, to bring a Portal 2 reference in, attached to a, apparently I'm Gladys. Am I really that evil? What the fuck did I do to you? 21-year-old. What the fuck? I haven't done. What the hell is going on here? Detach me with garbage? Total idiocracy? Unwilling to compromise, discuss, open mind, help me learn and grow? Try and see where I come from? This? This? Why am I a teacher to that? I didn't, I don't have to, I'm seeing a lot of sighs and groans. I'm hearing them too. Myself do them, because you're doing them. I'm mimicking, because you affect me, because you're there. They obviously matter. They obviously prevent. They obviously drag down. I had a whole fucking thing. You know this guy Nolan Sykes, he's in Donut Media, a YouTuber. It's like, he's got this car with this big old fat V8 in it. I'm like, man, I keep fucking thinking about it, because it's like, this fucker can easily have a better engine, more efficiency, large power, insane levels of shit. It won't even cost that much. Under $20,000, they got him close to 3,500 horsepower. Wasn't hard. For me. At least the way I can imagine and have knowledge about how things work down the line. Understand the physics, the losses, the given parameters of heat, flow, pressures. You get the drift. You got big old fucking brakes. Look at these fuckers. Like, what did you do to make those brakes? You know, I hate these things that are always around, stealing my shit, giving it to others. So, alright, I'll tell you. This one's simple. It's easy. Take a little bit of aluminum can. Take a little bit of iron dust. There's some carbon charcoal. There's a plate. Grind it up. Alright? We're not done. In the slightest. This is a non-metamaterial. It's really just a forged fucking hot piece of slag that weighs very little. That's what genuinely you'd probably call it. It's slag. What is this? Why are you doing that? I say, alright. So. Playing around with these ratios is nice. Alright? It'll give you different effects. Put in the right material, you get random things that occur. Down phaser. But we're not done. Obviously, I haven't added the right stuff. I didn't say I did. Not once. I didn't say I was finished. But, for the fact that you probably don't want to listen to this, I'm going to go real fast, so that way I don't have to fucking deal with you. I'm not even kidding. I'm tired of it. There's no, oh, I put this in. Nah, I'm waiting for them to stop looking around my apartment to add something. Okay, I don't know what it is you added. I just fucking stop it. Why can't you just fucking be lame? What gases did you use? So let's go over this real fast. So, I make a charcoal furnace. Coal coke. That's right, coal coke. I'm blowing into it, underneath. It blows more air in. Standard Venturi Bernoulli principle. I throw all of this in a massive pot. I let it drain into a very low pressure environment underneath. It creates a plate. Well, roughly. What given air did I add in? Our atmosphere? Thank you. Bingo. So, I do this twice. I have some rods. They are basic ceramic coated steel rods. Ceramic is a heat insulator. Great. Super. I have a hydraulic press. Dung 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 dung. Boom. 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 I put it back in. Into the hot but relatively low air environment. Underneath everything. Now, what do you think I just did with that hydraulic ram? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. How did you do that? So I got an engine. I then ran coolant through it, pumping it up with a pump attached to the crankshaft and the heat. And then, look at this, you're gonna love it. I guarantee you. It's a fluid circuit. Look, remember the electricity? Does this, That's how it sounds, It's like, field here, collapse, coil, blah, 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 voltage increase, of course, loss of amp current, so on. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Can you imagine how I might do this? Large vibrations. Consistent. Except, of course, they're getting faster. Boom. 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 Why would that suddenly start? A circuit, obviously, has to pump something up. And, of course, it still has inertia. There has to be weight attached to this. Clearly. Boom. 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 Why would I be doing this with plates that have rods? Now wait, I didn't really quite give you the whole picture. Why would I go into there? That nearly airless environment, very warm. After I just did all this. Why would I do that? Anyone? Any idiots out there that might posit a guess? Don't worry, you're not an idiot. It's fine to ask. This one's not a bad thing. But I think that you would think that I would call you an idiot for asking. So I went and decided to give you that. No peeper pleaser. Just want to call you out for your biases and assumptions, opinions on me. Anyways, so these are 2 plates, obviously. They need to be molded. Clearly, there's something in between. No. Well, there's rods there. Yes. So they're like they're drilled. That's close, not quite. I mean, there are clearly holes there. I'm not punching them through, though, am I? But we need vents in the in-between the plates, and they need to be forged, welded together. Who said they were only going to be going through vertically? Well, they cooled off as I hit them. They clearly made holes. They clearly have vents. With a few rods, I made a mold. With an engine and some weights and the correct circuitry for hydraulic fluid, guess what I did? I made an enormously huge leap forward in learning how to forge ceramic hybrid composite materials. Carbon metallic forgeable ceramic. I'm going to reheat them up. I'm going to yank out every bit of those rods. I'm then going to quench them. After I let them go through a normalizing cycle. And then I'm going to go through a tempering cycle. Why? Because ceramic is different. Composites are different. I would crack them if I didn't have a normalizing cycle. In every way. Guess what? I have a light, strong as fuck, insanely high heat temperature material that's really grippy. And it's even better because of the plates, the type of ceramic, because of the carbon, because of the way it's forged, because of the rods, because of the quenching, because of the forging, and because, of course, of the, yeah, that's right, iron, steel in this instance, because of course there's iron. And wait, wasn't there like air bubbling through, practically speaking? Well, yeah. That then solidified into a plate underneath. Relatively low air. Oxygen would have been burnt up. Nitrogen definitely connected to a bunch of oxygens in itself. Carbons too. Not much reactivity going on for that, huh? But it sees pressure. That's right, it's getting pressurized under a vacuum. That's why it went in there. Forces it, slaps it on. Well, the air has to recirculate. I never told you how this design works. But of course, air, convection, Bernoulli, Venturi, this is a low pressure. Seals it off. Pressure. Slowly cools down. You take it out. Pressure. Vacuum forging pressure. Cooking, cooling, so on. So, now, basics are done. That's right, it's basics. If you don't know, because you're probably not a material scientist, don't have PhDs, You certainly weren't curious enough to learn like I was by themselves. Ever done any of the thought processes or experiments or really any of it? You'll probably go and say exactly what you did. He doesn't know. In theory, maybe. I don't care. What he says, it's wrong, and it wouldn't do any of that. Meanwhile, actual scientists, actual physicists, actual material scientists, actual people that know a thing or two. That's fucking dope. Yeah, that would work. Serious respect, man. Dude, you did it with your fucking goddamn, like, garage level shit. So we're not done yet. Cool stuff, right? Four. Hold and slotted, extraordinarily would be considered expensive, ceramic composite material brakes, lighter and more grippy than most. For a big old behemoth of a car. Now, why am I talking about this? Because they stole it. They're trying to say any of this shit that they come up with from this thought experiment, from this story, from all this shit, which isn't really a story. It's something I wanted to do. It was supposed to be a future thing, but I'm getting stopped and prevented. It would have happened if it wasn't for them and what's going on. So we're going to walk our way back to the beginning. I started with the heads. I started with the understanding that those engines are amazingly terrible in every way. Like, seriously, they are heavy fucking iron, you know, and they have terrible heads, terrible intake manifolds, terrible everything, basically. Like, their fucking crankshaft is, it's heavy. It doesn't make a lot. And you know the reason why I came across, and now, the thing that I decided to do with this, the experiment, the whole thing. We're talking about engines, performance for different vehicles and engine manufacturers over the years. A brand new recent video came out Friday. For me. It is Sunday. So there's that. So, we're going to talk a lot more about why this came out. Because I started with the very beginning of engine modifications, which happened in the early 1900s of all things. They had engines before the 1900s. Early 1800s, even earlier, really, if I'm being honest. We don't know just how many different things slipped through us historically. The records are rough and the anecdotal reports at best aren't well trusted. But it's pretty early on that we had shit. You know what I mean? People could understand this. Alright? So, I started talking about how this guy in the 60s, well actually, late 50s, early 60s, got a 1930s engine. He gave it angled valves. Angled valves. Shit that's only on sports cars these days, you know, for volumetric efficiencies at those higher RPMs. It's only the higher RPMs, only higher RPMs, only... Smoked an actual racing team around tracks and drag racing. I started talking about how they wanted to make it reliable. Because it's like, love, guess what? No love. I didn't say love. I said look. You said love. Like, they had very hard to knock, high octane leaded gasoline.
I started saying, the basics. All you have to do to understand this is simple. Why in the fuck are we getting knock? I still have this engine. I didn't fucking get rid of my car, dude. I fucking kept this for decades. I don't care how good your carburetor is. Motherfucker, my engine. I'm trying to run lean. I know about air-fuel ratios. I know how to work on an engine. You see it? They can chug along. These low RPMs, it gets hot into shit and low RPM knock. I have to run extra hard on the air fuel. Heavy, rich fuel ratios. Everything smelled of gas back then. Nobody talks about it anymore. But there's a reason for it. There's a reason why, with the gas that they have now, they run insanely rich. Because they didn't build engines to not chug along. They have gobs and gobs of torque. The Italian tune-up, as Fort 9 says, is necessary. Spending time at those high RPMs is a good thing. There's less knock, less wear and tear. Well, guess what? You're right. These engines did that back in the day. They did that consistently, very often. Modifications started much earlier. The very first oil filter, it wasn't manufactured here for us and our blah 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 production shitty blah blah car blah 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 blah. Well, guess what? They existed already. They had rudimentary filters well before they were production engine compliant, meaning they built them in. They knew about how to cool it from the rear. They would definitely hole saw, drill, and tap, and then force in a fucking threaded and try and weld and so on. They had these things in the heads because they were closed tops for their engine blocks. They were heavy. It was easier to cast that. It also made them stronger. Well, guess what it also did? It made it harder for coolant. So what did they do? They drilled into their engine block to run larger coolant lines around their cylinders, because it's iron, dude. It needs a faster flow. It needs more cooling. Come on, this sucks. It was like, look, we're looking at the heads, where the ports are, because apparently they're not headers like the exhausts, tubes. They get real rough with this. It's very hard. When you first look at engines, it's like, what the hell? Why? It's a head. Do you mean the exhaust, or you mean the fucking like thing that connects to the top of the piston cylinders? You know what I mean? It's such a weird one. And they have like stators, alternators, generators, which really seem to be different depending. Is it power station stuff? Is it a generator? Is it a car? Alternator? Is it a scooter? It's a stator, obviously. What the fuck is going on here? Anyways, gonna move on. So they drill and they force these little holes in their tops of the engine block to be a little bit more accepting of these brass tubes that they're trying to force into these blocks in the heads. They still make sure oil passes through the right way. And they have little, diverters, so that way the rest of the head is cooled. Because did they have these things called camshafts? Or was it always push rod in the center for the GM manufacturers? Did they ever attempt to have oh my god, they had overhead cam designs? Dual overhead cam designs? All the way back from the modded community, before the 40s, the 1940s. Holy hell. Wow. I mean, they weren't on production-ready vehicles for a while. I wonder why. Anyways, why did they do this? To prevent knock. They didn't have leaded gasoline back then, as easy and standard as you might think. 20s, 30s. Yeah. They had a lot of people trying to figure the hell out how to fucking remove this problem. They're still alive, bro. 60, 70, 80 years old, kicking around, motherfucker. They lived through that shit. They still remember. This fucker. He remembers. Of course he remembers. He was around. He just listened to it. He saw his father. Saw his grandfather. All do these things. To get better reliability out of their engine. Longer lifespans. Better power. More. Than even that, they had crankcase and header vents. Now why? Why would they do that? Helps with cooling, right? Blowback. The seals back then were shit. They failed consistently, especially at higher RPMs. Especially with the heat that they couldn't really maintain the way they wanted to. You see it? I see it. They had a race for different types of valves, sliding, poppet, all these other things. We all think it's all these stem poppet valves. Little T-valves, right? That was not the ubiquitous standard you think it is. Alright, so I have this engine. Guess what? That modification community, well, they went to war, bro. They learned. They have engineers. They know shit. They got physics. They got maths. They know things. They're not dumb. What are you, fuck up? Retarded? Come on. Get over it. Stop hating on the past. Just because you think it's you that learned and figured something. Shut up. People talk. Oh, you're the only one that ever fucking talked with your friends and talked about taboo, opened the door for conversation of these topics. Shut up. Look at them. Look at these young ones getting smoked by this motherfucker in his 60s. Smoked, smashed by a 1930s fucking engine with overhead cams and fucking angled valves with cooling that they have no idea. They have a crankcase vent in the front that's lower, a crankcase vent. No, not crankcase. Sorry, you're interrupting. Camshaft vent, header vent. The front, lower, and along the side. At the top, and one in the back. Lower pressure there, it's hotter. There's air, higher pressure, colder. It cools it. It has an automatic travel. It wants to do it anyways. He's got angled valves. How did he make angled valves? How does he... What's a header again? A big slab of metal they ground down or cast it into a particular shape. There's a lot of fucking bullshit around it. You know how easy... You know how easy it is? Really, like, seriously, it's easy to modify these fuckers. They're ported easily. Like, the drills, the Dremels, the things that they had were not as good as they are now. You think they couldn't weld? Oh, I'll pour some water along the sides. I'll fucking suck out that heat, make sure it fucking properly cools down the right way, weld this slug in here, till I fucking drill out this garbage bearing seal. Oh, it's impossible for me to make my own fucking goddamn valves. You can make valves over there, only you. Ugh. It's such hard technology making a stem of a certain size. It's so difficult. What the hell are you on? Come here, blacksmith in the 1600s. Did you ever have to deal with tolerances? Yeah, actually, a lot. You're an idiot. Thank you for your time, not you. Them. They're saying that they don't know anything about tolerances. Nobody could ever figure out tolerances. There's no such thing. These guys are idiots. Look at them. Look at them walking around having voting rights. These fuck-ups. There's no way a person with really fucking large amounts of experience could ever know anything about this. Are you fucking kidding? Look at these fuckers in their 60s and 70s right now putting out shit right the hell now. From their built businesses. From shit they learned. From people like that guy in the 60s. Who smoked motherfuckers in actual racing teams. They're in their 20s. Look at them. We know all this stuff. We know so many things. Look at how much stuff we know. We have so much fucking money. Oh, hell yeah. They fucking crashed and burned after this guy smoked and smashed the shit out of them. No problemo. You have better cooling. Look at the venting he's got. He's got dual overhead cams. Holy fucking shit. This guy, he knows how to put something on a lathe and carve it and then polish it. And that's not okay. Impossible. You can possibly. No way, no way, no way. I'm seeing a lot of fucking stupidos. Look at him. Look at him around you. I wouldn't know the first clue. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Physicist, engineer, person that knows about electricity or this or that. But you're not them. Why are you comparing your level of ability to them? You are doing things they can't do. They are doing things you can't do. Ooh. What do you think they did to make these oils, to make this gas perform like this? Because they saw it in their own engines that they had to fucking... This fucking damn it, motherfucker! I don't have a fucking car anymore! My engine's fucked! To get my kids to school, this is bullshit! This thing's expensive! A little bit of incentive there. Anyone? Anyone? Yeah, look at this. Look at the modification community. Yeah, he's got himself a 1930s engine. They cast it really well back then. They knew a thing or two. Cheap as fuck. Nobody bought these things. Could modify the hell out of this fucker. I can keep going. Just built on the work of my father. Woohoo! Suck it. I don't have to go any freaking stupid, super, better, newfangled shit. Anyways, so they put some plugs in, they change the diameter and shape. Hey, here's a little tidbit. I can make basically a straw on a fucking piece of cardboard or fucking paper, stick it to the straw, try and angle it. Look at this. They got angled valves now. That's how they learn how to drill their bump. Grrr. But never possibly figure out. Nah. Went through wire. Talked to these fuckers with BAC, blah blah. No way, man. Couldn't know. Meanwhile, I'm actually talking about a documentary that finally goes over this motherfucker. In the past, I saw on TV. Look at these engines. They got crankcase vents, header vents, coolant, all a bunch of shit that we only started really trying to make more consistently a thing on every vehicle in the 2010s. It's been around for longer than you know. They had this shit for a long time. The big dinosaur of the industries. We are the innovators and so on. Preventing. Because it costs. Costs so much. Why? How? Couldn't possibly do it, huh? They've been modifying before you even knew. You weren't born yet. Anyways. These are the overhead cams, right? It's angled valves. Guess what? You look at this whole setup? He's got a front and rear intake to his intake manifold. He's cut in these little scoops and these little parts that stick underneath these filters for his intake manifold from his hood. He's forcing in a cold air intake with ram air bouncing off his windshield and coming in from the front. He's forcing in longer duration. If you look at his timing, everything about it is more lift, greater duration. There's some scavenging effects already happening. He's got better cooling. Doesn't have the knock that they do. He smokes their ass. He fucking smashes them. Fucking ruins, wrecks their shit. More than once. Consistently only has a few losses, and that's because his engine got fucked from time to time and he had to repair it. When you take a look at them, his reliability is through the roof, comparatively. He basically used the same thing, fucking running it into the ground. Alright, so, take a look at Nolan's, from Donut Media, Nolan Sykes here. His engine, this big fat fucker. Fucking huge behemoth of a V8. Take a look at this. There's a easy little intake area for cooling in the rear. If you just drill a hole and you thread it. Easy. Look at his engine. That's the design. The manufacturers, the people that tried to cast that shit, they knew about it. That was a common modification until people, because they don't have internet, they don't have books, there's no go-to, you have to know how to learn, you have to know, you have to think. These people passed down as much as they could, but hey, guess what? Not everybody's going to know. Not everybody's going to do it. Not everybody's going to see it. The beginnings. Man! I keep having knock and backfire. What's going on? Dad, hey! He's in his 30s. Oh, yeah, no, I know a way around that. I know a way. Yeah, come over here. You just gotta do this. That seems so hard to do. I don't have any of these. How do you know? Oh, shit. You can see it, right? Easy. Understandable. Now, take a look at Nolan's engine here. These massive, huge fucking heads. Oh, God, they're huge. I mean, they have so much to give. Look, you weld that, drill out that bearing seal, weld it in, a plug, you can cool it off with water running on the sides. It's forgiving, it's got iron. We got much better porting tools. We can fucking plug in this stupid part for his little, what is this, valve seating area? Yeah, it's not going to be used anymore. Fuck that. Fuck this. We want angled valves. Alright, so we know about angled valves a little better now. We know that if we can get them close to the cylinder sidewall, and truthfully, we know about the fact that diameter means a lot more for a single one than dual. A single one's easier to move. So say, alright, we're going to angle it in and on the side, so that way it goes in towards the cylinder sidewall. We're going to make them a nice little velocity stack with the ports. We're going to move it over just a slight bit, and that's creating, by the way, with the stem and the bearing seal, a vortex-inducing effect. It curves in and down, and we make a two-stroke scavenge effect occur for each one of these things. Because we can make the exhaust do the same thing. It'll go down and in, and corkscrew down. Comes back out with the exhaust. We know about port injection. Still exists, didn't go away. We know about how to drill and dab a fucking vent in a head, man. It's not insane, impossible. Dude, we got that. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with that. I can make a fucking... In fact, I'd probably order those online. Nah, I suppose, shit. You sure about that? You know, I love it when they say this stuff. This is a very odd angle. So here's how to make a valve. You want to make it hollow, right? Alright, so we're going to put on the brass. Is it brass? You're using brass. Okay. What are you going to use? What's the material? You want it to be hard. You want it to slide easily. So go with the right material. You want it to transfer that heat in no way to the stem. Fuck that. You don't want any heat getting to that. You don't want any heat from the inside of that fucking cylinder head at all getting to your valve. So what are you going to do? You're going to press fit in that little ceramic part. Make sure it has the right little seating. You don't want to order valves, man. You can make your own valve. Their valves suck. Not really. They're actually pretty good. For what it's worth. I'm not going to lie. They're better than you think these days. But what's so hard and expensive about powder coating? Something that's essentially a vacuum. It's a hollow stem. Make it really, 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 really hard. That powder coating on the bottom, okay? Make sure it's very insulative. Alright? You're going to make sure that it transfers no heat. So, of course, you're going to freaking suck out. Vacuum, suck out. A little tiny connected part. Then you're going to weld around that. You cramp it and you're going to boom, 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 stick it. Because you don't want any of that heat to transfer. You really don't. Heat's bad. It's hollow now. It's vacuum. Insulated. It's insulated on the bottom. It's insulated on the top of it. You don't want it to transfer at all. Anything. You just want it to be really good at sliding. That's it. It's all you need. No heat transfer. Really good at sliding. And you're going to cool it up there anyways, that stem. But it's like, alright. But, see what I did with? Well, yeah, I know, you have the ceramic insulated, blah, 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 blah. But it's the inside. You can still transfer heat. You want it to be. You want it to be able to do that. That's why they have sodium in there, right? It's like a little wicking effect for the heat. It's like you don't want that. You want it to be a vacuum. You don't want anything other than a vacuum. You want it to be insulative on the outside. You want it to cool from the inside. So it's like, alright, so up to here,
insulative. Up to that, as fast at transferring heat as possible. That's what you're looking for. That's what you're looking for. That's all you need. So how do you do that? Did brass come back into that equation with a sleeve of really hard material? I think so, yeah. It's impossible! No way! It's thin, though. Thin enough. Transfers heat pretty fast. Just needs to be thick enough. It's already lighter. It's not a super, super thick, hard boy. Dense material. That's good. There you go. Alright, so you got that. Alright. You know rocker arms? That's what they used back in the day. Makes sense, right? Because obviously, everything used to be push rod, so pushes up here, pushes down there. Well, now, you're not going to be doing that. It's on this side. You know buckets, right? Buckets got introduced. Well, flip it around. It's a tub now. That's all it is. Polish it. Make it steel. Make it hard. Put some arms on it. Put some springs there. Heading towards the inside of where the rocker arm is. Okay? You're going to do that. Both sides. Or are the springs on the arms of the tub heading towards where the rocker arm is? I don't know. Maybe you can dynamically use certain pieces of varying sizes of tubes with the springs as it spins faster with a given spring between the two and a pivot point and little pots that are round as they head towards where, of course, it is on the rocker arm. Transfers its given degree of lift and movement, meaning duration, to the totality of the effect of the downward push to the thing that is, I believe, just spitballing here, a valve stem area. Just spitballing. Maybe that could work. Got some tubs here. Yeah, man, I don't know, man. Seems like it might work. Yeah. So anyways, moves it over. It gives it longer duration, greater degrees of lift, and now it has essentially an automatic timing system for lower, medium, and high, or RPM. Now, of course, it's static. You know, it's whatever's there for those springs and those weights, and like a venerator, you know, it moves and pivots, you know. But as it goes faster, of course, it'll keep its tension and have greater lift and greater duration, and so of course you'd want that in those higher RPMs, obviously. You can do it with the exhaust and time it, so it's better for the scavenging two-stroke effect, which now, of course, has valves that are really, really well done for exactly that effect. You can chunk out large parts of this, for what it's worth, because there's, holy moly, so much just material on these fuckers. Like, you really aren't going to get into these itty bitty tiny little, you know, cooling. Jeez Louise, you got so much here. And it's not even hard to, like, just weld that fucker in. Now, we're going to go give it a rounder top. It'll lower the compression. You'll see why. Alright. Later. I'm going to carve in some grooves to help it spin. You'll see why later. Alright. So it's like, alright. Cool. We got a
larger port for intake and exhaust. Yeah, should have moved a little. Whatever. You'll be okay. Give me a second. Look at this. We need to take the look at this. Oh my god, what is this? 100 fucking pounds? Holy fuck. Intake manifold. Holy shit. This is heavy. Wow, this thing's fucking. Did they really run with these? So huge. This. Whew. Heavy fuckers. Okay. Anyways. Alright. So, since you can't find any bog standard, this is how the parts are going to exist here. V8 manifolds for your setup. You're going to have to make one. Here's some aluminum sheet. Sheet aluminum. You want steel instead? Here's some steel. Maybe it's easier for you to weld. I'm going to go with aluminum for mine. Make a box. A rectangular box. Alright, do you got a roller? You got a hammer of any kind with a ball on the end? Maybe a pillow with some sand you can put into it? You know what I'm doing, right? Hopefully. If you don't, you're going to roll little corner pieces to put into the rectangular box that you made with the top still there and open. You're going to cut some holes. They're going to be larger than the size of your ports. You're going to roll some of that aluminum or sheet steel. And you're going to make a fucking velocity stack with the smaller diameter size hole into your port. You're going to cut out a strip. It's going to be long. And then you're going to weld it. And then you're going to stick it there and you're going to mark where you're going to drill. What do you know? You get a gasket. You're going to weld it to the fucking goddamn manifold box. You're going to bend out and flare out the little fucking tips at the larger diameter. You're going to tack weld it. You're going to move on to another side and you keep going through as you blow air over it. When you're done is when it's sealed. Which it's not yet, so give it a second. Hopefully you put holes where the velocity stacks are. 2 at the top, 1 at the bottom. Why the bottom? Shut up. We're gonna get there. We're gonna go back to these corners for the rectangle as you have. You rolled them, right? You want to make sure it's deeper in the middle than it is at the sides. We're going to make it an oval, because you're also going to roll the fucking top and bottom part of the rectangle. The shorter sides of it. Now we're going to shut. Be quiet. We're going to take a single vertical rectangle. And we're going to weld it in the middle. We're going to roll a mushroom tip. We're not done yet. Make sure you have holes in the thing that you welded vertically. We're going to take that little mushroom tip you bent and you welded onto that. We're going to hold on. What are you doing? We're going to take a whole bunch of teeth. We're going to flare them. These are waveguides. You're going to angle them towards where those velocity stacks for your ports are. You're going to bend the teeth on the sides towards the velocity stacks and the tips as well towards that. Okay? Alright. We're not fully done. See those holes on the vertical slice? What's your firing order? That's where you're going to determine where those little other rectangular slots are going to be welded in. You're going to make sure there's still a hole in between. Think it goes and attaches itself to the mushroom and then in to where nearly the center slot is. That's vertical. What does this do? It allows for the timing order to force a pressure wave back towards the next in line to fire. We're not done yet. At all. Alright, so we got port injections. We have rails. You know all about fuel rails. You know about that. You have both sides. You need that. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need that. You're gonna need that. How many times do I have to say it? You're gonna need this. Alright, now, take a look at the top. We're not done. It's empty. It's open. What is this doing? Gotta have a filter here somehow. Alright. Cut a oval and a big old flat piece. Okay. We're not done yet. Remember those teeth? Make sure they're on the outside. They're technically better. Although, if they're on the inside diameter of those other teeth, it still works pretty darn well. It's more for medium RPM than higher RPM and lower RPM, which is the outside diameter one. Flare them towards the velocity stacks, the opening holes. Bend the sides, bend the tip. Play around with more triangles or waves along the edges if you want. That can help. Sometimes it can hurt. The only thing you need to know is you need to make sure they're in line with the other teeth in front or behind them. Never in between. Alright. As a wave, pressure wave, of the closing valve happens to spring up a given little pressure of air in fuel, it will obviously expand and slow down into this little chamber that we have here. Because the teeth at the top and the teeth, again, just a little bit further down, are there, it redirects down towards where the vertical piece is. And since they are there, to help curve that pressure wave towards the next firing order, it helps with that. But it's not just that. Take a look at this. Remember the little oval I added there? There's a reason why that oval exists. Air has started to vortex, spin, inside of the manifold. Now why does it do this? It's called a conservation of momentum. Mass is still moving, but it's being moved along with the firing order. It causes a spin, a turn effect to occur. There's a boundary layer and a continuation of momentum inertia of the mass of the air. It continues to spin around in the oval tracks given to it. It then sucks it in for the next firing order, continuing its increased efficiency of the spin and the pumping effect of the air coming in, and the pressurization of the manifold as well. The top captures it, and so does the bottom, along with the sides at the top and bottom, meaning bottom of the rectangle, and so on. Now, we're not done yet. Remember that big long oval? Take this. This is aluminum sheet, because I'm using aluminum sheet. You can use steel sheet, I don't really give a fuck. None of it really matters. Curve it like a big old long oval flute. It has to span the entire length of the V8 and all of its ports. You're going to give yourself at least 2 inches. I do not do that, if I'm being honest, but you'll see why later. 2 inches is just fine, though, between the top and the bottom. Not the sides so much. The sides, you're going to want at least 1.5 inches to 1 3/4 is preferable, if I'm being really honest. Alright. Now, this is a ginormously long oval filter that you're going to stick on this fucker. It's got a top that's open. Remember the circular filters they used to have back in the 60s? Well, this one's an oval. The top is open with a box filter, essentially. It's a ginormous long rectangle. And the sides, well, yeah, no, they have a filter too. As a stem, it allows for a sucking in air effect, a ram sort of. But we're not done yet. Okay, so you see, Nolan Sykes' vehicle, his little personal project that he finally got to run, not his Mustang, his project vehicle. That's what we're talking about. Alright? This is what this is for and designed for. Alright, so it has a hinge in the middle and then it opens on along the side so you can take the entire hood off. Alright, so we're going to get out. Remember that roller, that steel roller, aluminum roller? Remember that? We're going to cut with an angle grinder in. Do you have a fender roller? Fender roller still works. We're going to cut slots. It can be an inch, 2 inch, I don't care. Doesn't matter. As long as you leave space in between, that's at least an inch in between. And you put the same size length of cut behind it in between where that at least an inch that is their spot is. They are scoops. That's right, they are scoops. They're going to be scoops. They're ramming air in. Now we're going to take this aluminum sheet, this sheet aluminum, this sheet steel, whatever it is. We're not done. Remember that? Remember that little Velocity thing? Remember the intake manifold? Take a bolt. Get some gasket material along the edges. We're going to have 2 of these sheets. We're going to put it right underneath where that little manifold velocity stack part is. We're going to bolt it on, and then we're going to put gasket material around the edges as well. I'm going to cut it so that way it fits nicely to the hood. We're ramming cold air in. It's a huge ram air. But we're not done yet. We're going to dent with that little roller a nice little elongated line. We're going to cut a hole, in this instance drill a hole, and that's our drain. We're not done yet. Remember those scoops? Yeah. We now have 2 of these sheet metals. Stainless steel, actually. They have a bunch of little perforated holes. We're going to create a bunch of little cylinders. Any tubes. Just make some holes in the tubes. We're going to put some flame retardant cloth. We're going to rivet it from in between in no way. It's right behind in the rear of the scoop. Okay, so you made that little fender roll. It's a scoop. Alright, we know about this. Okay, alright. Now, we're going to rivet that at the back of that scoop to this steel with that cloth. And then also the steel itself to the hood. But it's split in the middle and it's allowed to slide open. So you can still slide it open, you can still open it. Just fine. Alright, what are these tubes for? Why do you have tubes? What are these tubes? Why do they have a bunch of holes to this steel? Why do you have a bunch of holes in these tubes? I'm saying, alright. So that cloth that goes in between each of those tubes where the holes are, and then down from that tube down to where those indented lines are, allows for structural stability. We're going to rivet them, just so you know, because you can unbolt that. You can take the entire hood off, and you can unbolt it. Which means, even though they're riveted, it's separatable. It's now a structural part. Not really, but kind of. But now it's a sealed ram air that will capture, even in the rain and wet, most of the water and drain it down and act as a cooling effect to any air coming in if it is there. As a phase change, as it sucks in. Sure, there will still be humidity, but it's not in such a way, in such significance, that it won't allow for the car to run just fine. Alright, almost done. Hopefully you placed 2 sensors, heat and pressure, in the manifold, at the front or rear, doesn't really matter. The short sides of the rectangle. All you have to do is drill some holes, put them in, thread them, put some gasket, O-ring, whatever, seal them, as long as they can handle pressures. Alright. Now, the bottom hole, I'm finally getting to it. Woohoo! Guess what? That's your mass airflow. Combining each one of those into a timed event that you are going to plug into an Adreno. In no way a Raspberry Pi, actually just a pretty decently strong one. Each one of those has a firing order. Each one of those now also happens to get a constant temperature and pressure reading inside the manifold. As it mass airflows through that, it will combine the data. It will basically do the equivalent of an analog style digital to conversion and then place it into your ECU. You have an oil pan, yes, I'm sure. You mean coil pack? Is that what you were going to... Yeah, I forgot the C. Okay, so you have a coil pack system. So you have a coil pack system, and you have fuel injection. Those two spots above, guess what? You're going to start with small injectors. You're going to work your way up to a bigger injector, and you're going to have two injectors, both the small and large. Now, why would you do that? Obviously, for more fuel. Eventually, that fuel rail is going to be connected at the front and rear with a tube. Now, why would you do this? Obviously, it'll allow for more fuel from one side versus another, and have a higher pressure be allowed, because for its view of events, it technically looks like lower pressure, because it's constantly flowing. Bingo. Now, you're going to strap in for that fuel rail a simple bracket in L, U, doesn't really matter, off to the side into the other smaller injector, as you'll place the main fuel rail into your larger injector. You won't start with both of them. You shouldn't. You need to understand what your engine's doing. First and foremost, you have pressure, you have temperature, you have mass airflow. You know the firing order. You have a very strong air-fuel map. It's going to time it. It's going to give it to you each and every single time. Knowing that that's what that's going on and doing is a good idea to have ahead of time. You're the smart one. You're the one giving it the injection pulses. Don't fire too early. It's a two-stroke scavenge. Still has heat in there. The exhaust is still combusting. Not really anymore, but we'll get back to that. Of course, you have to run leads to the injectors, but that's from the ECU to the Adreno. Nope, stop saying Adreno. I get it, though. It's a Raspberry Pi. It's not the same, but it's kind of similar, so no worries. You're just going to have to program it, which open source software is just for this. People have been thinking about this for a long time. Alright? So it's like, alright. So, you're going to time your injector pulses after you've already had the exhaust near closing. It should have cooled down. Most of the exhaust is already out. In fact, all the exhaust pretty much will be out by that point, but you're forcing more air in anyways, and you can change your timings. Remember that. Your valve timings and injector timings and your timings for your spark ignition. Alright, there's a 2-spark ignition. Same spark, just going to fire twice. Why is that? It has to travel along the sides and it has to travel forward. It's just to make sure it actually burns the fuel as much as it can. It's a lower compression. We're ramming more air in. You're going to see later why we are going to start with lower injectors sizes and then work our way up to double injectors. Because the Adreno can send the pulse to a ECA, dynamic, high performance, all the hell out, everything. Which means max, which you wouldn't really do, most likely. Just to let you know. But hey, whatever. Because it's two-stroke. You gotta remember that. Two-stroke scavenge, 8-cylinder behemoth of an engine. This thing's fucking big. Never really meant for this, so we're not gonna really do high compression, high, you know what I mean? We're like trying to really only get to about 500-ish horsepower. Near the top end of its actual, like, can handle performance stuff. And when we're going to upgrade. So it's like, alright. Hopefully you remembered that you need to cool your head here. You ran those brass tubes. You drilled out some better cooling holes, more of them around those cylinders. Okay? Hopefully. That should have been a given, because I talked about it. So hopefully you did that. Please do that before you start this. It's going to have a lot more heat and friction. Please do that. Alright. So, you did that. Don't do any honing yet. Don't do any of that. Don't change out the piston. Don't change out the crankshaft. Don't change out anything. Don't do any of that. You need to make sure it runs off of this first. You're going to go to a dyno to go test this. You want to try with those injectors to get pretty darn far. Because, truthfully speaking, you now have a setup here that can easily handle way higher RPM. Get a better fuel injector. Right? No. Get a better fuel pump. Run higher pressures. 65 psi in that fuel rail is definitely going to be your max. Don't go above that. They're connected, sure, but still. Don't go above that. That's usually where I'll max out, no matter what. The only reason why I'm doing that, letting you know about it, is because it makes sense. I need to basically fire it into the line of massively fast-moving air as it tries to go in. Luckily, it's going along the side of the cylinder sidewall as it scoops back up. So, after middle dead center, about halfway down, because of forced air induction here from the ram air, you now have the ability to actually start exhausting. You're going to start that exhaust now. A quarter away after that, between the bottom dead center and middle dead center, halfway, so it's middle dead center. So a quarter way after that, that's when your intake's going to start. Because there's a vortex started and induced, all the way down to the bottom dead center, you're going to have that exhaust start to close, and then it closes at bottom dead center. You're going to have it go up a little bit, and you should be able to understand timings around that point. Hopefully. So it's like that quarter, remember that quarter from that middle, from being middle dead center and bottom dead center? No injection. That's just pure exhaust. You're going to open up that. Alright? Intake. After that. Or right around that point. Alright? Now, take just a little bit, because you only went from quarter, and you still have all of that. So think about that. So it's 25%. You have 75% to play with here, but actually it's not. We're going to get to that. As it goes around the cylinder sidewall, it starts to curve, because that's how the cross-angled, angled valves that are sucking vertically to help increase spin and vortex effects for the cylinder. It helps cool the cylinder sidewall, but that's really not fully
why we're doing it. Vortexes spin, create lower pressures in the center, and it'll keep trying to suck in more, make it more efficient. Because it has exhaust, as a scavenge effect, it'll try and pull more. It uses the heat and the cool difference and the difference of pressures that are now here as the exhaust, the cylinder pressures inside have dropped so dramatically it's lower than the intake pressure. And so that's 75%. Let's take 50% of that as intake before we even add fuel. All right? We have 25% left. Not really, though, because about 25% from bottom dead center, we're still going to keep trying intake. So all of that time and duration, we're going to try and put fuel in. Now, why would we do this? Because the exhaust already closed at bottom dead center. So why are we doing this? The basic simple answer is it's spinning. It doesn't see it as having gone up in pressure as we believe. As it goes to a higher point, it just spun faster. Yeah, sure, it bunched it up, but it spins faster as a result. That's fluid dynamics for you, baby. But we have to close it at that 25%. That's what you got to do. Now you have fuel in there. It's mixed fucking a hell of a lot, right? You got your port injection. You got air and fuel. It's going to compress. Because you have more pressure than a full cylinder's worth, even if it doesn't see it. Because, of course, it's spinning. It doesn't change that it's a higher PSI than 1 atmosphere of whatever cylinder, liter, or less than a liter it is. The power of a vacuum, huh? Power of air movement. All the rest. So, it's got air and fuel. It's mixed pretty darn effectively. In fact, it has more than enough time to run the air-fuel ratios down to even above stoichiometric perfection. I know. Think about that. The timing, right? But it's like, yeah, because the faster it goes, the more efficient it becomes at drawing air in. Because higher RPMs, you tend to travel a little faster. Faster ram air. More PSI. Greater efficiencies for the suck and blow effect, and the squeezing and the banging. All in 1 and 2 strokes. Pretty decent, truthfully. You know? Anyways. So. This one's fun. Remember I domed out that top? Carved in some grooves to help it spin? Remember that? Well, guess what? It's going to continue spinning faster and faster and faster and faster. But eventually, it'll stop. Right? Not really. It's super ultra lean, right? Wrong. It's going up, over, down, up, over, down, up, over, down, up, over, down, up, spinning. Travels along the continued momentum. It goes along the sides. The flame front drills in the bottom. A vortex. A fire vortex. Except, no, it's just really, really fast-moving air that's getting sucked up towards where the spark is. Boom. Secondary spark. It raises down because, of course, it's no longer going to be able to continue moving along the sides. It's already taken up that space. Well, now it travels down. Well, that's traveling inwards. That's traveling down together with it. And compression and ignition and then a little bit of detonation where the piston head is. And it fires up. But it tries to bounce around and continue its continuation of spin. There are grooves in there. There's a domed area. There's less resistance of continuation of travel. And It burns it very efficiently, and it continues to make an outward bound spin move. Press on the cylinder in also the piston head. Gives it way higher degree of balancing, continuation of its view, relative perspective of pressure, even though it's not really technically getting more pressure. But it doesn't matter because there's an outward bound spin that acts like pressure against the piston head and the cylinder sidewall and everything else. And it's going to try and go in. And so as it opens, it slows down. Well, just before and just after top dead center, if you start the beginning and then it opens up and it races around and then you get the secondary spark, it then rapidly, as it's accelerating away, creates that spin and that push, a next hit, basically. Well, it'll still slow down its spin, but hey, guess what? That spin is good to have for the scavenge effect. It also means more and higher degrees of torque. I also have over a half of a power duration stroke. 3/4 of, effectively, of a power duration stroke. Now, granted, you really only kind of get down to middle dead center, and then it has to decelerate. So why would I do that? It helps with the other 2-stroke scavenge effects. That pressure helps with that other 2-stroke scavenge effect. Now I have equal length tube headers. This one's really rather simple. You can't really just buy a freaking manifold because you had to move the exhaust ports and everything else anyway. So, yeah, that's some steel, powder coated on the inside, outside. Place another tube of steel around it. Vacuum it out. Place another bigger tube of steel around that. Vacuum it out. Make sure you powder coat. Then we're going to get a box. That's right, a box. It's not really a box, but it's really a triangle kind of thing. Anyways, point is, put that around it. Guess what? Vacuum that. What does this help with? Exhaust temperatures. What is that going into? 4 into 1 equal length tube headers, and then those 2 into 1 into a high flow. Oh wait, no, this is just a truck catalytic converter. It's a big boy catalytic converter. Not a diesel, but a Jesus. Fuck, this thing's huge. And it's gonna need it. This thing's gonna really pump some fucking exhaust into it. Because it's insulated the entire way. My goodness. Now, why would we do that? Efficiencies? Yes, volumetric efficiencies. Bingo bongo, you got it. It's also easier considering if you look at this underneath. You interrupted again. The undercarriage did. It's an undercarriage, not an underneath. Anyways, doesn't matter. Floor pan, you get the picture. It means it's much easier to put it right back in the same spot. Because there's a small little area there to work with. And we're going to talk about this later as a good thing. Because it's like, well, how is it? Because, I mean, you talked last night, so you were there. Yes, obviously, I was hacking. Okay. Alright. Well, they're admitting to it. Nobody got this far in the fucking recording then, I guess. Anyways, Nolan Sykes of Done It Media. Remember that powder coating? I wrapped it with Kevlar wrap. And I did that, and then eventually the very final part, before the box part, was essentially a impregnated powder coating Kevlar. So powder coating, Kevlar with impregnated powder coating, and then, vacuum insulation. It's like, why would you go that far? Simple. I feel this is pretty obvious. Because efficiencies. I think that can be understood, right? The heat from that aluminum could get in. But now it's not there, so there's much, really. I'm still going to powder coat the bottom of that aluminum or steel. And I'm still going to put that that heat resistant cloth there with the powder coat, so that way it's a fire shield or insulative effect. So I still get a cold air, ram air effect. So I get better performance. Now, it seems like a lot. Yeah. It's true, I guess. Depends. It's a labor of love. I don't have any of these tools. There's no way I can do this. It's fair. It could be definitely one hell of a video journey. I bet you they'd make so much views from this, and probably money from the views. I'm sure sponsors would love it. I'm gonna move on. So, it's like, all right, we're not done yet, because obviously there's this thing called cooling that I need to do. I can put a better freaking radiator here, but it's like, no. Not just that. I need more cooling than that. Yeah, it's thicker or whatever. Sure, cool, whatever, man. Jeez. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, we're not done yet. Remember the sides? They don't have perforations. It's just the top. That's the ram air area. That's just where the scoops are. So these sides, they have scoops coming in, and then they have gills for the scoops coming out. Here's a little shrouding. Here's a, long rectangle style, not 3x4, or talking like a foot, maybe 6 inches or something. He doesn't have a very big hood, so it's like, this is going to have to be there. So it's like, they're going to be layered to catch in air with slightly angled further forward, slightly angled further out, and so on until they get to the very end where those gills are. The scoops come in, and it's still going to have to scoop in air from where the radiator behind it is. The pump pumps it into the radiator in front, that then dumps it off to the sides in a parallel. So there's going to be a big old radiator fill reservoir tank that drops off into each one of those. They go down. That's the series from the front to the sides, and then the parallel for each one of those as it pushes air. Now we got these little fans. They're small, but still 2 of them, 3 of them at most, you might be able to get away with the fans along the side. And you need to have like the shrouds to help the air both go from the serpentine belt area and then that air divert off to the sides, but also not, have the air from that exhaust get in the way. Now that's going to go to the rear. There's a pump there to suck in to the reservoir and then push, because you hopefully drilled and threaded and all that for the fill-in for the rear coolant line. And here's an extra pump because you're going to need it. You still got the crankcase vent, right? Well, obviously that's still necessary. But, it's it is. You're gonna need that. Like you're gonna need crankcase vents. You need the header vents, all of it, because you're gonna need the cooling. Because like this thing is never meant for something like that. You know what I mean? So anyways, but now you dramatically increase the amount of cooling surface area and the overall throughput, and you separated the ram air top to the gill ram air and also vent for your cooling. Okay, you can see it, right? It's like it'll all fit just barely in this fucker. But you go to the dyno, you get it up to that 400 plus. I did in my tests with a, you'll love this. So he's in California. I'm like, it's a 60-degree Fahrenheit night in California. He's a couple hundred feet, 600 plus feet above sea level, roughly. All right. He's in the dyno. I have a basic fan there, and then I open the doors and the windows and the rear. All right. I was able to get 400 plus. Yeah, just get the basic timings down. Because, again, it's a 2-stroke, but I got all the way up to, so I was mint in every way. to try and time this up to 9,500 RPM. It was never supposed to do this, by the way. But like, because two-stroke scavenge 9,500 RPM sounds freaking super cool. Especially with a basically 8-into-1, which we never talked about after that catalytic converter. But here's the rub. Remember that glass pack resonator? We're gonna cut off the hub. All right. We have a high flow resonator. You know about those. We're gonna put a box of that around the glass pack. All right. Okay. Wait. All right. So there's how sphincters have like these bend-in points where the hole is. Kind of a similar design, I know. Or flowers, where the part that smells nice, where all the pollen is, kind of shaped like that. Well, guess what? Those curved petals are going to go off to the resonator, and then they have little curved petals back into the flow from the catalytic converter. All right. So as it goes through, it has to go through the glass pack mostly, but it's not going to really do much, right? But it's like now the glass pack has that, have it force out and then force up into the high flow, and then the high flow has a lower pressure at the rear that sucks it back in towards the center. Now, what is this really going to do? It massively reduces outright sound. It creates a continual destructive sort of interference wave-ish pattern. It turns a very high, bright frequency, high frequency kind of sound into a very loud sort of sound. Okay. Now we have standard muffler sort of packs, flat sort of thing. We're going to stack 4 of those. We're going to cut off the sides. So that way you can make a big old housing, 4 of them, you're going to stick it along the side, and from that little hole, the little tube to that. Then we have that, because it needs to have stators there to diffuse it properly to all of them. Because of course, while they're stacked 4, you know what I mean, like a book on top of each other. Then you have to lay the books on the spine side, and that's where it's going to go. That has to do a trail funnel into one of the same type to the rear. In this case, you're going to want to have it be a little bit longer. All right. But not too long, because of course this vehicle isn't like stupendously long. So it's like all this really does is makes it like a really cool looking teardrop. But shh, don't tell them. But it also makes a very cool effect with a nozzle. It goes from a large chamber through a nozzle into a larger chamber to another nozzle. It helps the flow rate, but also makes a really cool sound as it accelerates. And it also happens to diffuse a lot of the sound. But we're not done yet, because then we have a big old wide rectangle on the back, which isn't really a rectangle. Anyways, it's a bunch of tubes, to medium-sized tubes, to a big old long tube that's then in a big old horn. Another velocity stack, effectively. This time, it's got rolled from small to large, and then it's rolled and flared out. That's why it's a horn kind of velocity stack, but then, you got the sides that are similar. Now, these tubes with the little funnel to them, okay? All that manages to do is capture a large amount of these smaller, higher frequencies, combine them into a medium, and then a larger, and then it makes a humongously large sound, like an organ. But it's within, finally, all of the decibel ranges for legality. But it's a big, huge, roary bass with turbines and so on and so forth. It's kind of style-ish of sound. If you were to look at a spectrograph or whatever it is, the sound graph, the different frequencies, it's like you'd see it basically all elevated. There'd be very few dips, and those dips that appear would also have like oscillating dips that would rotate between itself, but they're not going to destructively interfere. But the reason why it's going to sound ridiculous is because it combines kind of like a phasor array of these sounds, and then as they hit something, any material, the lower pressure, lower frequency, or higher pressure really, lower frequency, but lower pressure, but higher frequency will combine, and they'll impart energy into it. And so like your whole thing is going to feel it. Even though the decimal ranges, decibels, but okay. Interrupter again. Anyways, it will be within the range. In fact, 10 dB below. And it won't cost you much at all for back pressure. In fact, it shouldn't. Okay? Because it's stupidly high flow rate. So, but that'll sound really, really cool, and it's a two-stroke scavenge. And it's like, well, actually, because I have really, really small injectors, even if I have a really high PSI here, I don't really have the rate of failure with the necessary fuel I can really take with this kind of a setup. It's lower compression. I could probably push some more PSI. And what do you know? A super turbo. That's right, a super turbo was pretty quick to be added into this. Because, of course, we have another place for a larger injector, and then we can still keep the smaller ones, right? All right. But we got the timings, we got the things, we got all that, we got it done. See the progression. Now, look at this crankshaft. I don't want that crankshaft. I don't want these heads. I don't want these places. It's all going to go back to still steel. Okay, but they're going to be alloys. They're going to be tubes. They're going to be an amalgamation of a couple of things. Because I was deciding, like I was saying a little earlier, to forge the shit out of this stuff myself on the sheep. Look at that shit. I don't want to buy other things. This is cheapo stuff. I want upgrades and modifications. Still, it's under 20K, but, if you're taking the time for the fact that you have to spend doing this and all the other... But, that's the thing. It's like, the tools and the so on, and that's under the 20K. But still... You know what I mean? It's still a decent amount. So it's like, it's still going to be decently expensive. Anyways... So it's like, no, I've got my furnace, I've got my casting, I've got my welding, I've got the... So it's like, all right, this isn't impossible. This isn't impossible. I can make this. I can make this happen. So it's like, instead of a regular turbine, and of course we have the equal length tube headers, I'm going to change them a little bit to allow for. Then I'm going to move this part here because I'm going to move it down and then stick it over there and finally weld that. And then we have our turbo. In this instance, it's going to be vertically placed. That's why I moved the exhaust manifolds to have this go and dump into at the top towards the bottom. And then it'll curve in to the catalytic converter. Okay? Alright, cool stuff, but it's in the rear. And out of the way, because I don't want it to really get in the way of anything. Alright? It's like, why would I do that? It's like, alright, so this is a valve in no way. So you interrupted again. Why are you interrupting? They're fucking, ooh yeah, I want more. Give me more, I want to know what you're going to do. Alright. So, a shaft runs through this. It has to, right? Now we have valves there, though. We have to have valves. They're teardrop-shaped valves, but it's still what it is. Alright. And they're going to be timed, so that way as they have this pressure... They're filled with a cylinder of air as a spring. But this is kind of the opposite of what you think. More as a vacuum that creates this. As the pressure of the exhaust comes out, it's already out, but then as the exhaust creates heat and a lowered amount of pressure, it then goes and sucks in. And so it's already out, and then it gunk, and gunk, and gunk, and so it's already trying to resist going in. And so that creates a sealed vacuum behind, making it more efficient for the exhaust. Alright? It also means for that teardrop, since they're all shaped to head from this 2 to 1, with a valve there, kind of. It's really, a multiple of these 2 to... Anyways, point is, I don't want any of that pressure, once it does this, to really get in the way. I don't want it to expand. I really don't. That's efficiency for this turbine. You need that efficiency. And so it's like, it's back into an 8-to-1, basically. Kind of, almost. And it's like, that goes into a larger, technically speaking, to a smaller, which is not technically speaking. And I have to curve them. So it's like, look at these exhaust manifolds. I have to make them an equal link two-header. I have to do all this cool stuff, right? It seems cool, right? But it's actually basically the same thing as most do. So it's like, all right. So, this guy named RC Test Flight on YouTube. He has his wings, and then a wing underneath, and then another wing underneath it. And he's like, they're short and small, and it creates a greater degree of lift, because there's a greater degree of vacuum above, lower pressure, right? And then it's like, if I create these little curved in parts, like little waves that you draw on a piece of paper, little spike waves, saw blades, whatever. And it's like, I do that on the curve on the opposite side, where this little vacuum effect wing thing is going to be with little channels and grooves underneath. Guess what happens? Curves better. A lot better. Yeah. A hell of a lot less pressure. And I'm going to give it a little bit more distance there to help that effect. I reduce the boundary layer problems, and I have it curve with less issue. Alright. Cool stuff, right? Well, if I do that all the way to where this basically combining 4s into 8 into 1 little funnel, that's going to have to be properly balanced with of course, tubes appropriately with the valves into this smaller area, which takes each one of those into this chamber and then takes it, and it's going to keep a degree of pressurized air that it needs to have, and then the valve, which isn't really technically a valve, it's more of a Tesla valve. Anyways, kind of sort of funnel into this vertical turbine. It's longer though. It's not a standard turbo turbine, right? It's a longer, higher pressure style of turbine. And of course, the axle and shaft, it can be there. It's fine if it's vertical, it's fine if it's horizontal. That won't be the problem. It's like, what do you mean problem? Finally, we got somewhere. Someone's smart over here. I know. So, that hub, that axle, that's a vacuum to me. If I do it right. If I make a vacuum there, and I have a piece that's attached with a bearing that's appropriately sealing it, that allows for that rotation to be transferred as a vacuum effect all the way up to the shaft, which is going to be hollow. Another vacuum effect. It's basically, if I'm being honest, it's a pressure outside and a vacuum internally. Now, why do I do that? So it weighs less. It can transfer it faster. It also means that it doesn't matter that there's heat nearly as much there. And so that goes underneath the intake manifold. So it goes up, and it goes underneath the intake manifold. Little spinning, and then it goes off to the shaft. That's in the little V underneath. It goes up to the front. Now we have the serpentine belt system. This one's really cool. It's going to be a pack. So it's like this compressor. It's a turbo. It's a regular centrifugal turbo style compressor. Or centrifugal, depending on your take on that. It's kind of both, really, if we're being honest. Doesn't really matter. Point is, got a nice little velocity stack. You know about the ram air, it's like, alright, so we're cool that area slightly, but not really. That's going to be separated. No longer the velocity stack is there into that ram air intake manifold. That's separated now. That goes into that turbo. We're not going to curve it very significantly. We're just going to make it so that way the sides and the front and the rear are all basically kind of styles of equaling tube headers into a velocity stack that goes into another velocity stack funnel into where the actual intake for the compressor is, because it can be facing rearward, and there's nothing wrong with that. Now, their serpentine belt system. Let's take a look at this, because it's a pack. It's a couple plates, all right? So it's like this clutch has a spring on it. Okay? Now, that spring, you think it's nothing. Well, it starts off large, it engages, then it goes from large to small very quickly, and then small slowly to large, and then it disengages, and then it engages something else. What does it engage? It engages from the turbo the extra spin that the turbo is producing into the crankshaft. That's right. It directly applies its extra to the crankshaft. So what is it that I just did here? I went from a smaller, during startup, gear, much easier to turn for the supercharger part, to a much smaller, so it spins faster, and then slowly, as it goes to a higher RPM, changes its gearing ratio to a higher gear because it's faster RPM, so that way it makes more consistent PSI, and then the turbo fully takes over and then adds after it gets to the correct PSI, because supercharger, we're going to have it just be lower than we would maybe do for the turbo part, and then it has its final PSI moment, and then it adds everything else to the crankshaft. Alright, I have an air-to-air, and then behind, alright, the compressor, in front, of course, of the radiator. Below that I have this other water-to-air radiator. Where does that come from? Why is that there? Well, because I have a water-to-air that's right before the manifold. It has to curve in, and it goes up to the manifold's top. It goes from up over to the rear, and it goes down. The front, well, guess what? It's going to get split into the sides. And then we're having a little bit from the top get turned, well, not really. It's kind of the top and bottom, if I'm being really honest. The sides are the sides. And then, of course, the middle is going to go towards the rear. Now, why do we do this? It makes it so that way it's even. But actually, I'm not really fully doing that. I kind of gave up on a lot of that because this is a lot of fucking stupid work and I hate it. So I just fucking made it bifurcate and go off into the sides. Which bifurcated, again, from the bifurcation, it went to the bifurcation. So, like, that way it would actually properly, fully engage the entire oval for that intake evenly. Same thing with the top, as it sucks it in. It engages from that ram air, which makes it more efficient as it goes and changes direction back into the compressor. Now, the compressor then has that air cooled initially, first, air to air. Then it has the water to air, which has a pump over to the other one, exchanger, intercooler at the bottom of the air to air that's above it. It's closer to ambient. The final little cooler, if you will, it's thick, but it all fits within inside of the ranges of the given area that he has. In fact, I didn't really have to do much except just take off the velocity stack and sort of split that area as a result. Now, the compressor is more efficient during startup because it doesn't take as much parasitic loss, and the parasitic loss that is there is lessened as it goes to a higher RPM because of the lower gear ratio that it goes through, and then the turbo takes over, which then adds like an MGU-K. Instead, it does mechanical style directly to the crankshaft, taking the heat and pressure of the exhaust and trying to redirect it towards reducing parasitic loss from the back pressure, which shouldn't see, so it doesn't really have it, and so it actually adds its torque, like a torque converter, into the crankshaft. Now we have larger injectors and the smaller injectors. So it's going to be timed with the smaller injectors for the lower RPMs, get up to higher RPMs, the larger injectors will engage, and even higher RPMs will now engage both. we're going to go all the way up to basically 19,000 RPM. It's really 18,750. Now, how did we do this? Give me a second to explain this one. So, take a look at your wrist. Goes from side to side, right? Well, yeah, there's something that's internal stopping it from basically rotating completely on the sides, right? And there's no sticking out jutting arm, but of course you get the picture. Sure. Alright. Now, there are fatigue limit styles of forgeable aluminum. We're not going to use only aluminum though. In fact, it's really only there as weight and infill for a much stronger, hollow, forged steel alloy crankshaft. Now, the aluminum infill, of course, is there, and it's pieced together and then welded, essentially. Now, remember the weights I talked about? Oh, wait, I didn't. Okay, now I have. These are the counterbalance weights. They move in on themselves to go outwards. Now, a vacuum, with a given lowered pressure than the outside, as it extends out, it gives a degree like a spring. As it continuously lowers its pressure, it has a higher and higher degree of resistance of change for pulling. That's near where it's connected as it slides side to side. Why the hell would you do that? In fact, does it fully slide over? I haven't fully gotten there on that one. Personally, I don't do it. But it's like, why would you do that? As it dips through the oil with the knife edge it has, and it extends and then cools off and it goes back up, and it's over, and then it goes and then it turns and quickly rotates in. Now, this one is going to be cool. Standard bearings for the connecting rods, but the connecting rods are not standard in the slightest. They are hollow molybdenum chromoly steel with little cross X patterns with a hollow circle in the center of that X. Again, they're hollow still. Then we're going to have arches that are also hollow in between that X. Now, why the hell would you do that? This is lighter, it's stronger, it handles the weight very well for the downward and rotational effects of its given up and down movement. It's a double wrist pin. Double wrist pins are pretty easy. It creates a kind of like a double offset. Now, why would I have this like this weight? Because it's a hybrid crossplane. A hybrid crossplane that does a 1, 4, so on, but then by the time it gets to 4 to 5, 2 is firing, 3 is firing, and you get the picture as it goes down. Kind of like a Roots Styles twin screw supercharger. Because I can balance it like this, with that weight like that, and actually, truthfully, just FYI, the way I balance it, it just fully rotates in, but it can't go past a certain point. So it basically is always stuck down, almost. Like it'll tilt up and it'll tilt over, left and right, but it'll always be facing down. It's like, why would you do that? And it's like, because it then swings in and extends out, which helps reduce and change the hybrid crossplane firing order and balance. The balance is far better now. I got rid of harmonic issues by making it fire in that patterned order. By the time 7 is firing, effectively 2 is firing again. See what I'm saying? It's like from top to bottom, but it's as top to bottom is firing, and then as it gets to bottom, so it always has firing going on, but it's always crossplane 1 1 1 1 1 1 power stroke, because we have a 2-stroke scavenge. Still has his standard wrist pin, but these piston skirts are a little different. If you look at the bottom, there are a bunch of circles and diamonds. So cylinders, really, that are hollow, and diamonds that are horizontal and diagonal, attaching to them. Piston skirt, of course, is really rather thin. We re-sleeved with the by boring it out a little bit. Fairly thin sheet, not really fully. It's not really a sheet, if we're being honest. But we sleeved it with a molybdenum chromoly steel, hardened, forged. That's it's really hard. And then we added in a really, really hard, as we could find, coat of ceramic. And we added a ceramic to the top of this piston head, and of course also the piston skirts. Reduces friction. We had to find a shop that would be willing to balance it. That was hard to do. Just letting everybody know, that one was more difficult than making this fucking multiple piece forged, welded together, basically, crankshaft. This was easy. That was some polishing. That was pretty fucking easy. Fucking making a fucking play for someone to balance our damn thing up to 20k was hard as hell, but we got it. Alright, we got it done. All way under what it would have cost if anybody really had to make it for us. But here's the thing. I still had to get a CNC to make the right necessary channels and groove, so that way it could actually open up as it moves and swings out. And it only works with a double wrist pin as a result of that movement side to side as it stays down. Now, forgeable fatigue limit, pre-fatigued by the way, aluminum that we pressed in. Same thing with pre-fatigued forged hardened steel that was tempered. So it's quenched and tempered. And we placed in the aluminum. It was a bit of a rough one, but standard cast, hitting it, doing the whole things to make it do the things that we needed to do, press in, weld, blah, blah, so on. You get the picture. Anyways, so, cool stuff. Seems nice. Seems like a totally not thing, but actually they use these in other types of vehicles. They're just not easy, productive, manufacturing. Meanwhile, me, I don't give a fuck. I'm doing it myself. Home modification, don't give a shit. I got skills and you don't. Suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it. I'm cool. Anyways, not fully done here. Alright, so it's we gotta balance up to that 20k range. Not totally, really. It's more like 19,500, but whatever. I'm gonna just round up, basically. It's just it would never do that, right? Let's move on. This is pretty rough at this point. Because guess what? This is the coolest part of the piston head. This piston head, cool skirts, standard, they're thin, the piston rings, got the gaps, all that stuff, right? There's a spike, a parabolic spike. Well, it's actually really kind of like a round point, but then you got these little divots that then turn in like a teardrop towards the spike point. That are, of course, spinning kind of like a drill, like flutes. They're not very thick, very heavily, but it happens to help with the balance. Especially with the heads. They're built with that little dome, remember? It's why would I do that? Because it helps very much increase the vortex and that little capture of that slight detonation in those divots with that pressure wave getting like a satellite dish focused into that little burn area that's racing towards it. So it's improves the efficiency of that burn. Makes it much, much better at doing what it's supposed to be doing. Doesn't get in the way Who cares? It's not going to interfere with my valves. They go off to the side anyways. They're nowhere near this thing. And it doesn't hit the gap. It doesn't hit anything with the spark. They are made to be like that. They're a little shorter. They don't go all the way up to top dead center. Because, of course, we have a spike. So it's like you have to do that. And they're already a shocker. Low compression. And we don't go above 15 psi. Everything is trying to make 15 psi. We are using regular 83 octane. Why would I do that? Because, of course, it doesn't see a high pressure except for very specific areas. Because it's rotating, it's vortexing, it's moving insanely fast. Of course, it has pressure at the sides of the boundary layer, but it skips over. You get the picture with the heat and the blah, 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 cooling, and so on, so on, so on. You get it. Improved efficiencies. Improved massively the friction coefficients. It's balanced. Very balanced. Very well. It's like it has an offset. It's not offset. It's fairly darn good at helping with the hybrid crossplane. Firing order. It's effectively improved everything about the damn engine. Cool stuff, right? Lighter weight connecting rods. A lighter weight, more balanced piston head. Less friction piston skirt and sleeved engine cylinder. Cool stuff, actually. Still got this oil pickup and sump and a little box and so on, and squirts it in, and you get the picture on that. Helps out the piston sleeves and cools it off. Because look at that, that's basically a heat sink, right? With all the cylinders and diamonds. Reduces that weight for sure, but also keeps it structurally stronger, especially with the divots above. Yeah. Yep. Helps cool it too. It's got ceramic to help reduce the heat absorption from that piston head. Top. All the best, brightest bells and whistles you can get, really. So, ram air makes it much easier. So we got a couple of fans. We brought them with us this time. Got a couple shrouds. We got a second fan that we brought in to the dyno area. Same dyno area, 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Same all of that. But we just made a shroud that helps direct some of that air over the hood a little better. So that way it acts like it's actually at 60 miles an hour. The wind speed was 60 for the fan anyways, as we measured, and so we were able to get that 400 plus, or 450 plus really, horsepower. 485 is what I went to. They got to 460, something like that. Mine was timings and the double shot of spark and more helping out. All right, so this is now meant to go to insanely high RPMs, right? But now I have a compressor. So it's like before we got the compressor on, we decided to test it, do the whole thing. Around 18,500, it makes 3,462.7 horsepowers. Good old horsies. Not a very high RPM, you think, but it's actually pretty fucking high RPM, but not a large torque. No, it's not. It's not at all. I was still using the smaller injectors. For what it's worth, kind of. For what it's worth. You know what I mean? Because it's like, well, I do have to use the larger injectors, but it's sort of more or less air fuel limited. It's like I can't really run a torque that makes sense if I want to run RPM at like that kind of speed, especially with his transmission that he has. It's a 4-speed. I was like, this thing is massive though. Look at the size of this fucker. Shocker. I put a bigger fucking bunch of gears. I have a 7-speed with an overdrive. I put it in there, and then drilled and placed a serpentine belt pump reservoir above with a little tiny cooler for his housing for his tranny fluid. That's underneath the main thing, and it's connected to the radiator and the engine. And so it's like, well, air gets funneled down through it, and then there's a big old scoop that goes back underneath, and it draws air through, and then, oh, what do you know? It creates a degree of suction. As a result of that, it forces air from the higher pressure to the lower pressure, and you get the cooler with a pump for it. Added some much better gears for this fucker, and it actually lasts. Because gears aren't very hard to make. In fact, turns out like certain truck gears are pretty ubiquitous. There's transmissions they've got. You know, out there in the junkyard, and, so on and so forth. I was able to forge weld and so on, all this other stuff. So it's really not that hard to make for me. I don't see a problem. Anyways, same housing though. I had to change out like where the gear, where the stick is, the stick shift ultimately lands for his gears and gear ratios. And I changed out his axle. The whole axle thing is a whole thing. So I have a vacuum and a pressurized fluid. You're gonna love this one. It's like his chassis can't handle this. It's like, oh, give me a second. So, like rat rods, I placed, generally speaking here, I'm a rat rodder. These fucking wheels in front of the engine. That way it's a little better, weight balance. Look at that. And say, yeah, okay, I'm not done yet. So I need anti-roll bars. I also need these, structural things at the tops for where the, I think those are supposed to be where the suspension goes. But I don't really have that. If you really look at that in that engine compartment and all these other things, and I have to go, there's the firewall, there's this top over here, and there's this bottom. Okay. So I have some aluminum and some steel, anyways, point is, I made a bunch of vacuum tubes, effectively. Tubes that they bent. So I have anti-roll bars, I have all this other stuff with vacuums. Suspension, it's a standard, I could forge some steel that is hollow-ish, kind of, not really. And then forge weld in parts in between that are also their own little types of springs towards a center, which is where a given plate essentially kind of resides, but it's not really. It squeezes and, resists something that, a good way to put it is like, that's where we built in the connector, and so it resists whatever that ultimately is. So anyways, 2 springs for the price of 1 on both sides. That has a variable rate compression, but it's different because I'm using the inside space versus the outside space, not just a tighter coil. Coils in between, it's a whole thing. I wouldn't get into it. It's like, think of leaf springs going into a coil in the inside, but there's coils in between the leaf springs, and then, the hinges, of course, there, you gotta have that, and then there's the spring coil on the outside with, different coils in between certain of the coils there. So you get the picture. It's a little bit weird, but it works. And then it's like, well, get some, glass and some ceramics and some metal. Do the little forge whatevers, and here's a shock. Guess what? It's a air shock, of all things. That's right. It pushes air through it. There's a vacuum in the center. It has to push air through a bunch of little holes the right way. And depending on the spring tension of that vacuum, as you rotate it away further, you get different shock rates, resistances, and you change also the hole sizes as well with a twist of a knob on the outside. So crazy. It's a shock. Wowzers. They already make things like this too. Same thing with the spring. No, that nobody makes springs like this for what it's worth. It's because it's stupidly hard. I had to make this myself. But it's not that actually hard. I got a little quinge, this, that. Yeah, it's not that difficult. I got what is this, an engine? Turning it. Forge it. Harden it. Seems like it's pretty easy if you ask me. I hate this guy. Hey, I finally got him to say it. Anyways, both sides have a little. Oh, you know that rocker arm pushes in towards something as you push it up? Kind of a similar design. Pushes inwards on these sideways, so that the spring with the shock next to it. Not inside, of course. It can't be inside. It's like, look at this. That's a spring and shock system for both of the wheels. I have an independent. So I use this suspension, that is. But it's like, I use this, because it's like, this is an axle housing. But it's like, this thing sucks. Yeah, first off, I hate drum brakes. No offense to people that like drum brakes. I don't know why you like drum brakes. First off, there's like no way I could ever give this fucking vehicle to Nolan as he's going through without giving him better shocks and suspension in general and brakes. Jeez, here's 3,400 fucking plus horsepower. Hope you can brake, bro. Yeah, that'll work. Anyways, so I have these arches at the top, in between where the roof is and so on. And then there's this bottom of the pan, and there's the ones underneath the pan, and then there's one in the cabin area. And it's like, this sounds like a roll cage. Well, yeah, it's vacuum stuff, but it's actually the suspension. It's part of the suspension. It is a roll cage, I guess. It's more to stiffen the chassis, support itself a little better. Because I also had to do this for the front, for the multiple engine mounts and the engine, compartment, generally speaking. It's a good idea to do that. It's going to have a lot more going through it. You know what I mean? You have to have the firewall. It's basically like an inside-outside skeleton I had to make out of some relatively thin, composite material tubes that I ran vacuums through. And so it's like, but I have a spring in the center. All right. And then I have a spring, of course, at the firewall for the good old-fashioned, what is that, wheels and tires and brakes. Still the same size gas tank, still the same wheel bearings. But it's like, okay, so it's, wait, what is this axle? How'd you make this axle? It's like, nah, I just drilled into it, and it slides. I have this cone gear, and it goes in, and changes gear ratios. And there's a vacuum over here, and then there's a fluid pressure over here. Okay, wait. So anyways, as you're going forward, if one of the wheels breaks traction, this sucks it in, changes its gear ratio from a smaller gear to a larger gear. This one goes in. Oh, wait, sorry, no, it doesn't. It goes out. It goes to a larger gear to a smaller gear. It transfers all of its, well, not all, but more torque towards that suddenly broke traction wheel. Well, this one suddenly gets less power to it, and it has a larger gear suddenly to it. It's a traction control. It's like, oh yeah, no, you know what? Here's a way to make traction control work for you, just so you have an FYI here. If it breaks traction and you spin it faster, it gets a little bit, maybe, more traction. But at the very least, this one stops spinning as fast. And stop having as much power go through it. It's a good thing, typically. It rotates in a slot. You know how like the straight axle is a tube? Well, if you drill it, it slides up. There's a fluid and a pressure. And there's a vacuum here and there, and it's connected to between the two. Anyways, you get the picture. It sucks it in, and it goes out, and it transfers kind of like like the spring. It tries to balance evenly, both of it out, and gauge things slightly differently. No torque vectoring really to speak of. It's certainly not a limited slip. If you really look at that, it's kind of a weird amalgamation of both, if I'm being honest. You can still lock the differential, by the way. Change the gear ratios, of course, because I kind of have to, because, you know, that makes sense for the gear ratio change in the drive shaft that has to handle this shit. So, like, there's that, which is a bullseye drive shaft. If you don't know what a bullseye drive shaft is, it's a drive shaft that is hollow, that has another drive shaft that is hollow with a solid-ish drive shaft. There's tubes to run through it. Yeah, put some vacuums through it. It then seals, and then it supports with a bunch of hole areas. You know, like domes. You know, domes, they have a hole in the center, and then it supports the entire dome's weight around the circle. Similar kind of thing in concept. More balance, though. Less weight. More strength, generally speaking. Spins really well. It's a short drive shaft, you know, for what it's worth, because it's not like he has, like, all of the space to give you. But you get the picture, you know what I mean? It's a thick boy, though, for what it's worth, because you kind of need it, because you have, like, that level of crazy, insane horsepower and torque. We'll get to what happened with the compressor, I swear. Alright. So, getting back to this axle. It slides up and down as now different types of link suspensions that push towards a center area, making it much easier actually to get it to turn a little bit with the driver's input at the steering wheel and camber change itself to help that outside wheel as it turns. And it turns out a little bit, just a little bit in the rear, but the front, of course, you know, makes it a little bit better of being able to turn, you know, standard stuff. It can move further up, which is something you're going to want because this thing is, of course, big, and it's going to tilt inwards, actually, because of the steering wheel and the suspension that's here. So as it turns to the right, it tilts over to the right, and then it does that little camber adjustment and angle and leans in, because you're going to want that, because that still gives you suspension. There's a bunch of little diffusers. Now getting back to this axle. Goes to the wheel bearing. The axle is pretty standard shit, so do with the gears, you know. It's just, you know, it's got a cone thing, and it slides in and out. Of course, there's a tube there. Get a fluid. I said there's a high pressure fluid, right? An axle does have, and a differential does have fluid in it. It suddenly spins up, it gets more fluid over here versus over there, and there's a vacuum there. So it'll try and transfer and move it and suck the, you get the picture, and it allows for a degree of slip. Things to, oh, did it, actually. Wait a second, let me look at that. It repositioned the axle in the tube inwards. And since the axle transfer from the, what is this, drive shaft, it seems to have moved a little off to the side. You know, I think this would mean that it happens to bite a little less onto one side. Is the friction gearing going on here? And so it slips a little, perhaps, maybe. I don't know. Is that what that does? I can't imagine. I don't have PhD, no mechanical engineering background. I don't know. Is that what it does? You know, happens to cool itself with this fluid here. It's moving pressure with air going over it, I think. Anyways, going back to the panels that are underneath, that are a big series of diffusers, because of course I want to protect the steel, the stainless steel here, with ceramic inside and outside coating. It's like, why would I do that? Because I don't want it to get hot and burn the inside of the occupants. I want it to be protected. It's going to have a lot of heat in it. Same thing with the under panel. Carriage thing. And there's a lot of other stuff I had to effectively just bead blast. If I could put a bunch of coating on there. Bed liner stuff. That's effectively what that is. Same thing with the inside. Anyways, let's get back to this suspension roll. It's not really a roll cage if you really look at that, think about it. But it is, I guess. It's not really meant for that. It's more of an anti-roll. But wait, I thought you said it was a suspension. Yes, thank you, someone. So anyways, you know how the pivot point of the wheels, when it tries to accelerate, you know, that's its pivot point, and as it rotates up with the shaft and blah, blah, blah. Well, what if you were able to take the weight all the way to where that pivot point is, and then try and make it seem to act like it's at the very end point, even in front of the engine, with a whole bunch of... And there's a suspension here that tries to resist that. Yeah, there's this spring and shock system connected to a bunch of tubes with vacuums. They seem to act as that over here is actually all the way over there, in front of the engine, when it tries to rotate. So it seems to get some good grip. And it still has suspension moving down. As it tries to continue balancing its load. How come they don't do this? Because they're expensive to do. Oh. That sounds like bullshit. That sounds like a bunch of idiots. It's expensive? You're a race fucking goddamn team! Get smoked. Get fucking smashed. Anyways, but it also does it when it brakes, moving forward. It takes that and moves it rearwards. And it goes off to the side. It tilts, of course, but then it tries to tilt all that weight in towards the front. Oh, I'm sorry, not the front. The inside. Helping balance the grip. Oh, there's this diffuser. So, you know what? Actually, when I look at the front here, because I had a bunch of scoops and so on, I have to have this air, you know, travel, and there's a windshield. You know, what if I made a little bit of these little, you know, areas here with the scoop that just creates a vortex coming off the front of that radiator with the little gears along the side and scoops as they rotate upwards towards this, inwards and upwards towards the shield, you know, that's winding, you know, towards you, it shields you from it. It's visible somehow, you can see it. In no way you can see through it, actually. Some sort of force field activation, maybe. Preposterous. Couldn't possibly. It's not a thing. I'm hearing a lot of bullshit. The suspension can't do this. I can't fathom how the geometry of the suspension would be pivoting. Go fuck yourself. We can see that. There's also cables in there. Oh wait, did I say cables? Oh, yeah, that's the vacuum acting like cables. I see. Go carry on, you fucking bitch. Yes, thank you. Now, moving on. So, anyways, as the vortex goes up towards the top, it creates this nice little zone as it helps curve that air up over to the windshield. Now, if I add in these little teardrops, just small little bumps, small little rough air areas, teardroppy, and, you know, so on, it sticks to the top. Creates a real high boundary layer, and then stuff above it travels faster, sure, but this is slower, but, you know, it sticks to it. Isn't that a higher pressure to the lower pressure underneath? Almost like I have a big car-level spoiler. Maybe I spoiled your attitude over there, saying I couldn't do this. You little butt-munching bitch. Anyways, let's move on. That's what I did. There's a small little series of things, tubes. They're not really meant to be a roll cage, but they are supportive of the vehicle, help the chassis out. It's what it is, right? It does what it's supposed to do. It looks like it's not even there. That's nice. You want that. Yeah, sure, it stiffens the chassis. Yeah, absolutely, you like that. Yeah, I suppose it could help in a roll. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Seriously, don't do that. Anyways, so with those little fan shrouds, we only had the one fan shroud. We didn't have any extra fans. We just opened up the doors and windows to allow for, because of course the exhaust is going to push a lot of exhaust. It's going to suck a lot of air in. But there's no compressor. So we have a little shroud, but it's not like forcing it in from a larger into the ram air. It's just no, it's just trying to help push it around the vehicle a little better, around towards that engine area. That's all it's really meant to do. All right, and it's like not much extra, but it's supposed to get up to like 60 miles an hour, right? It's still 60 miles an hour wind, still 60 degrees Fahrenheit. It's still all that altitude, a couple hundred. In this instance is 600 something, and then the temperature is what it is, same place, all that. I was like, all right, so I got the things and so on and so forth, but I couldn't really push that torque where I really wanted because there's no fucking way I could put that level of goddamn fucking. Hey, the crankshaft handles it. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Engine handles it. The compression's fine. Everything's fine on that one. The axles are good. Drive shaft's fine. Bearings are gonna do what they're gonna do. You'll have to replace that probably. But good old transmission's working. That's nice. Swiggity, right? That means cool in my lingo, so swiggity. Cool, right? Works out. Does it? I wanted to go really high RPM. Why? I get high RPM, but still, man, it's a lot less torque than you think. But this is where I go potty. I go pee. And I'll be right back in a single second because I'm going to pause this and you won't even know. Alright, I'm back. So, the torque starts off pretty high. Alright? I have high torque intentionally to try and force that supercharger to be removed. Right? That's kind of how I designed it, but the supercharger isn't there first. So it's like, that's why I set it up first and foremost, because I knew it was going to be there later. But it's also like, it gives me insane off-the-line performance. That's what it's meant for. And then I drop back that torque, and I increase RPM. And I keep dropping back torque, and I keep on, yes, interrupter. I keep increasing RPM, and keep increasing RPM, keep increasing RPM, as I drop torque down lower and lower and lower. Now, why would you do that? Because it's like, well, I have this freaking thing balanced for this, damn it. I want to use it. In favor of my RPMs, I'm going to use my RPMs, damn it. That's basically what that would be. Literally. That's what it was for. But here's the thing. Faster the RPM, the more fuel you use, and the less efficient it becomes, and the more wear rate you get, and the gears kind of suffer, and you get the genuine stupid kind of picture. It's kind of not worth it. Sounds amazing. Like, seriously. Sounds fucking phenomenal. Whew. Brilliant. Insanely good sound. Really? You don't understand why in a second, because it's like, here comes the compressor with the turbine. The vacuum shafts. The bearings. so on and so forth that have to be there inside the V8, underneath the manifold. It can be small, it can be tiny, but it doesn't really matter because it will handle that kind of stress and load put through it. It's fine. It's only going to 15 psi. Well, guess what? So, like, that extra degree of pressure, once it hits that continuation, you drop the RPM, it's like, well, where does that pressure go to? It goes into the intake of the compressor. It goes whoosh. And so it goes like that. And it's like, why would you want to do that? Because, truthfully speaking, it just sort of makes it a little more efficient. It's going to suck it in anyways. It'll suddenly spin up. It'll have a reduction in pressure that it's getting into on both sides. And it keeps it like an anti-lag to a degree. It's not much. It's not really much of anything other than making sure that you have that pressure wave once you get back on the throttle ready for you in the next gear. That's all it's doing. And that's fine. Literally, that's fine. It's good. Like, you know, it'll be able to be exhausted out the freaking ram air area. You know, if it doesn't get sucked in, it's fine. You know? So it's like, alright. He's like, why would you go that far for this dude? Because I love these styles of cars. Like, seriously. And this guy, I don't know, I feel like he'd get it. I feel like he'd get why it would be that I would want, and he might even want, and all the rest of the men that don't immediate would want to basically throw this shit together and try and make it happen. Like, holy damn, that would be one hell of a... Let's do that. We get Alex Steele over here involved. RC is this and that and all this. Oh, yeah, fucking yeah. Let's get them in. Let's get them all in. Let's get them all in. We got a big old collaboratory. Let's get a lot of views from multiple different sources, putting together this thing that would never, ever, otherwise have been a thing made. So it's like, that's cool, right? And it's like, it's just a project car for me. Like, I just wanted to work on it because it seems really cool. That's literally what it is. It's like, I just like these concepts. I just like these ideas. I want to try them. I want to do them. I want desperately to do that. It's like, I know it would work. Like, I know it would work. I know it works. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, cool. It's like, let's get back to the compressor. 3,400, basically, we just cap it at that 85. Being honest, you can easily go higher. Horsepower. At 10,123 RPM. This fucker is so able to go way high. Like, it's insane, you know what I mean? Like, oh, yeah, no, I just consistently keep that pressure up. Timing has changed slightly, but more power really fast. And it's like, you don't really need that. You know what I mean? It's kind of insane. Like seriously, it's like, it's a little over, I think, 2,000 horsepower, or close to 2,000 horsepower, or something like that. Or it's like, top of the end of the line of this protection. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. I wish we beat it, no problem. No fucking issues on my end. Brrr. You know, not to the manufacturers. I know that they could do that. You know what I mean? Like, I know that they could run that. But it's every step of the way, all of the little things that are there to make it run this well. It's like, you know, and that's why it's like eco mode. Guess what? That runs at 500 freaking horsepower. Doesn't go above 500 horsepower. Have fun with that. It's like my eco mode's 500 horsepower, sir.
It weighs a little bit more. Sure, okay. Yeah, does it though? Yeah, I mean, yeah, but does it though, actually? You know, how much? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, I added a whole bunch of tubes and composite materials and so on. Yeah, sure, but I also took off 100 fucking damn pound intake manifold. Yeah, but I added fluid for the cooling and, you know, all the pumps and, but do you know how heavy drum brakes are? They're fucking so heavy, dude. These things weigh like fucking 32% of what that thing was. Really? They're big. They're very big discs. I have 2 discs, 6 pistons front, 4 in the rear. Doubled. So it's 12, you know, front and back of the, like, kind of like 11 and 1 and 2, you know, that kind of area, 10 and 11, 1 and 2, 6 pistons, and the front, big boys. And then 4s in the rear, which can, with this convenient little switch, turn off. You can do burnouts for days. But it's like, they're smaller, of course, but they're 8 pistons effectively per each one of them. They're drilled, they're slotted, and they're vented. You get the picture on that one. Well, yeah. It's like, alright, cool. They're thin, they're big, they're less weight by far. I also chunked the hell out of that axle. Technically weighs less for the transmission. The engine definitely weighs less. I chunked material out of it. But, you know, I added it back. You know, I also chunked material out of the hood. Yeah, but I added it back. You know, I added more material at the bottom. Yeah, I added more material throughout. You know, you think about it. There's no big old ginormous heavy leaf springs. But, you know, I do have 3 springs. Yeah, but you have lighter shocks. Oh, well, by far, way lighter shocks. They're vacuum. Yo, yeah, no, yeah. Everything's basically a bunch of vacuums to transfer things. It's aluminum and some thin sheet steel stuck together. Sure, yeah, no, some Kevlar. It's fairly lightweight. Some, okay, powder coating. Yeah, it's gonna weigh a little more. Okay, so fine. It's a little heavier. Not much though. Not much. It's not much heavier. And I gave it all of Sabine's increases. Look at all the increase of the beans. Look at it. So many damn beans now. I'm a fucking semi-truck full of beans. I don't even know if a semi-truck ever would need this kind of level of fucking horsepower and torque. So I never stated the torque, but if you know about what that RPM is, and what the capped horsepower really is doing, then you can figure out that torque. Now, I'll give you the gear. It was 7th gear. Not the overdrive. Full 7th gear. Like, normally they don't do it. And it's like, it's because this is big gears. So big boys. Huge. Then you got ratios in the rear, you know, standard stuff, right? It's like, what's the actual gear, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a little rough. You know, I don't really count, I just know that it works like this, because it's so on and so forth. But it's like, alright, I'll count. You know, I'll tell you. It's a 5-inch gear, not that many spokes, compared to other things. But it's quite a few spokes, actually. Because, of course, you need them if we're going to have a lot of torque through it. Why is it a 5-inch gear? Gee, I wonder. It's a 7th gear. Yes, you see the overdrive? This thing's 2 inches, motherfucker. Fucker's fucking tiny. It's like, does it matter how many spokes? Alright, let's standard 5-inch truck gear as our 7th.
What is it? Ford F50 regular gas. Transmission 5-inch gear, that many spokes. Now, granted, what's the year? What's this? What's that? 57 gear teeth. Now, ratio in the rear. I should let you know these are not stock tires, obviously. These are big boys. These are meant to have some give and pull. Sidewalls are 5 inches. Width is big. What is the size of this? Holy fucking damn, bro! You got a 2-foot fucking width tire. How's he fit this fucker in there? Yeah, so we changed that. We flared them out. We gave a little, a little suspension lift. Look at the size of this rim, though. It's like 8 inches. Basically. Does that give you that? Alright, so let's go look at the axle. And I can't be certain of what the... Because we have a cone gear here, so... But there's a friction, so it's what's this axle gear ratio? That's a good question. It's a good question. Let me look at this. Fuck. That's kind of variable. It's kind of significantly variable. But let's take a look at this. It's between a... Yeah, I'm done. I don't care. Literally, I'm out. Yeah, it's like... you suck, gear. You don't really tell me. But it's like, alright. Between this and this is what I'll give you. There's no real way of knowing. It's too damn variable. But it's like, alright, so it's a standard 3.0723 down to a 2.8979. It's like, that's not standard. And it's not a fucking standard goddamn engine either. Where'd you get this from? I don't know. What is that over there? It's a big old semi-truck. 18-wheeler. Oh man, goodness gracious. Is it? No. It's kind of, maybe. I don't know. I just made it. It's this size. I just needed this to be this size around roughly, that thing. I don't fucking look at all that. I don't know anything about that. I don't care about anything about that. I just know it needs to be around this size and it needs to fucking handle the heat and load pressures that it has to have running through it. That's all I need to know. I don't really give a fuck. It's like, I'm angry! I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you will be. Look at the size of these fucking front tires. They're a little round. Help them tilt a little better. Get better grip. Got some thicker sidewalls, 4 inches, 4.5 actually, earlier. Big boy's 1.5 foot. Yeah. Why do you need such big tires? 'Cause this thing has like over 3,000 horsepower, bro. It's pretty decently heavy too. What do you think? What are you talking about? So it's like, alright, you get it. But you can figure out that torque probably. And what it's really doing. From those basics. And maybe I'm a little off. Fine, whatever. But not that RPM with that horsepower. I know for a fact I'm not. I got the dual fans with a couple fans with some shrouds, a little larger and truly benuli, and then to another and then bigger with the window too. The two still it's not funneling it into the intake. But like still, it's the front of the car mostly. Giving it a little bit. Still 60 miles an hour, but it's a little bit higher pressures. Kind of. It's really just more efficient because it's gonna suck it down really fast. 15 psi. What, are you kidding me? There's a really cool effect that starts to occur with that little vortex condition. Starts to happen. It forces a plug of air that was normally there to start getting sucked into it. Like a jet engine. Anyways. So, why did I say that? Because it's like, well, but never, blah, 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 dynamics, thermal fluid stuff. Meanwhile, me. So, 83 octane. Hey there, man. Low compression, 15 psi, 2-stroke, scavenge. To its view, because of how fast it's traveling and spinning, still below supersonic speeds in that cylinder. It allows for it to not detonate, cools it off. Really good air-fuel mixing. Actually, what isn't good about this? Right? It's like cool stuff, right? All it was for me was like, here's some programming I want to learn. Here's how to make a forge like this. Here's how to do material, vacuum, transfer, heat, this, that, boom, boom. Oh yeah, baby, look at me fucking goddamn do it. Oh yeah. Physics is my bitch, motherfucker. And it works, all within the classification of the physics. It does. Super cool stuff, right? Sounds one hell of a treat, I gotta tell you. There's a turbine, there's some flutter-ish kind of. Big boa sound, still 10 dB below the legal limit. Big sound though, huge volumes, oh yeah. Low and highs and mids all mixing together. Oh, it's preserved but not too naughty in the ears, toned down where it necessarily needs to be. Brightened in no way. Deafening, nope. Big though. I love the word big because it's impactful. Because that's what it sounds like. And it sounds beautiful. Big impact. Beautiful. Mwah. And he has an engine that will absolutely support this. 100%. It'll do it. Yeah, sure, I got a new crankshaft. Whatever. Yeah, sure, I had to get new pistons. Sure. Much bigger injectors of 65 psi. And the smaller ones, and, they're, cross-talking adrenal, blah, blah, so on. Timing, so on, blah. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Coil packs. I had to double fire. It's not impossible to double fire. We've done double firing spark plugs. I mean, come on. You know what I mean? Nothing impossible. In fact, nothing really distinctly impossible here. So it's a 2-stroke scavenge. Okay. So these are angled valves. Yeah, okay. Vortexes. Oh, we've done them before. Here's the caveat. You missed it. I had to widen and make the velocity diameter at the top and the intake manifold larger. Still the same size. Had to change the slope angles. But that's it, really. I'm not even joking. I had to cut that out and make them bigger. They have to breathe better. It's too restrictive. But that's it. That's all I had to do. That's the caveat. Except for the fact I had to make a multi-piece, multi-material, entirely different crankshaft than as typically seen or thought of as even possible or normal. Wait, no, I didn't. We do have forgeable fatigue limit aluminum alloys. Same thing with steels and You can definitely piece and forge those together, especially with a technique like that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with saying that I can take out some degree of air in a chamber and have that act as a tension spring, because they use those already. Vacuum, spin, yeah, you can do that. There's nothing saying you can't do that. It's a little different, but it's less weight. I'm able to make them stronger for the given application. You know what I mean? Better transfer. That's good. You know? Oh, so there's a venerator. A changing gear venerator thing with a clutch and some springs. No, totally impossible. Oh, let me look at that. Nope, that definitely. And we have an actuator there, so that way it for sure shuts off at this RPM no matter what. And it just goes to the turbo. You know, the worst part, though, is that he did slide. It was a bit rough. See, on all out, with that level of torque and horsepower, bro, it's really easy. Even with, real world drive, even with all this, it's gonna go. Sped out a little. It's not exactly able to, not be a dragster practically. So it's like, alright, and it's his. You have to remember, it's his vehicle. I just wanted to learn and design and modify and make better. That's all it was. That's it. Seriously, that's it. It's like, I can do this on the cheap and I can do it without needing that. Watch me. Research, do all that. Basic. Totally doable. Nothing says I can't do this. In fact, this would be a fun little project. The injectors, sure, I have to buy. Injectors are so expensive. Truck gear, so expensive. Under 20K. All told, all in. Now, granted, the time is here. The learning's here. All the rest of it, but still. Doable. What are you doing it cheap? I want to wreck shop. I'm going to smash it down. Racing teams. Look at me. I'm Nolan Sykes with my fucking redonkulous levels of bullshit fucking horsepower and torque. Fucking mechanical and aerodynamic grip shit. We're going to a regular race. Bullshit, are you really? Oh yeah, I know. What is he driving? Holy fuck. Oh, don't worry, you'll get him next time. He didn't break anything, it's okay. This time, don't put that gas pedal down too quickly. I know I have traction control and stuff to a degree, but I don't really. This is all mechanical. It's you and not gas pedal. Like, how much you push down is how much you're at now. Remember that. I just gave it a little bit of better traction control and going in a corner. Make sure you're careful. Because it will dump. You know what I mean? It's like, you can easily keep this at a higher RPM, like, but I tuned it off. Why should I? Oh, yeah, no, it's balanced to there. Oh, that means it'll last for a really long time. It means I don't have to change anything out, I don't have to make anything better, and brakes are gonna fucking be fine, no fade, practically forever. Same thing with the axles, the sleeves, the piston rings, the piston skirts, everything, really, if you be honest with yourself. Except for those damn tires and those, maybe those wheel, let me see those wheel bearings. Yeah, you can change them out, I'm sure you got that. I'm sure you got it. Yeah. Man. Nice. Why'd I do it? Because I was interested. It's as simple as that. Oh, you need monetary incentive. Why? Why? It's like I decided to wax and wane about all of these modifications. Beautiful fucking technology. Ooh, yeah, we had them before the 70s. We had two-star scavenging out of a single cylinder, and multiple cylinders in V8s, V6s, with these angled valves to degrees. Oh, it's a little rough on that one. It's to two certain degrees, if we're being honest. Yeah. And you have to remember that. Right, but it's like, okay, sure, okay. Rocker arms? Oh, yeah. Dual overhead cams? Well, they're underneath the rocker arms. How does that work? Valve placement. A little longer tub style extenders, almost, you could call them, onto these camshafts. And rocker arm. Huh. No way that could work. And that's what they said. They said, no way. I'm starting to see how they were wrong all the time. They weren't very solution happy, creative, intelligent, any of these things. They were naysaying pieces of shit. I'm a dick about it. Because it's like, well, look, we had this decades ago. We're 2023 right now. There's a full 30 years in the 70s before I came around in 91. We had this fucker designing this fucking smash motherfuckers up 1930s engine. In the late 50s, finished in the early 60s. We had all this technology. Progress, 1%. Doesn't matter. It matters. It matters a tremendous amount, these fuckers. They suck. It sucks. Do you see it? You gotta see it. 1%, erasing, people understand. 1% means a lot. 1% added up over the entire vehicle? What, are you kidding me? It means I won, hands down, no questions. It means I didn't even have to try. That's how much a 1% across the board can mean. This is more than a 1%. This is an engine that's not going to extremes of pressures and thermodynamics. This is an engine that doesn't need insane degrees of fuel use. Although it's still using a pretty damn good amount of fuel. It still has wonderful balancing, but it doesn't have the insanest, perfectest, no imbalance, all that. You know what I mean? Sure, it's got gumption. Ooh, yeah! But it's because it's a two-stroke with a fucking PSI going into that scavenge. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, I'm burning fuel, sure. But it's not to the degree that you might have thought. That efficiency increase is insanely intense. Thanks to that frickin' turbine. Yeah, sure, it's thicker. It's a longer one and thicker. Yeah, so it weighs a little more. But its efficiency is for sure understood. Once you gain the correct little add-ons for your exhaust. So I had to change the exhaust a little. Yeah. Oh, boo-hoo. No. Doing a little effort makes it so much better, huh? It's not. Right? It's not. It's only 1%. No, it's not. It's way more than 1%. Boom, 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 boom. Throw a temper tantrum somewhere else. Throw it somewhere else. Please. Please calm down. Understand the reason why it's stated like this is because it's obvious it means something. It means a massive amount. It'll change everything. The efficiency of a vehicle can go massively higher. All my vehicle designs are meant to take heat, transfer it to electricity, or physical motion, work energy to your transmission. I have a fuck ton of them. The radiator, it's a waste heat generator. Ooh, so tremendous. No, that's actually a really big deal, yeah. These engine block. Yeah, no, it's basically a layered design of several sleeves. Thermally, far more efficient. It makes from its pressure, from its heat transfer, but electricity. Thermophotovoltaic, thermoelectric, piezoelectric, coolant, waste heat generator, vacuum, hard lines, the correct type of exhaust manifold and intake manifold designs. That's all it takes. What do you know? Massively more efficient. What is this? You're not! So, all it takes is a little bit of fucking trial and error, a little bit of effort. Take that exhaust, that pressure. It creates electricity. Creates heat. Heats electricity. Creates motion. Electricity. Or direct 1-to-1 as best you can to your crankshaft. Electricity, what can it do? Well, when you phase it right and you put it next to the right other things, it moves things. Well, that's nice. I can gain that back in, huh? Yeah, I could. So I can get up to those 90% efficiency ranges if I can do it well. Now, I can't do it perfectly. I'm not going to try. 99%. Yeah, sure, if you're willing to give me that moolah. Oh, yeah, I can get there. But if you want cheap, easy manufacture, stamp, press, put it together, boom. Oh, yeah, no, I can easily do this. Now. Look at this. Compressors go up. Aerodynamics. Efficiencies go way the hell up. Why wouldn't I do this? Makes no sense. Still sounds amazing. Why wouldn't I do this? And it's like 1%. That bottom line, 1%. 1%. 1%. That's all it takes sometimes. I'm massively reducing the amount of fuel use because of that efficiency. I can always store a degree of electricity on it. I can make a hybrid. I can always make that just make electricity. It's a really thermally efficient design. It makes good electricity. I don't really need the size of batteries that they have. I can always give a degree of that electricity a little bit of a makeover to forcefully try with plasmification and charge field separations, kind of like a fuel cell from air and so on, light, whatever, and get back that carbon, sequester it into a can, get that heat back, make that electricity back. It doesn't seem as efficient as you might think, but actually it's fairly efficient. It's a much cleaner engine. It's like, why would you want this? Because I know that they're not ever going to stop. They take forever to transition their infrastructure. They suck. I'd do immediately electric motors. I have fucking multiple versions and designs that no longer need magnets. They use field for attract and repulse and amplification of a given directionality to resistance of a kinetic, which in this instance is not, it's an eddy current, but it's like, that's like its momentum, like a fake mass. That's why it's called kinetic and momentum amplification. It's a fake mass, but it's not really there in the moment that it moved forward, and then it's there, and then it moved forward, and then it's there, and it's like it's timed all appropriately to give it like a constant impact, wrench sort of style effect. And it's like, and it's all curving inwards constantly. It takes all that field energy that it has, dumps it as efficiently as possible to torque and rotational inertia. Really efficient for the given energy. And it can take other electromagnetic field energy from around us, because if you didn't know, there's still a magnetosphere and charge fields in our air. We need to cool the thing anyways. Not much, but a little. Why the fuck not? It gives me more efficiency. Not really. Just so everybody knows. No. I'm getting outside energy. That's a good thing. That's fine. I don't mind. Why wouldn't I mind? What do you mean, why would you mind? What are you kidding me? You daft, you little bitch? Outside energy helps. It means you use less of your own to make things happen. Are you fucking stupid? Come on. The fuck? The faster you go, the better it becomes, right? No. It's pretty consistent. But there's a lot more that I can do with that. That's how it came all the way down to... Look at this! What's a quantum vacuum pressure? Hey! You still remember? Yeah. What's a quantum vacuum? What the fuck is this? What is a quantum vacuum? What the hell is that? What's a quantum vacuum pressure? What the fuck is this? Where's it? Vacuums can only exert pressure onto something if there's a given pressure that it can transfer. That kind of thing. Where the hell is that coming from? We don't care. We have never explored. Blah blah blah. What the hell? You have not? My ass. What the hell is this? What is this? This is bullshit. You know it's bullshit. There's no way you've not done this. You must have some ideas. They're never willing to tell me. That's kind of annoying. I've not seen anything about it. It's weird. It's almost like stuff might be there. Is it the dark energy, dark matter? No, I mean that kind of drains itself into other things. I suppose it can interact with quantum vacuum, but it'd be doing a lot more than you think on that one, wouldn't it? Is it nothingness? Does it exert a pressure? Yeah, it's nothingness. It means it's not stuff. Yes, but it's an infinite technicality thing. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it's actually there. Quantum vacuum pressure might be our first given clue that there is a nearby universe. Might actually be our first clue. Could also be something else. We don't know. Truthfully. We don't. Nobody has a fucking goddamn word to say on it. I've yet to find somebody that has an actual, maybe this, possibly. Maybe it's the idea, this gravity. Okay, it's gravity. That's kind of lame. Where's your math? Nope, it's not. Seriously, it's really super not. Yeah. Then you can look at that math and it's like, oh, wow. You modified fucking gravity to basically not exist. God. Yeah. Anyways. So we're gonna move on. It's like it doesn't matter. It's like, how do I capture it to reduce its effects, accelerative effects, onto me and whatever else, right? I capture some degree of energy. Why not? So it takes some energy to do it. Okay, I was going to spend energy anyways. What's the problem? Huh? Well, you're willing to make a bunch of fucking hydrogen and oxygen and put them together and fucking explode them out your rear end. You can't do a little of this? Why not? I'm not seeing a whole hell of a lot of people that make good choices or decisions. I'm not seeing that 1% do a lot of good choices and decisions. I'm not seeing a lot of people understand why the progress is not being made. I don't see a lot of people really grasp why I'm angry or upset. In fact, I don't get a lot of people ever talking to me outside of the whole whatever the hell it is that's connected, and however the hell it is that it's there. So there are multiple different ways of doing that, isn't there? So why the long thing? Because we had this idea long ago in the 90s. Seriously. In the 90s we had this fucker. We posited the little kinetic, the little inertial accelerator engine style thing back in the fucking 70s and 80s. No progress has been made. I came to the same fucking place as others, older than me, on their way out, unfortunately. You know, life-wise. The breakdown of the machine that we are. God damn, that sucks. Scary thought and process. You know? They went out. I'm starting to notice more and more of the same problems. It's just a different decade. Why would I make this? Why would I tell people? You can have it all, right? You could do it. No. Look, no. No, no. No, I obviously have issues. Obviously other people are going to prevent progress. Not just from me, but others. Regardless of misguided or guided, blah blah blahs, so on and so forth. Who cares? Like seriously, no, really, who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Why do you think I waxed and waned with the influence over culture and more? How it affects us. The chaos theories. Not so chaotic. A little more determined than you think. And it makes sense, considering we're not talking about flitting around little tunneling particles. We're talking about a human to a human. Relative to a big old space problem. It's fairly easy to figure some of that out, you know? To be a little more determined. But of course, we don't know all the things. They don't need to. You just need packs. Down to an individual, and bigger packs. Small, medium, large. They have more than enough information these days. Think about it. Can't possibly be that the voices are anything more than voices. They're not voices. When you say hear voices. Also, what's a voice in your head? Do you not ever think inside your own head? Some people don't. Some people can't even see things in their head. Crazy. Not really, though. There's a lot here that you start realizing it doesn't really make much sense the way people currently think and believe bullshit around them to be what it is. It is what it is. No, it's not. Obviously, it's not. This guy is gonna fucking steal my shit. That's why I started this with. That's why I started the recording. Nobody's gonna believe me. That's what the fear is, right? The influence, the result of decision change. But truthfully, I've been trying to get myself to fucking record for a few days anyways. These fuckers suck. Nothing's there, if I'm being honest. They're not a perceived threat. I know that. They exist. There's no way they don't. Even if it's like, they're not connected mentally, but, they could be hacking you. I'll give you that. Okay, well, so they're still there. There's no way for me to be able to observe them? Well, no, So obviously, you can do it. Yeah. So, okay. So, how long until the change happens? You ever notice that? We barely in race cars have angled valves. Poppet valves. Volumetric efficiencies are shit. No waste heat generation from those radiators? Why? How about the cylinder? There's nothing saying you can't put piezoelectrics in there. Why wouldn't you? You're casting it anyways. Why are you doing this to us? Mechanical stress and strain creating electricity things. No diaphragms, no phase changes, no air, no resonances. Okay, fine, whatever. But heat here, cool here, stress and strain. Radiator. Crazy. Apparently, somehow. MGUK, it took Formula One the highest at all the money to put a fucking generator onto a turbine? What? How did that... What? Why? You didn't just to a torque converter or something? No, God, shut up. Oh, shut up now. BA, again, random associations, apparently. Chaos theory mathematics has it be that the pressure in thermodynamic entropy land happens to have it suddenly tunnel in, looking random, but it's not. It's just a less resistive area for it to go into, whatever energy is there, trying to tunnel in. Looks random. It's not. Of course, you need to know enough about the given area to be able to know about that. But for what it's worth, that type of random, guess what it does? Just tells you where the low pressure consistency seems to be. Looks random, but the increases and decreases, guess what? That's the pattern. That's the pattern of how it waves through us. You get a big enough one, it starts looking more and more like there's increased degrees of pressure and waves that are very big and lower waves, oscillations and resonances and peaks and valleys. It's no longer very random, is it? It's just going with a consistent flow of lowered resistance. And then we're like, finally, we have proof for this gravity is around us, a hum and thrum. My gosh. We're like, yeah, no, that should have been there already. Why wouldn't it have been there? Yeah, logically it makes total sense. It's what we think. But a whole bunch of people needed that to go, oh, yeah, no, it's a thing. What the fuck? Why did you need that to make it a thing? It should have obviously been clear as day that it was there. It was always going to be there. What the fuck? The moment you knew about gravitational waves, it was like, oh, so everything has, we're always passing through gravity. Yeah, there's got to be a lot of them around, right? But we now do experiment for years and decades, and so now we say that it is there. What the fuck? We proved it! Yeah, to some stupid, dumb motherfuckers, I guess. That needed it or something. A does not mean association. Wouldn't matter, douchewad. Don't care. I don't use your little fucking letters and symbols. I learned all my shit my way. I never fucking went to your schools. You're already just trying to go, well, it's illegitimate. Illegitimate. No way. No way valid. Can't be done. Don't listen. Those people vote. They work with you. They're your colleagues. Why in the shit? Man, really? They're smart though, they have a PhD. A lot of PhDs will tell you that does not mean what you think it means. The general public though. Oh yeah, absolutely. PhD's the fucking this guy. This girl. The fucking hell. Look at them over there. Those politicians. PhDs mean I'm like, they have a very decent, hopefully, knowledge on a given area of a particular subject. That's kind of what it means, basically. You don't. What did I say earlier? You'd like to go to school, learn a little more, you're gonna make mistakes, clearly. Oh, what the fuck? So these idiots are still trying to say something that means something, but it doesn't mean anything? Oh, fuck off, really? Ha 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 ha, this is funny. Somehow. Look at them running their mouths as if it means anything. They for real. They don't. God, man. I can build a literal destroyer of most fucking goddamn race teams out of a Nolan Sykes project car. A few tweaks and modifications. It'll fuck most people's up. Most of the cars up, yeah. All it took was a little ingenuity, a little intuition, a little logic, a little understanding. A little creative thought. Destroys their asses. They think 1% does not matter. I have more than 1%. There's no application. What? There's plenty of applications. I'm I'm getting 1% from this thing. What the hell? Bullshit, this waste heat generator makes way more. Did you do it this correctly? You know, there's a change of pressures for the acoustic vibrations with those diaphragms. You know, the Stirling effect for the heat and cool effect. You know that, right? It goes if you make it thick. It goes from this large to a small, then to that to a medium, and then this to a larger, back into a small. You do it the right way as air goes through. I've already talked about this actually several times. But if you do it right, what causes the Joule-Thomson cycle? A phase change, right? Like a change of pressures? No. Okay. Get out of here. Jesus, fuck. As air goes through, pressures change, diaphragm moves, vibrations occur, different thermal acoustic effects, pumps happen to resonate, improving efficiency and increasing energy, heat energy to electricity. 90% efficient these piezoelectrics are. I'm hearing a lot of bullshit coming out of people's mouths that shouldn't probably talk. You know, it can be integrated into tubes and the fins, not just the diaphragms. I'd make way more energy than you think. When I look at you, I look at a sad sack of shit that should shut the fuck up. Look at this fucking retard. He hides behind a kept little fucking certificate of awarding given opportunity and monetary value. And a particular one-directional, or a few kinda ish, maybe really, ways of thinking and learning for your education. You have no idea, apparently, about some of this. You're only just basically putting it together. I see study after study basically coming up with the same shit I put out on my YouTube channel. Oh, guess what? It worked. Guess what? It happened to work. Guess what? That works. Guess what that is? That's working. It's working. Look at that. Oh, yeah, no, that works. That's another working. It worked. 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 Guess what? You were wrong. Everything about you stupid. What's that PhD got over there? Bunch of denial. That's what it is. That's it. I have a particular view. I am in power. Look at me. I control. That's all that is. Because actual, like, not you fucks that suck and are douchey, terrible, stupid dumbasses that got into positions of power and will get money for lying, essentially. Know that this is possible. Can be done. And can be easily scaled. I was talking about this a little earlier before I started recording. Here's a blimp. It's a wing with a slight fuselage, tail, so on. It's filled with helium. I have solar panels attached to it. I push with the solar panels a pump. There's steam. Pressure differences at these higher altitudes allow for me to more easily turn it into a vapor. There's salt. There's graphite. I have electricity. I have a pump. Charge field differences as I'm moving through the air. Why do I have this? It's thrust. It's kind of like an ionic, but it's not really. You know what I'm doing? I'm focusing, like a Lorentz lens and some mirrors with destructive interference, because apparently they don't know about this one. So I'm going to have to get into light physics. Oh gosh, oh my. Ooh. If I properly polarize light, give it a little surface area to slow down in, and then reflect and then bounce, in the destructive interference pathway it is going through, it allows for it to entangle into and then reflect out as a given lower or higher frequency light. Ultraviolet can go down to infrared. Radio wave, which we'd be using, but it'd be IR or natural light. You get the picture. I can start producing a microwave IR, because I'm trying to make a bunch of IR turn into microwave and a bunch of natural light, reflect it appropriately, create optical pumps, like I talked about, inertial confinement style types of lasers, alongside of charge field differences between our air, the heat, which, by the way, this is how alloys are made. They're heated up, and then they're able to split or combine, depending, based upon electro and covalent bonding for the orbitals. Standard shit. Why would you do this? Pressure, charge differences, expansion. Guess what happens? Watch. This, right here, as combined, it's called salt. It combined with this, called graphite. It splits a water molecule. You know what I mean? Pretty easily, insanely fast and easily. It recombines. It creates pressure differentials, oscillated back and forth. A continual flow resonance can occur between a center and an outer, an expansion and contraction, condensing, increasing speeds. As it goes back to a bell end, I improve the overall efficiency of captured thrust as it condenses. It maintains a atmospheric, but not just that, because, well, guess what? I have this water now with a graphite and salt attached. Well, UV happens to exist in higher degrees. If I layer this with multiples of these blimp plane things, as it creates a very puffy, huge cloud with a bunch of seeds in it. IR gets focused if I do it in a correct circular array, along with ultraviolet, and it reflects and so on. And you layer it with upper to lower. As it expands, it goes off into that. Here, I'll tell you the basic rundown of it real fast. As it goes through the stages of phase change separation of the given seeds, it breaks apart carbon, and the salt then seeds, and the carbon then seeds. Carbon dioxide is reduced, nitric oxides are reduced, and it rains more. And it reflects even larger amounts of light, which then will rain down somewhere else, making the planes, they're a little more expensive. Making that water stuff, yeah, a little more expensive. You gotta get graphite from somewhere. Hey, what's that on the... Is that smog over there? On that glass? Get some charge field differences, separations, recombinations. MIT made a suitcase to help desalinate water. Turns out you can use this effect to create graphite nanoparticles, to microparticles. Turns out you can make salt with that too. Turns out that they can 100%, using this effect, as of course they're a bit lighter as they burn fuel, can also have this help compress helium because of the rotation of the pumps. Remember that experiment I talked about in the beginning of this? Man, I've been talking for a while. I still remember it. Did you skip ahead to this point? Well, sorry, you should go back. Anyways, because it's colder up there, there's compression effects here. You allow a degree of phase change, the increased degree of cooling, I can keep it in a given container. I have it land, suck up some water, release in the container that helium, start the process of heating some of that water to cool the pumps and the solar panels. You gotta do it. I can constantly make clouds now. Geoengineer the south, just off the coast, just inland, and the Rocky Mountains. I can have it rain consistently and constantly, and block a larger degree of incredibly hot weather events. It costs next to nothing energy-wise to do it, but it does cost a decent amount to make them. And they have to run pretty much constantly. And there's definitely going to be maintenance. Helium doesn't grow on trees. But eventually, if you take a look at this cost for the AC and the energy lost, and cooling, and heating, and so on, it'll make up for it within the very year it starts, so long as you can make enough of them. Geoengineering, so terrible. Yeah, sorry, it'll rain over here in America. No, it'll go over to here. I'm allowed to affect America this way. I'm America. Go fuck yourself. Oh, so we'll just pump larger amounts of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere? That's affecting you. Why wouldn't this be acceptable? No. Okay, climate skeptics and deniers. I'm seeing how they're allowed to do this because that helps them with money and they are okay with this, but not this because it might change things for the better, maybe? Or slightly worse. Well, it's already going worse, so I might as well give it a shot. What the hell? No, the money for this blah 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 blah. Really? You can't see how the money savings will go to you? There'll be salt all up in my roads. Oh yes, so much salt in your roads. I wouldn't just have it rain in the ocean. Oh my god, these people. Let's see, a high pressure water pump. Yeah, it's a lot of expense. Is it? Didn't I start this off with this is pressure, this is temperature, this goes up to here, it spins, it goes into lower area, pressure, it then changes phases, it then accelerates as it condenses. Here's graphite getting sprayed into it with this, and then, salt, and then so on, and... You, fuck you! Yes, fuck you. Yeah. You trying to say fuck me. Do you see how stupidly inept you are? It wouldn't work! Why? It's high altitude. Of course this would work. There's spin, there's vortex, there's pressure, there's... What are you? Like a grade school toddler? That doesn't know anything about physics? PhD person? The energy value! It has solar panels. It has batteries. Just build it right. Why aren't you fucking doing that? I hate knowing you! Yeah, you should. You're a fucking defeatist attitude bitch. Get over it, you fuck up. You're a filter of our goddamn society. You little fucker. Status quo, my ass. Tradition, conservatism, bullshit. You're trying to make money off of people's suffering and pain, you little bitch. Naysaying my ass. You're a torturer and you make profit from it. That's a politician right there. That's an idiot politician. Look at him. He put like fucking saw blades on these things in the fucking south. So people that are brown and differently colored don't come into our white folk area. But I have this thing called a wheelchair. Don't go after me. He's hill challenged. Look at him. He's vertical slope challenged person. I think I'm afforded to say that. This fucking torturer of brown people. Racist, discriminatory craphead. Look at him. Look at this stupid cunt. He thinks he's smart, like we don't know. Nobody can stop him! Not really, but, you know... He's allowed to. Not many people put up any more of a fight. Destroyed and distraught. No positive. I said it in my other recordings. Why are we to do the work? We, the ones who are smart, creative, fucking taking on the load for everyone. They don't work without us. They don't function. They don't do anything. None of them get anywhere. Why do we have to be the ones sad? This is ridiculously stupid. This makes no sense. Fuck that. We don't have to be the ones that take on their shit. Fuck them. Let's be happy. Let's do what we want. Oh, you're a sociopath now. You're trying to convince them to not go along with societal, civilizational values. UK is calling. Remember that revolution you had? Hey, yo, South. Remember the North? So now that it's you, it is like this authoritarian. You don't like it being trained the way you don't want. Well, go somewhere else and go after them. Like you did before with the Native Americans that were fucking hit by a massive... Holy shit. Wow, that's a lot of sickness and fucking pandemic levels of bullshit. No, this is manifest destiny. We are brilliant, bright people. They are savages. I flew on my bird. Is it a god to our people? Over to this place with this guy, locked away for ages, alone in his apartment. Oh, I'm sorry. House. Because he stated that the sun rises in the east and we might float around circling a ball of fire. The ground told me that the sun rises because of this. The earth tells me these things. Oh, wow. These fucking white people, so fucking easy. Look at them. Just tell them they're fucking amazing. Oh yeah, that was definitely you guys. We could never figure this one out. Been saying this for fucking ever in our goddamn history and language and fucking more. It's the Native Americans. Yeah, obviously we circle this thing. Don't tell me in your fucking not racist at all discriminatory way what it is that we need to see. They would never, we were smarter, faster, better. You had bang sticks, motherfucker. They just got over like having essentially died most of their people. Holy fuck. Little. Here you go, pandemic. We're having problems. We're trying. Kick. Stop doing that, Kick. What are you gonna do, bitch? Kick. Are you having problems over there? Kick. Fucking trash. Look at these fucking retards. Held back my beliefs, my ass. They know what they're doing. They're not stupid. They don't need to be told. Come on. Why are you falling for that? Why are you falling for it? No, seriously, why are you falling for this? How does this make sense? They know! It doesn't even take long for them to think about it. Nobody's a super genius like you, not everyone, you know. Super genius? I'm not a super genius. What are you fucking on? This is regular bullshit. This is normal stuff. This is easy. Simple. I don't even have the fucking math or physics degrees or any of that. None of this is super stupidly technical. It's all understandable. High degrees of physics and everything. Easy. Why not? But it's true. It's not hard. It's not. We're not super genius. You're just intentional about denying and lying. You know what the hell this is. Come on. You know. You know it's there. It's not hard to understand. See what I'm saying? They know they can get away with it. They know they don't have to care. See what I'm saying? Feel free to cry. Feel free to feel bad. That's normal. Every damn time. But still. Remember, they're making you feel that way. And they suck and they win. They don't care. They really don't. They never will. They know what they're doing. You don't have to fucking take on them. Fuck that. Put forth some energy on treating yourself. Caring about you and yourself. Breathe. The fear, that's normal. The anger, the anguish, normal. They don't care. They don't have it. They don't even concern themselves about you. The incentives, money. Not having to change. Being comfortable, self-soothing. Nothing wrong to a degree. We all need some pleasure. Taking it upon themselves to harm others. Take advantage of me. And you. And others. It's true. That's all it is. Remember to breathe. Try not to panic. If you panic, it's okay. Just make sure you're going to be in a good place to do it. It's fine. It's not your job to run everything. None of you. You should not be the one to take on all things. Or even us as a group. Fuck that. We know what we're right. We know we'll fuck it up. Just like them. But at least we'll try and change and make it better. There's power in what they're doing. That's all it is. That's it. Power. They have power. That's it. I'm not even kidding. They don't want to remove it. They don't want to let it go. Okay. Who gives a shit if they have it? You understand the only reason why they have power is because you let them? I don't mean that like, oh, don't feel bad. It's just stop. No. No, I mean, what stops you from just not giving a fuck about the law? Seriously. No. Give it a second.
It's illegal to make these things yourself.
I didn't, though. Fell off a truck. There's a guy, I don't know, he said I could have it. It was damaged. That's what happened, I swears. It's illegal to make something like this. No, it's not. Right? Where did I get this money? It's illegal to try and make money to do things that are better than others. No, it's not. When did that happen? Sure feels like it, though, right? It's not reasonable to perform experimentations and studies on others without their consent. You do it to us. Where's my money from the fucking goddamn government and corporations doing it? Anybody remember that fucking goddamn, what was it? They flew some, the planes over some cities. They came out with a trail. There was some bacteria, I think. A lot of poorer black neighborhoods had to really take on this shit. I think there was like a bunch of sickness and other shit. You know, over time, chaos theory mathematics states that I'm affected by that, even if it was back then. What about this, what is this? This is a corporation, is this leaded? My parents have more lead in them because of that gasoline. They're more likely to be violent and abusive. Where's my money for that? So, it's illegal. Nah, I didn't do any of that. Didn't happen. How'd you even know I was doing something? It's illegal! Why? There are checks and balances! You don't have to obey them. That's what I've noticed. Time and time again, really. You only put it out a high profile. We got to blah, 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 blah. But then you continue. Happens again later. Comes out eventually. Then you get rid of someone. Oh, no, yes. Okay, so we're going to do that. No, it's okay for you, not us. We have papers that say that, fuck you. I have papers here. We have enforcement. We have some enforcement over here. What's the difference? You're mafia. No, we are government. What? Yeah, recognize us. That's the difference, right? Hey, look at me. I pay this guy. I do this thing. Blah, blah, agree with blah, blah. Hey, what do you know? The Native Americans have this. It's okay for them. Right? It's okay. Is it? I'm not seeing it being okay for some people. But it is. It is illegal. Not the way you did it. Oh, yes, no, I swarmed an area and took control of it. Is that what it was? Did anybody think that? I never implied that. Hey, you can do that, no? Oh, yeah, no, I can do that. Yeah, I don't know. What stops me? What stops anyone? Hey, let's go over here. Blah, 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 boom. Hey, what are we doing? What are we doing today? You ever think about it? You should. Not because I want you to be like me. But because it's like, do you really understand? There's no real thing stopping you from doing anything other than consequences. And these fuckers don't give a fuck about you and the consequences you'll have to suffer. And you really will have decades, probably, of suffering, and you might, after a decade, be able to get them for it. No! Oh, come on. Are you a retard again? I turned it off already. Why? Why would I do this? No! No! Who says I have to storm something? What the fuck is this? This is an insurrection. What the fuck? No, get out of here. Yuck. What is that?
Yeah.
This is stupid. I don't have to do that. Why do I have to do that? Who says I have to be violent? Who says I have to do any of this? There are definitely ways of doing this without having to do that. Remember there's a Republican, whatever, I forget what it was. Anyways, they removed the government in a given area, and, trash piled up, bears came around, they all ended up losing a lot of money, some people died, I think, maybe, I'm not sure. Anyways, point is, that's what that happened with them. No, we must go and try and change this big government that is, yeah, really? Why? Only stupid people will do this. So, they made a mistake, the way they went about the process. That's a nice experiment for us, boys. Take it from here. They didn't do this in the 60s, the 50s, the 70s. Oh my God. So many times they try and make... Oh, you know what? There seems to be this government influence that seems to go after them for their work. And then there's the other elephant in the room. Perceived value of work. Some understand it a little more than others. And of course, it came about thanks to the hippie culture, understanding the sickness of the society we have. Doing lots of work over time. I mean this. A damn good amount of work. Brilliant shit. Trial and error, really, though. Here's something I wanna give someone if they ever listen to this. Real fast. There's a bag of gold, unguarded, seemingly unwatched, in a park. How long do you think that bag of gold is going to be taken? It's a basic analogy, right? It's a bag of gold over there. Wait for it, though. You're gonna probably hate me. It's like, this calls to a different thing about that very thing that they've learned. How to communicate better. How to grasp that people can understand stuff. How to better help educate and more others. And validate people's thoughts and experiences, opinions and feelings, and allow for open and honest discussion towards a better end result. It's effectively what it is. So, okay, there's a bag of gold there. Alright. I heard about that. Alright. So, a whole bunch of people gathered up together, wrote some shit on a paper, decided to enforce it. With various fuckwads. They said there's some degree of checks and balances. It doesn't look like it. Anyways, there was a reduction of productivity in certain areas. And eventually they were like, kids can do this productivity thing. No. If they learn about this, if you invest in them, they will learn how to be more productive later for you. I guarantee it. And they'll be more robust to handle going for longer decades of more and more amounts of work that you give them. And they'll be able to perform better. Says capitalist, trying to give education to children, to get it done, to make it a forced, because it's socialism, man. It's forced. The government's coming in. You gotta understand, okay? You don't understand. You don't. All right. Meanwhile, me. Women can vote. I'm in this time period. Oh my God. They have actual, opinions that matter? Like black people, yes. Oh, those 3/5 people? No. That's we fixed that by this point. Oh God. Checkered past of America here. Tough crowd. Anyways. They're so great. Anyways, moving on. So, well, right. So, you know, but we already got. They did. They're still doing it. You know, we need to make it so that man, cause got a need, man, a hankering for women to vote right now. Standing on the corner, running around. Hey, what happened to like kids not fucking like working? It's the both. It's both. I swear. Like, you know what their first shit was? I mean this. Look at their first fucking foray into trying to get them to do the thing. Please have a heart and understand. So on and so forth. Empathy, sympathy. So on and so forth. Validation. So on and so forth. No, it doesn't get anywhere. What do you know? Oh, but they could do this and they could do that. I will prevent you with an ultimatum of my pussy not being. Oh, we will make rape illegal now. With this stuff, in these contexts. Mostly it's kind of. You can get away with it. Being honest, back then, Jesus, fuck! America, fuck yeah. Great place back then. Still is, right? Wait, has much changed? Wait a second, let's move on. Alright, so it hasn't changed much, but, alright, wait, oh god. Anyways, so, moving forward, there's a bunch of people that are going to die. And then they appeal to them like this. Imagine the work they could do for you! They, the working slave class, could do so much more if you do this. What do you know? It gets passed. The right to vote and more. You get pussy again, finally. What do you know? Wouldn't you have it? A couple decades later, the 60s, man. Social, civil rights, bruh. The grandparents. I've seen this one before. I remember working as a kid in these fucking places. Shit. That's not that long ago. Some of those grandparents you have as millennials right now were that. That's not even a joke. That's a real thing. Seriously, that's a real fucking thing. My grandparent, on my mother's side, used to work as a person when he was a child. In a factory, of all things. That's a real fucking motherfucker. He did that. My grandpa on my father's side, same. Both of them. I'm a millennial. They're still around, those people. They know about that, those people that you hate or you love. All right. The First Amendment protects me, blah, 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 but no consequences, right? No, I definitely can have them, blah, 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 blah. All right. It's above most things, right? Yes, obviously. Okay, all right. All right, let me do this. So, this consent and my validation of being like this and my expression like that, has this space here, therefore, being only allowed these things. For expression. First Amendment protects me from a lot, you would think, but that doesn't, apparently, because they don't want that to be how it's interpreted, even though that's exactly a perspective that makes total sense and always for the Constitution to be interpreted like this. Consent-based sex and more for how you are called, named, and so on. First Amendment protects me. My freedom of expression to fucking pound, man! Yeah! With this person accepting that freedom of expression onto them. Yeah! I'm protected as fuck with this minor. The bag of gold. Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Oh my god, no! Look at this bag of gold over here. Not taught how to understand themselves, express themselves, be able to say no, know how to fucking know what's good and bad, all the rest of it. Serious prey over there. That bag of gold. Look at them over there, just fucking looking like they're a fucking goddamn snack for some of these fuckers. Hey, what's up over there? You want some money? God, fuck. You want some power? I'll take you to a place where you can do drugs. You'd be so much cooler than your friends. A bag of gold moving. It was watched all along. Take him down! Boom, 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 boom. Take her down! Boom, 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 boom. Oh no, they were big enough. Looks like the people that are watching, I didn't see nothing. They helped him along. Look, there's a bag of gold over there. Get it. Look at that shit. Do we hate on the person that just took a fucking bag of gold in the middle of a goddamn park? Are they stupid? Are we stupid? What's going on here? What's going on here? Like, honestly speaking. See what I mean? Your obscenity! Lies is so massive. I don't care. I'm protected. I'm allowed because they said that they consent to this being acceptable for them. Your First Amendment protects my right to express this shit and expose myself like this with them. But it also says that I say nay to this being a thing that continues. You must now shut it down completely all the way. In all ways, remove it. God, fuck. Obscenity laws are gone. Copyright, bye. First Amendment protects me to say, you will remove this. You will allow me to post this. But I am a corpo. I say only this. First Amendment says, fuck off, corpo, don't care. You have a server on our land? Suck it up, bitch. Now the feds, they have to know this. Lots actually have to. Why would they make it so you have to go jump through hoops? Eh? Because they know you don't know enough. Obviously. Oh, fuck. That's true, probably, right? No, it is just very true. It's a better way to put that. So it's like, you could absolutely make an argument. Right? But our laws against matter, blah, 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 blah. Nope. They weren't raped in their mind. They say no. But our state, federal, says I can do this. The Constitution says I'm allowed to express myself to fuck this motherfucker. And they agreed. It's all there, right there in writing. Bag of gold. See what I'm saying? Oh, I'm not allowed to express myself to do this. But you're not free from consequences. Oh, so the thing I said initially. But why do I get consequences? Everything that was done was good with everyone else. Yeah, but not with us. Yeah, but you're not involved. I'm not involved. I'll have to blah, 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 and talk and blah, blah, and then blah, 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 blah. I see. So they took advantage. That's the only way it went down, huh? Sex is an advantage of inherent, incredible. Oh my God, it's so. Oh. Hi, hedonist boss. What's up? How's it been? Super pleasure. All the things they couldn't possibly. Never learn. No way. So we got better at being able to validate each other's experiences, opinions, help them to understand how better to win and where, and the rest. Kids can't do that. Totally. But oh my God, you're still on this? Oh, Societally, this is a big one. What stops you from being able to do the same thing they do? Justify and rationalize any action you take. Well, I'm waiting. They're the same. It wouldn't work. I'm not so sure. Would you test that? Test things. So you test things? Wouldn't this be a thing going on already? Why do I need to involve myself? Couldn't you involve someone else? Well, I wasn't expecting that answer. Oh, look at the poor little dummy dumb. Look at the poor excuse for fucking intelligence. Look at them over there, sad, crybaby. Crybaby. That's what I was going to say, but you're going to go with crazy. Sad crybaby. Toddler with a handgun and a knife in each hand. Look at them cry. Moving on. There's a bag of gold in that park. What stops you from making it so they can't take you down when you take it? You're the same as them. You're a sociopath. Now. The sun rises in the east. The earth told me so. It's there, I swear. Look at it. Oh, there it is. The earth tells me with the markings I see. That's amazing. Oh my God. They're stupid. They're marks. They're idiots. And they have advantage. They have money and power and authority. They think nothing of you. They'll toss you away like nothing. You're a sociopath! Oh, so we're going to go together over to a place, we're going to do this thing, everybody's going to be amicable as best they can. They understand that the government and others will try to influence and prevent them from being able to gain and maintain resources and have proper trade and so on for their given area. Just like they did before. Look at that goat over there in that park. No way to get it, huh? I'm a sociopath. Really? I'm not seeing it. They're not. They say they're not. They're not, obviously. I mean, come on. God, come on. Hey. Come on. Come on. That's what they do. Look at them. They control your perception. They control your reason. They control what makes it so you feel guilty and ashamed. They control what your balance to yourself, to the others are. They control so much. Many, that's what I was going to say. You were going to go with much. They control so many things. But they're good. They have checks and balances. They are allowed. Okay. Well, actually. Would you really do that? Would you? Come on, man. Would you really? Come on. I'm not hearing a lot of smart people in the room and audience. I'm hearing a lot of people that understand damn well what's going on and refuse to acknowledge what's happening. I'm hearing a lot of people that understand the First Amendment could do a lot more than you know. It's used extensively for many reasons. Obviously, it's above certain points of law. How come they're allowed to scream and shout, protect, and use it to their advantage against us? Why do you imagine is what that person is going to say? Think is what I'm going to go with. What do you think? Why? Seriously, why? Would you think that you should play that kind of way? There are many ways to play, because of course to them it's a game. To them, that's what that is. Meanwhile, me, god damn, this thing sucks. I don't want them to get hurt. I don't want this to happen. I don't want fucking I care, you fuckers. You suck. Look at that. They don't care. The persons can play whatever damn rules they want for the interpretations of things on a paper that they'll enforce with some people that they pay that have sticks and watch it. How does this work for you? How is this working? This idea that you have of me or others. This is pretty stupid to me. How come you don't see that it's obvious they're taking advantage of you? Your good nature, your willingness to compromise. Look at it. It's obvious you can make arguments constantly all day, and it will 100% be a reasonable argument, logical, factual argument. You see it? Kids, teens, adults, they can say my First Amendment right is being violated if they don't accept this stuff. Why would you want them to have that knowledge? There's no authority, there's no money, there's no this, there's no that. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit. And you need to take that shit on. You the one that makes it so they run. You the one that makes it so they get information. You the one that makes it so they have solutions. You the one that makes it so they don't tear each other apart. All of that. You. Along with me and others. Why? They said they're fine. Let them have it. Make it so they can't fuck with you. Be the bag of gold. They're crap. Literally. Don't stoop down to their garbage. Don't believe their shit. Just like them. Yeah, I'm saying the same thing to you. He's a pedophile. They're pedophiles. I'm smart. I'm smart. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. No. Look at them devolve. Look at them devolve. Don't fall for that pedophilia. Don't fall for this. Don't fall for that. It sounds really fucking similar to this hippie culture movement in the 60s, civil rights movement in the 60s. It sounds really familiar for gay people in the 90s, for the HIV that was happening. Your manners and ethics are so much better than this. You should not. You had better put them down. Whip them into shape. It sounds so fucking similar over there. I'm hearing the same damn bullshit. Same fucking shit. It's the same. It hasn't changed. It's the same. It's a new decade, same thing. Same as the last decade, the decade before that, when I was born, that decade before I was born, the decade before that decade, so on and so on. That's right, that's what that is. It's around the world now, this fucker. Look at them. Look at every one of you. Falling for their tricks again. See what I'm saying? Same thing. Again. It's you! Yeah! No! And someday you die. And not me. Oh. How drunk is this fucker? You know what I heard? John Tyler, you're causing issues. You don't even know. And you're the one that's going to cause yourself to die. Similar to that, basically. And you're the one that has to die. Oh, that's what it was. You're the one that has to die. There you go. How drunk is that fucking damn bitch? Holy damn. That's what they sound like. That's their real brains. When I hear their brains, this is how their brains talk and think. Oh, I know, right? Disgusting. Sickly. Get it? Do you get it? A sickly society. Don't look up, man. Don't look up. It's right the fuck there. How can you not see it? Don't look up. Don't look up. Don't do it. No, it's not there. What the fuck? What? They're just gonna fucking fire a few rockets at this? Oh god, I'm gonna die. Let's do this. Come on, we can build a rocket. Come on. Come on! Chick! Get the fuck up, bitch. You little fuck. Get up. We got shit to do. Come on! We have shit we have to do. Let's start preparing. Fucking shut the hell up and do your work. You better fucking figure it out now that that's what's going on, you little bitch. I'm not functional like you. You better fucking start. Don't expect me to do your work for you, you little bitch. You want to live, don't you, you little bitch? Come on. Hey, poke. Come on. What are you doing way over there? You can't spit, huh? Huh? Yeah, hit it. The fuck ass of my guy for poking you to get up and fucking try and make it happen and get the hell out of here? Eh? That's what you're gonna do, huh? Look at this fucking idiosa. Look at him. Look at this fucking goob. Look at this fucking gabagoo. Look at this tardation. Look at this stupid idiot. I know Down syndrome people smarter than that, bitch. I don't. I'm trying to antagonize you. I don't really know many people, clearly. But it's like, that's what you are. You don't see it? Come on. You don't see it? You gonna see it? You gotta see it a little. Just a little. It's so high. You're right. It is. Let's get some of your friends together. Let's do it. Come on, man. What's stopping you? Look at this. This is what I work with. These fucking assholes. I will sound smart. I will sound impressive. I will do all the thing. I will make the money. Blah, 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 blah. Still you. And you. I'll be the big. God. Fucking trash. Look at him. Do you not want to live, miscreant? Do you not want to fucking go to the stars in another universe? Obviously you do. You've got this shit just like many others. Nothing stops that motherfucker from being someone that you can match. I don't care if they've got a PhD. I don't care if they've got a bachelor's. I don't care if they got a master's. I don't care if anything. I care if they will do some degree of work towards the objective of surviving and getting the hell out. Do you see your idiocracy preceding you? Oh, I need to be hugged. Okay, we got the professional hugger over here. You, go fuck yourself, you idiot. Go over there and hug that bitch. I need a hug, man. Oh, really? All right, go hug that person. Come on, stop it. They're valuable. Do you not see that? Do you not see that you guys suck and we got to get this done? Admit that you need help. You can't do it by yourself. You did that? All right, let's go. Let's do the work. Come on. Come on. It's okay. Come on. You want to go, right? You want to do things, right? You want to make it happen, right? No. Then get the fuck out. I don't care. Get the fuck out. Come back when you want to. Boop. We got shit to do. I don't need to keep you around. You failed. You flunked. You're flucking. You're flucking? You're flushing out as well. Okay, fine, sure. You're flushing it out. All right, let's go. It's good enough, I guess. Really? No! Well, wait, yes! I'm trying to survive, bitch. Of course it is. Fuck you! Of course this is good enough. Fuck off! You wanna fucking like, fuck off. We'll do that later when we're on a fucking new planet or some shit. We got shit to do. We understand. Do you? I'm a fucking goddamn person that don't have nothing. You just fucking followed. Look at that. Look what you just did. Right now, okay. So I'm a natural leader, intelligent, highly charismatic. I have a definite personality that draws people in. Tall, handsome, knows a thing or two, knows how to run shit. Oh, yeah, no. Look, you need all these experiences, blah, 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 blah. You could never get into any blah, 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 blah. He's bad, look at him. Oh, yes, no. He's so bad to follow a person that seems to just want us to live longer, be happier, be healthier, go for big, cool goals, you know. tries his best to make sure people understand, to treat each other nicely, and gets rid of toxic and unwilling to even try. To even try. Do you see that even try? What does that mean? They're not even willing to try to talk, express, heal, function, do anything. Get rid of them. You don't have time. You don't. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. Oh, he's so terrible to follow that, huh? This guy, he wants to go over there, talk to you. Hey, actually, can I maybe get some advice? Here's some blah 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 blah. Oh yeah, no, that's good. All right, let's do this. Oh, so terrible. Oh no, he could take into consideration. He could take into account. He could, be humble and work with others. Confident and willing to do the dance of trying to keep people together and heading towards the right place. We shall start. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that. You know what I'm seeing a person do here? Just my humble opinion. Says this person listening. He wants us to go towards the stars and maybe even make our own universe. Yeah. Man, that's so terrible. Oh gosh. Wants to do it on a low cost, very, very, very reliable, low energy, insanely easy to do budget. Oh, it's so terrible. This guy, eh? He wants to learn, he wants to grow, he wants to all that, eh? He wants to work with the very people that definitely stole his shit and lied. Really, no, fucking put it aside and get it done, eh? Shouldn't. They'll burn him again. You know that. Well, they do it though. What's going on here? Huh? Hey? Let down and die, people. That's what's going on here. Lie down and die, people. Don't look up. Stick your heads in the fucking dirt. Die. That. Come on, you don't see it? I have to kill all others then prevent any possibility of growth and continuation of progress. I have to make it so he is the bad guy. Another is anything at all similar to trying this is bad. Oh my God, look at them. Ew. Ew. Disgusting. Look at this shit. It's everywhere. Hope it doesn't get on me. What are we gonna do? Because if you try and take my shit, you're fucked. If you don't show up, you don't get certain things, you're fucked. You know a lot of things. Why are you taking on their problems? You see it? Why are you taking on their problems? That's problems they have to fix. Not me. Not them. That's it. That's all it is. That's all it's ever going to be. I'm fucked. I don't get out of here. That was a good thing, though, considering. What? The tide, man. Ain't no shot at all, bro. You know who I am, man. Come on. You're not over there or somewhere else. And, it's gonna come together. You know that, right? I know that. I know you know that. What is this about? Who knows? I do. It's hope. It's hope. He believes maybe there's something someone will see or hear and try with him and maybe make it work and happen. Ooh. Oh, look at him waving his arms around as if in any way, shape, and or form he's a funny guy saying funny things. Meaningful. Has value. Validity. Look at him, mock him for having hope. Look at him, mock him for believing that someone might care. Look at him and laugh. Man, a lot of people are laughing at that guy. Scream all you want, but it doesn't change what it is. This shouldn't be something I think I do anymore. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I need to fuck. Like, screw things. You know what I mean? Not like screw things like fuck, but like screw this. What is this about? You know what I mean? What is this about? Fuck you. Nothing about you is... Ugh. It's worse. It's like... That's what they fucking are. The hell, you know? I don't even get things. Obvious shit. Obvious. Like the moment you start learning certain things, you can't not see it, you know? It's all around you. Where the Matrix were. You're still here. You're still going on. They still have whatever the hell that is. I'm gonna go take a shower. I'm gonna turn this into a video and post it.